Cricket Association Ground, Colombo. We are at the IMC Over-50s World Cup. It's the third day, and we are here to witness the matchup between Canada and West Indies. Canada in this campaign so far have lost the only match they participated in, and West Indies have won one and lost one. Players at the ground. The Canadian team and the West Indian team with the two officials for today. Ricky Sims starting off the proceedings with the two teams. The pitch will be important today. Let's get down to the pitch. Orchard Bandar is there for the pitch report.
Right, so another very hot and humid day here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds, and we're all set for this all-important match between the Canada Over-50s and West Indies Over-50s. But before we move on, let us have a look at the conditions here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. Now, these conditions, before we move down here, I should tell you that both the previous matches that were played here at the MCA, the teams chasing it down won the two matches quite comfortably. So with that in mind, let us have a look at the centre. Well, it's a very hard and a firm outing here at the Mercantile Cricket Association. You can see it's very hard, it's very firm, and there's a thick covering of grass, especially in certain spots, that's keeping this ground very tacked and very firm. So I'm sure that the teams winning the toss will have a good look in these conditions, and the decision might vary depending on their strengths, but I would say give that new ball early on to your fast bowler, because the conditions, when the day goes on, the conditions could be a bit slower and the spinners will come into say. But I don't see this track cracking down and giving that extra strength for the spinners, because there's a good covering of grass that will hold up these conditions here at the MCA Grounds, will hold up the soil quite firmly. So that's the report from the centre. So I would say the captain winning the toss will probably have a ball first and try to restrict the opposition, and will have a good say when they come on to bat in the second innings, and to chase anything below 200 would be, I think, would be the ideal situation for any captain who's winning the toss here at the MCA.
Thank you, Orchard. A good covering of grass on the pitch. Probably the captain who wins the toss will opt to bowl first, like Orchard said. Players are still getting ready as their captains coming down to the pitch for the toss. Let's see what happens at the toss. Adil Siddiqui is there for the toss.
Welcome to the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds here in Colombo, and we are here for the toss in the game between Canada and West Indies in the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. So home team today is Canada, and the captain Brian Rajadure has the toss, and with me is the captain of West Indies, Zamin Amin, along with the two umpires assigned for this game. So Brian, yeah, let's give it a toss.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it is tails. So, Brian, you win the toss. So, what would you do?
We're going to bowl first, yeah.
You're going to bowl first. So, any reason? How do you think the pitch is?
I think I see a little bit of greenery on the top of the wicket, and then some moisture. With the overcast conditions, I think I see a lot of clouds. I think our seamers should be able to make use of the wicket. I mean, if we bowl at the right length. So, I think we made a decision as a team that this is what we're going to do today.
Brilliant. So, what do you think is a good score for you all to chase down later on in the day?
I think whatever is on the board that we'll chase down. Yeah. So confident to do it, yes.
Yeah, that's a very confident answer. Thank you very much, Brian, and good luck for the game.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Quick word with you, Zameen. So you're batting first. Was this what you planned for?
We would have a bowl also. As Brian said, there's a little bit of moisture on the wicket, greenery, and I think it's going to be, when it dries out, it's going to be flattened a little bit and better to bat second. So we would have a bowl as well.
Okay. So kind of mixed emotions for you all so far in this tournament. You all beat the defending champion South Africa and unfortunately lost to India. How's the team prepping for this game?
Morale is good. It's just an unfortunate game against India that we didn't bat as well as we could have, but it's all behind us now. We are focused on this game.
Okay. Quick target for since you're batting first.
We are probably looking at 225, 250 between there, and I think our bowlers should be able to defend that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Zameen, and good luck for this game. And that's the news from the middle. Canada won the toss and choose to bowl first.
Thank you, Adil. Canadian captain Brian Rajadure won the toss and they decided to bowl first on this ground. And looks to me a good decision on this ground. Teams still getting ready with the proceedings. These are the pools taking part in this tournament. Pool A, England, New Zealand, USA, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, UAE and Namibia. In Pool B, South Africa, Pakistan, Australia, West Indies, India, Wales and Canada. So these are two teams from the Pool B clashing against each other. The officials for today are John Holland and Martin Vale are the two umpires. Joining with me in the combox is Oshada Bandar. Good morning, Oshada.
Good morning, Asanka. It sure will be a very interesting match. West Indies Over-50s and Canada Over-50s taking on each other here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. And so Canada, obviously I think is the correct decision to bowl first. We had a very good look at the conditions here at the MCA. And I think the results from the previous two matches would have certainly influenced that decision from the Canada skipper. Both the matches, the teams chasing down won both the matches quite convincingly. But the important thing is, I think as in the toss mentioned by the Canada skipper, is that we're still in the early days of this tournament. Canada obviously playing their second game and West Indies playing their third game in this tournament. So they're quite unclear as to what sort of a target they would want to put on the board in their 45 overs. So they're going with the safe option of bowling first and trying to restrict this West Indies team. Now, Asanka, I believe that West Indies are in a really good form with Centurions in their lineup for this all-important match, and I'm sure that we'll be in for another thrilling and a cracking display of cricket here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds.
One of the stronger teams in this tournament, West Indies, won the match against South Africa comprehensively. These are the national flags, both of the countries and the host country, Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan team as the hosts in this tournament has been wonderful with their team. The batters have scored runs and the bowlers have bowled well.
Yeah, they're leading the Group A with their both matches winning quite comprehensively. First match against USA won by 6 wickets, and then against Zimbabwe winning by 8 wickets. This is Group A we're talking about, and this is a Group B match. Australia leading that Group B with 2 out of 2 matches for them. India coming in behind Australia, winning 1 and then losing 1. And now West Indies and Canada clashing with each other. West Indies, as Sasanka mentioned earlier, they won 1 match and lost 1. They won against South Africa and then lost against India by 6 wickets. So it's an all-important match, this Group B encounter. It's such a good opportunity, isn't it, Asanka, for these players, these senior players, these masters, and to play in front of
Canadian team getting ready to take the field as they won the toss and decided to bowl first. Quite a few Sri Lankans in that camp.
Yeah, got a lot of Sri Lankans. I'm sure they're looking forward to play in Sri Lanka, and they're enjoying their time here in Sri Lanka as well. Good conditions in Colombo for this Over-50s World Cup to take place, and I think 6 matches are being played on the same day, so it tells you about the facilities and of course the conditions here at Colombo, the capital of Sri Lanka. Plenty of grounds, especially in this area, Sanka. In this part of Colombo, you got a lot of grounds squeezed, so that allows these sort of tournaments to take place in the capital itself. And MCA being one of the most prominent grounds in Sri Lanka, I'm sure these players would enjoy their outing here at the MCA Grounds. Perfect day for cricket, I should say. Hot and humid. A bit of overcast conditions in the morning, but those clouds have flown away and now it's perfect for cricket.
Mercantile Cricket Association ground. Looks so traditional with the fence around the ground, the white fence.
Yeah, it's one of those classical venues in Colombo where you can enjoy playing cricket. Of course, the crowd, there's a really good pavilion as well. So overall, a really good venue. The Mercantile Cricket Association, they're maintaining it really well as well to host any sort of international tournaments. A lot of practice matches are being played here as well. Once an international team comes here, they prefer the Mercantile Cricket Association to play their practice games because of the facilities here. And overall, I'm sure that the cricketing conditions out there at the center, the pitch and everything, will suit these players as well quite well. Now, this is what I mentioned earlier, 6 matches being played on one day. And today we have the England versus USA at the STC, that's St. Thomas College Grounds in Mount Lavinia, and then Namibia versus Zimbabwe at Colombo Cricket Club Grounds. That's not far from the Mercantile Cricket Association. And then Sri Lanka versus UAE at PUSA Grounds in Bandaragama. South Africa taking on Australia at BRC Burger Recreational Grounds in Colombo. Again, not far from the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. And then right here at the MCA Grounds, we got Canada versus West Indies. And then India taking on Wales at Coles Cricket Club in Colombo 5. So that's the fixtures for today's proceedings, 12th February. Yesterday, I believe, is a free day for these teams. We didn't see any matches yesterday, so after a well-earned rest, these over-50s cricketers are walking out to the middle now. The Canada team obviously winning the toss and electing to field first. I think we should praise the fitness of these players, because playing 45 overs in these very hot and humid conditions is not an easy task. So I'm sure these players are very seasoned cricketers and would really enjoy out there at the centre. Because as I mentioned earlier, not the easiest conditions, especially given the fact that these are over 50s players. It's very hot and humid, and playing for 45 overs. In cricket, you should make sure that you're giving that focus all throughout the 45 overs. And to do that, you need grit, you need commitment, And that is exactly what we've seen from these cricketers in this Over-50s World Cup in Sri Lanka.
Quite a task ahead of them to stay fit, to give their 100% in the ground, day in, day out. The tournament will be hosted until the 23rd of February. Here comes the opening pair for the West Indies. Put into bat by the captain of Canada, Brian Rajadure.
West Indies batting first, being put into bat first by the Canada skipper. Obviously going with the safe option, as I mentioned earlier. Not sure as to what sort of a score would be important to put on the board. So they're giving that chance to West Indies. I'm sure in the coin toss, the skipper of West Indies did mention that they were also planning to bowl first here at the MCA.
Opening pair for the West Indies are Anthony Sahadio, wearing 186 right there on your screen. And on the other end, Mike Hirolal, wearing number 18, the left-hander. Shahid Hansrod to take up the bowling. First up for the Canadians. Left arm medium, Moshada?
Must be. The responsibility with the new ball. This Over-50s World Cup. Canada playing their second match. Lost their first game to Wales, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. Lost by 52 runs. And now she'll surely try to get their winning momentum back in track. Right, so we're all set for the ball number one. Canada versus West Indies, Over-50s World Cup Pool B match here at the MCA. Oh, that ball just came in quite nicely. Encouraging stuff for the bowler.
Just like the skipper expected. The bowlers to get the advantage given.
Oh, that was just inches away from that off stump. That's a good start for the bowler, Hansrod.
Hirolal, the right-hander.
Not much foot movement there from Hirolal as well. The first ball. That's exactly the kind of start that Canada would want from their fast bowlers. There we go this time. Down the leg side, bit of swing away from the batter, or rather into the batter, just too much.
Hirolal needs to keep an eye. It's difficult when a left armer bowls at you and keeps getting it into you. Oh, again an inside edge.
That's good bowling from Hansrod, understanding the conditions that are in favor of him right now. With the new ball, obviously, you can expect the faster bowlers to get some in-swing, to get that ball right into the batter. And Hirolal, obviously, not the best of the techniques from him, but still getting that bat onto the ball. Has taken a stance very far away from his leg stump. This time much fuller from the bowler, driven away quite nicely, straight into the hands of the fielder. Hansrod should make sure that he's pitching it in a good area, especially in these first few overs once you get that purchase of the conditions, purchase of the new ball, it's important as a fast bowlers to hit that right spot early on. That'll create some doubts in the minds of the batter. And most important, will get you wickets. There we go, much better. That's exactly where he's supposed to bowl. Pitch it right there in the off stump, middle and off stump, and try to get that ball in towards Hirulal, the right-hander. Cut away this time. No run on offer. Not much pace there from Hansrud as well for Hirulal to work with, to pierce those gaps, especially in this power play. Only 2 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle. Right, so last ball, just 1 run so far from this over. And that's a good way to finish things off, keeping it very tight outside the off stump. Not much width on offer as well. And that's a good over. First over done, just 1 run there for West Indies.
Welcome to Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts.
West Indies batting first, put into bat by the opposite skipper, Brian Rajadure. Just 1 run off that first over.
Is it leg stump you want? Wait. Keep going. Leg stump there. Oh, no,
Three
no,
Raja
that's it.
Uday Chelvan to start the second over.
Well, that's something that we have seen from a very legendary West Indian player, Sivanani Chandrapol.
Right arm round.
And the West Indian opener, the Over-50s opener, Sahadio. Just continuing the tradition. Anthony Sahadio, left-hander. It's the right-hand, left-hand combination up front for the West Indies Over-50s. And punch down the ground. Good authoritative shot there from the batter Anthony.
Looks to me as the aggressor out of the 2 openers for West Indies, Sahadio.
Oh, that's a good looking shot. And it's a very safe shot indeed. And it raised away for a boundary. It's the first boundary of the bat for the West Indies. Just not that short, but still the lack of pace from the bowler allowed the batter to play that cross-batted shot and to clear that square leg quite well.
Safe option. Just the 3 fielders on the leg side. He just had to send it over the fielder of short square.
Yeah, no surprises there. Anthony Sahadio, the highest run scorer for West Indies so far in this tournament. 111 runs in 2 innings for him, with a high score of 101. A superb century against South Africa that allowed West Indies to win their inaugural match in this Over-50s World Cup. Now this time, it's down the leg side. Might not run away for a boundary, but a couple of runs easily.
Boundary in the previous ball.
3 runs now.
3 runs.
The runs are coming to come down for the West Indies now. And Uday Chelvan obviously under some sort of pressure because the first ball went for a boundary. And now this one, it's a wide and 3 runs on offer. This time through the colours, but couldn't get it away from the fielder.
He always seems to have that attacking mindset, Sahadio. Goes for his shots.
Now this time just sliding down the leg side, maybe hitting that top of the pads. Missing the stumps entirely, leg byes given by the umpire. But once again, I think that was there in his arc. Trying to clear that square leg region once again. But quite unfortunate on the batter. Couldn't really get the connection he was looking for.
The single allows Hiralal to come with the batting end. Uday Shelvan.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a cracking delivery from Uday Shelvan. That ball just swung away from Hiralal completely. Now in the first over, well, it does seem like he's confused. There we go. That's a brilliant delivery. Not much foot movement there, just standing on his crease, and the ball just went away. Now Hiralal in the first over, almost all the deliveries came in towards him, and now from Uday Shelvan, he's swinging it away from him. Right, so last ball of this very eventful over, just 7 runs so far with the boundary. Oh, that's a wayward delivery.
Tries to get a quick run. Decide not to. That's a wide.
I'm sure the Shelvan was looking for that pinpoint Yorker. Right, so last ball, Uday Shelvan. Much better this time. They squeezed in a single this time. That's a good run in between the wickets. And 2 overs done, 11 runs without loss for West Indies Over-50s.
West Indies 11 for none. After 2 overs, Sahadio, the aggressor, scored a boundary off the second over.
Yeah, West Indies will look to keep Sahadio out there at the centre as much as they can. And in Dhaka once again from Hans Road this time. Hiralal quickly onto it. Now the foot movement slowly coming in for Hiralal. Obviously in the first over, we didn't see much movement there from him, but now slowly, with the time being, he's slowly finding his groove, and that is good on the part of West Indies. Much better, much better. Good bowling and good batting all round from Hiralal and Hans Road.
Seems like these two batters batting on different pitches. Hiralal looks a bit frustrated. 1 from 10 balls. And Sahadio at the other end batting so easy.
Ah, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot, Sanka. Now you did mention that Hiralal was not getting those runs on the board, but this time around the opportunity is presented by Hans Road, and Hiralal says thank you very much, and he goes towards the offside and he clears the 30-yard circle quite easily through the gap.
The
He
best
was
answer.
waiting for that delivery. He was waiting for that delivery, and once he get the opportunity, he's going after it.
Hansrod needs to get on the target. Oh, this time no swing.
He just went with the arm. But I think the message is quite clear for the Canada team. When the opportunity is presented, we're going to go after it. I'm sure that's what West Indies have shown so far in these 2.4 overs. That boundary delivery was just a touch too full from Hansrod, but this time the last two deliveries were right on the money in those good length areas. Still a bit too wide outside the off stump to my liking.
Hiralal waiting for the ball to come in. But in the last two occasions, goes straight.
He's mixing it up, and that's the end of the over number 3. The West Indies still haven't lost a wicket, and they've got 15 runs on board.
For none. West Indies starting to take their chances and to score faster.
Well, the idea is quite clear from the West Indies. I think the fashion that they have played these 3 overs, their game plan is quite clear as at now. They're waiting for that opportunity. Whenever the opportunity is presented, whenever the ball is there to be put away, they're going after it without any second thoughts. But they're playing it safe. They're waiting for that opportunity. Just like that, off the edge this time. Not the most convincing shot, but convincing enough to get it all the way towards the boundary line. And that's the 3rd boundary of the innings. Sahadio just chasing that ball outside the off stump and through the gap. It raised away for a boundary.
They're waiting for the right ball to come. Waiting patiently. And whenever the chance is given, they are grabbing with both hands.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to, the right approach, especially in this format of the game, 45 overs. You got plenty of overs to bat. So as the 2 openers, you should make sure that you're waiting out there at the middle as much as they can. And at the same time, whenever the opportunity is there, you should go after it. And try to play it safe and sound and not to take any unnecessary risks, especially in these first 5 overs, especially with the new ball. Just one bad shot will trigger the entire lineup to be back in the pavilion. So they got to make sure that they're playing responsibly and at the same time playing it safe and getting those runs to get the scoreboard moving as well. I'm sure that Sahadio, if you look at his number, it's 186. I'm sure there's a really interesting story behind that number. Maybe his highest score, 186.
Tries to go straight. But bit of a swing away from the batsman. Or seeming, you should say.
Yeah, the idea is clear, isn't it? Just trying to clear that onside. The square leg and mid-wicket region is where he's targeting. Sort of a premeditated shot there from Sahadio. Oh, that's a good ball. Ball just came in quite sharply. Will steal a single this time. Sahadio moves up to 11 of 8 deliveries.
Uday Chelvan has conceded 14 runs of his 1.4 overs so far. But bowling with a Beautiful action, Oshida.
Yeah, very seamless action from Uday Shelvan. I'm sure there's a lot of cricket behind these players. In their prime days, in their younger days, I'm sure they've played cricket all day long. Professional cricket. So I think this is a really good opportunity. And the credit should go to the organizers for organizing this wonderful event, the Over-50s World Cup. Giving an opportunity. And the Papare TV bringing you all these live action to all parts of the world. To watch these amazing cricketers playing for their country once again.
Good ball. And a big appeal, which the umpire doesn't agree to.
That's a good delivery once again. Not much swing there, just a hint of swing away from the batter, just enough to miss out on that outside edge. The bowler was not convinced enough. It was the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon that went after. Right, so the last delivery of this over from Uday Shelvan. 15 runs in his 1.5 overs. Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? The grit and, of course, the amount of fitness that these players have to play for 45 overs. 4 overs done, 21 without loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
We're into the 5th over. 21 runs for the West Indies. Hansrod to continue. 5 runs conceded off his 2 overs. Into the 5th over and 6 wides have given.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of delivery just swinging away down towards the leg side. See, that's the thing about bowling with the new ball. You got to make sure that you're pitching the ball in between off and the middle stump. And once you do that, the inducker will probably hit those middle and maybe the leg stump. But once you pitch it in between leg and middle stump, it will always run down as a wide delivery. Right, so it's all set for the 5th over of this match, and Hansrod will continue. Have given away only 5 runs in his 2 overs. Very economical. Off the edge. And down towards the 3rd man region for just a single. Sahadio once again just throwing his bat outside the off stump. A bit lucky, but he gets the runs anyway.
The run rate is 5.28 per over.
Yeah, I think it's quite all right, because you see now it's a 45 over game and we're still in the 5th over of this match, and they haven't lost a wicket. I think is the most important thing here. Now this time, oh, was that a drop chance? Well, the expressions from the slip field and the bowler certainly says so. We can have a look at that once again. Hansrod is quite unhappy with that. The wicket keeper got it in the first attempt, but maybe that bottom edge coming into play.
Unlucky. Unlucky for the bowler. Could have got his first wicket, Hansrod.
Right, so the wicket keeper being brought closer to the stumps now. Much better line and length, and well batted by Hiralal as well, presenting the full phase of the bat.
Hiralal 5 of 18. not much singles. Not many singles scored. You don't want that many singles when Sahadio is at the other end, scoring boundaries.
And Hirala is quite happy to stay intact out there at the middle, knowing that Sahadio can get those runs quite easily, or rather quite quickly, I should say, getting those boundaries intact. But at the other end, Hirala is just happy to stay in. 5 of 19, showing no signs of any aggression. But we saw, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous over, or one before that, anything full outside the off stump, he's going to drive it. I think that's, as I mentioned earlier, that's the way to go, especially in these first few overs. Well, that's a very good look at the pitch here at the Mercantile Cricket Association. It's a very dry conditions. Obviously, that's what you can expect here in Sri Lanka. Now that's up in there, and no chance for the fielder. And it might not run away for the boundary. Good bit of footwork there in the deep from the fielder. Has it been given as a boundary? No. Just a couple of runs there. So that's the end of the over. 5 overs done. 24 runs without loss for the West Indies Over-50s.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Durai Raja, Uday Chelvan continue his third over. West Indies so far going fine, 24 in 5 overs.
Yes, I think they will be very happy with the position they are in, Adil, at the moment. Full and wide. That's not the area to bowl to Shahaded Anthony. He's very strong outside the off stump. He's very good on the front foot. You know, he just likes to drive. He's very powerful as well. So that's not the area. You have to target the stumps for him. Target his body and cramp him for any sort of room. And you were at the toss. I think West Indies will be happy with this start because they said they wanted to field first as well. So after being put into bat, 5 overs, 24 without loss, they will take it because generally there is a bit of movement with the moisture on the wicket here in the first half an hour or so. But unfortunately, the Canadian bowlers haven't bowled in the correct areas so far this morning.
Yeah, I think they had some shape early on in the day. And do you think the color of the ball or the luster of this ball, this is not the regular ball that is used in usual limited overs matches. This is different, definitely different.
This is a pink ball.
Yeah, exactly, that's pink. So what about the luster? Does it help the bowlers to get more shape than usual?
I think it will with the new ball, but I think also from what I know, it can get a bit softer than the normal one, quicker. So as the game progresses, I think it gets a bit softer. So you see the spinners bowl in a lot of overs. It won't probably be as strong as the red ball, we may call it. But then it's also just 45 overs, not a 50 over game. So there is a 5 over reduction. But the good thing on the other hand, it's the pink Duke ball. So that's the probably the best available when it comes to the pink balls. And generally, you know, the Duke ball tends to move around in the start of when it's new. So there is a bit of shape. We have seen it in the matches. If you get it correct in the right areas, you'll certainly get a bit of help. We saw it the other day. Canada played Wales. Wales had a good tall left arm seamer, and he got 3 wickets in the first 2 overs. You know, swinging it back at the right-handers. You have to get it in the correct areas, and then definitely you'll get some help.
Yeah, I think even today, Uday Chelvan and Hansrod, both of them found some really good shape. They beat the batsman on quite a few occasions. That's a loud appeal. Umpire not interested. Probably missing the stumps. Too high, you reckon?
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Yeah, probably that was too high going down the leg side as well, maybe over the stumps. But generally this umpire is, I would say, he's when it comes to LBW decisions, he probably is one umpire that will not give many out. We saw that in the West Indies South Africa game. I mean, it's for both teams. I think that's how he maintains that consistency, which is very important. You know, you cannot give some out and some not out. This gentleman, he sort of holds back on giving LBW options more often, unless I think it has to be just dead straight or dead, then he will give it out. That's what I saw in the other day as well. So it's the bowlers have to just keep going back and bowl in. You cannot be disheartened with what happens.
Saidio on 13 of just 12. 2 boundaries so far. That's a wayward delivery. Wicketkeeper unable to stop it as well. Won't go down to the boundary, but easy couple of runs plus the wide. So that's 3 runs there. 3 extras given away to West Indies. And we were talking about Anthony Shahidio's range. We just spoke that he's so good in the front foot. Anything outside the off stump, anything, whenever you give him width, he'll just pounce on it. But I think he's equally good on the back foot as well. Despite of the line the ball is being bowled at him. So we saw a pull that he played early on in this game. He rocked back quickly and played it in this exact same region. He's got cover now, but this time it was a bit more fuller. And look at the wrist work. Anthony Saidio definitely looks like someone who is in great form. Rightly so, got 100 against South Africa as well. So he's going to be the prize scalp for Canada.
He definitely is. I think he's a player in form. So you have to get him out early, put pressure on the opposition. They already got to 31 after 6 overs. Six overs, 31 at the moment. Shahid on 13.
And Hiralal on 8.
Hiralal, is it?
Yeah, Hiralal.
He's on 8. So it's been a very good start. Canada have to do something. Spinners are their strength generally. Spinners got most of the wickets against Wales as well. So we'll see them probably coming into the play after the 10th over. But Hansrud, he's been one of their pick in the practice matches. He bowled really well. The other day too, he bowled well against Wales, picked up 3 wickets. So he's generally very good with the ball. And Canada will be hoping he'll get a breakthrough.
Yeah, and talking about this opening partnership for West Indies, Shahidio, as we spoke, the man in form, is going at a strike rate of 100. And at the same time, Hiralal, his batting partner, is taking his time, while Shahidio just continues his good form. And that's his 3rd boundary of the day. Got width, had no hesitation, just pounced on it, hit it over the infield, and just stayed right there after the shot. It was hit so well. It was a boundary from the moment it hit the bat.
Excellent batting. He's just using the pace of the bowlers, not trying to do anything fancy on this surface. That's close. He's given him. This time he went across the line, targeted the stumps. As I mentioned, you give him width, he's very strong outside the off stump. Hansrod decided to target the stumps. It was a close call. It was hit in line. All we have to see was whether that was going down the leg side, probably crashing into leg stump, isn't it, Adil? Because he walked across his stumps and you could not see any of the three stumps. That would have certainly not gone in his favour. So Canada picked up their first wicket, a prize one. Anthony Sahaded is out for 17.
So that was a huge breakthrough for Canada. Hansrod providing that breakthrough for Canada. Rightly so, like you said, Ricky. So he was the pick of the bowlers for them in their previous game as well against Wales, where he picked up 3 wickets. And it was in his 4th over of the day, probably the last over in the spell. And he was hit for a boundary, bowled so wavered out of the off stump by Sahadio, where he just pounced on it and then decided to bowl wicket to wicket straight to the stumps. Sahadio at that moment had just fallen and he didn't have his balance right, played all over it and looked absolutely plumb. Big wicket for Canada. And the new batsman for West Indies is Ishwar Maharaj, left-handed batsman, replacing the outgoing left-hander, Anthony Sahadio.
I've been told that he's a very good player. Even some of the other teams rate him high. He has been involved in this over-50s, over-40s cricket for a while. So he's one of their better players for West Indies. So it's important that Canada now keep on that pressure. You've got the breakthrough. Cannot let another partnership build. You have to keep chipping away on this sort of surfaces here at the MCA or generally in Sri Lanka is good for batting. Once you settle in, it's very difficult to get you out so early when the batter is new early, especially the ball is still new. You must look for wickets.
Bit of shape to welcome the new batsman, but still allowing him to go on the back foot. Probably a bit more fuller would have given him an advantage. Shahid Hansrod, 3.3 overs, 1 wicket for 12 runs so far.
That's well bowled. That's well bowled. Beautiful bowling. Hansrod now, his tail is up after getting that breakthrough. You could see now he's targeting the correct areas, just outside that off stump for the left-hander, leaving the left-hander. That's beautifully bowled. He got some shape there, isn't it, Adil?
Probably not the delivery you should play on the back foot. Maharaj, still new to the wicket. Warming up. This time gets on the front foot. Hits a full-blooded drive, but straight to the field at mid-off.
So Dion Hurft doing the fielding. Born, played a lot of his cricket in Sri Lanka from St. Thomas's Court. And good to see him down here. His family is down as well to watch these games. His 2 sons, his wife. And he's enjoying another visit to Sri Lanka. And he's glad to be back here in Sri Lanka. And what an opportunity to come and play with the Canadian team.
So that's the end of a successful over for Canada. West Indies 35 for 1 after 7.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
We were speaking about Sri Lankans playing for Canada, and I think the man with the ball in hand, Dure Raja Udechelvan, is also from Sri Lanka, and even the captain of Canada, Brian Dure Raja Dure, and a few others as well. So Ricky, please take us through.
Yes, Brian Rajadure is captain in today. He was not the designated original captain, but the original captain has just thought he will concentrate on his batting. That's Iqbal. So Brian doing the captaincy today. Dure Raja, better known as Raja to all of us, from the north as well. And he'll open the bowling, open the batting. A very good cricketer. Gets very emotional, and is a die-hard cricketer. And yes, he'll give it all. Dion Herft, we mentioned in this lineup. We have Jude. He's not playing today. He's also from the north, from St. Patrick's. Played first 11 cricket for St. Patrick's before deciding to migrate with his family to Canada. So we have those are the four of them. The coach, Sanjay Thuresingham. He played a lot of cricket for CCC in the past. Played a lot of cricket in Canada. And now doing some coaching. He has his own indoor cricket nets, badminton nets, volleyball nets, indoor center in Canada. But another enthusiastic guy. And we have Mati. He's also comes from the north, Mati Lagan. Better known as Mati because of these long names. He will bowl some right arm leg spinners later on. Another enthusiastic player. And we have one more who hasn't come. He's the manager, Nava. He's from Kandy. Went to in Gampola, Kandy. That's where he has done his initial studies. Before 30 odd years ago, he had gone to Canada. Unfortunately, due to other work reasons, he could not just make it. But he's the forefront, even from Canada, behind this Canadian team. So a big shout out to Nava. If you're watching the game here, they're coming to you live from the MCA, and all those who are watching from Canada. The difference in time, many won't be able to watch. They must be, it's night time there, but still a warm welcome. And wherever you are from the West Indies or whichever part of the world you are, warm welcome to Colombo on the Papare live stream.
That's a loud appeal, confident as well. Umpire says it's bat. The bowler can't believe. Keeper as well. Probably almost all members of the Canadian lineup. Let's have a closer look.
Umpire signal, there was some bat on it. I don't know if there was some bat on it. Marginal call. Even if there was no bat, would have it be going down the leg side, maybe missing leg stump? It's very difficult to say. But the umpire has said there was a bit of an inside edge. It's very difficult to ask to see. He's having a word with the batter as well. But Raja will be slightly disappointed. He thought he had his man, but that's the correct area to bowl. You have to target the stumps. You miss, I hit.
So lucky escape for Mike Hiralal. He's taking it very slow. Just 7 runs off his of the 26 balls he has faced so far. Is that off the thigh pad? Definitely runs down to the boundary. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal. I think it had some bat on its way. So some welcome runs for Hiralal and West Indies as well. First boundary after the dismissal of Anthony Sahidio.
Yes, sir, that was a poor delivery. The wicket keeper could not get to that one. Down the leg side, I think a bit more effort in that delivery. You saw a bit more pace, but unfortunately he lost his direction there, Raja. It's gone for 25 now in his 4th over.
Probably emotions played a part as well. He was definitely not happy with the decision on the previous delivery. Tried a bit too hard in the next delivery. Once again, off the wicket, some shape for Raja. Dure Raja Udechelvan. That's the end of over number 8. West Indies 39 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
So Hansrod is back for his 5th over. Just picked up the only wicket to fall in this game so far. In his previous over, that was of Anthony Sahidio, the prize scalp.
Adil, we mentioned, and now I was watching the game there. He's not sleeping. He has told me my full name, Navaraj Tharmalingam. There you go, from Gampulo in Kandy. Cheers to you, Nava, for watching the game, following the Canadian team, and for all the support, of course, and all the others who are supporting Canadian cricket, West Indian cricket. Once again, a big shout out to you all.
Not the ideal timing for fans based back home for both these teams, West Indies and Canada.
Indeed, indeed. The timing is such. It's been difficult for the Canadian team to adjust as well. They're coming from minus weather and to this hot and humid conditions in Sri Lanka. One thing is the weather, the other thing is the time difference. So they've now been here around a week, and gradually they are settling into it, especially for those who are here for the first time tour in Sri Lanka or this part of the world. But yes, they're enjoying the tour, no doubt about it. Oh, well ball, beautiful delivery. That's gone. Straightforward catch for the wicket keeper. That's where Hansrod has been concentrating on. Earlier he got a bit of shape away from the left-hander. Just this one just held its line. You could see it just went with the line, with the angle. And I think the batter there, he was playing for the delivery to come back at him. Maharaj, is it? Or Hirabal?
Hiralal.
Yes, Hiralal. He was playing for the one to come back. It held its line, beautifully bowled by Hansrod. And Canada have picked up their second wicket. West Indies 40 for 2.
So Hansrod with another breakthrough for Canada. This time the other opener, Hiralal, who was slowly making his way. 11 of 29. And that was, I think, slight change up. I think he just rolled his finger over that. Hence the ball going the other way. As you said, Hiralal was expecting it to come back in. But for his surprise, the ball went the other way and took the outside edge on its way to an easy catch for the wicketkeeper. And the new batsman, Danareen Dayal, a left-handed batsman. So now 2 left-handers out in the middle. Advantage for Canada. Picked up both the openers in quick succession, and now they are here bowling at 2 new batsmen, and Hansrod on a roll. First delivery left alone by Dayal. 2 for 13 Hansrod in his opening spell. 4.4. Not sure if this will be his last over since he's going so well. Probably would get an extended spell.
Yes, I think, remember there is the option of the power player in this World Cup as well. So, oh, that's close! Probably angling down the leg side, the umpire says. I think that was the correct decision. The bowler himself knew straight away as soon as it hit.
This is brilliant bowling from Hansrod. The first ball went away from the left-hander. Right, just the next delivery. Again, the cutter. Coming back. And unfortunately, missing the leg stump. At the stumps once again. Picks up an easy single dial on this occasion. But what an over. Almost picked up 2 wickets. West Indies 41 for 2 after 9.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Raja gets an extended spell as well. He is back for his 5th over. So this has been a successful opening spell from both these bowlers. Even though West Indies started off quite decently, the 2 quick wickets have brought Canada back into this game, and both the opening bowlers are bowling really, really well.
Slightly full again. I think Raja hasn't hit his correct length today. He's been up and down because he's been slightly too full where they have been comfortable to drive him. And as soon as he's gone a bit short, he hasn't got his line right as well. See, that was also in the slot. Unfortunately, the batter trying to hit it too hard got the inside part of the bat.
That's the pressure telling on them. 2 new batsmen.
Now this is much better. This is much better. This is where Raja has to be hitting. You know, just keep concentrating that off-stump line. Bowl a good length. Just bowl a few good deliveries, a few good overs. Keep things tight. So like I was mentioning, there's the impact player which will come in. So won't be surprised if Canada bring in one of their left-arm orthodox spinners after the first 13 to 15 overs. That will be their plan. Generally what happens is you play in your bowlers and then being a batter as the impact player. But when it comes to this Canadian lineup, they have a lot of all-rounders, so it's all similar. So they don't have what we call it maybe a specialist out-and-out bowler or a specialist out-and-out batter. So they will probably use Hans Rod for the first few overs and then probably make a change. So we'll have to wait and see how things go.
It's 3 dots so far from Dure Raja in this over. Building up the pressure.
He was slow onto the ball. Didn't charge the ball quickly. That gave the opportunity for the batter to cross over. It was a good throw, decent throw. Wonder who the fielder was there. I think it was Kwesi.
That was coming after 3 dots. West Indies were desperate for a single, and the moment it hit the bat, they just started off with it. The field at mid-on could have done better. And this is the game awareness, right, Ricky? So just sensing the batters would do something, try to do something different after 3 dots. Pressure on both the batters. Both of them are new to the crease. That's how you assist the hard work done by the bowlers.
Yes, sir, most certainly. It's a lot of a mindset. That's a good shot, inside out, over extra cover. He picked the length early, and it was the width that was an offer. Once again, I mentioned Raja hadn't got his lines or lengths correct. He's bowled too full, and this time he's given the width as well. And these West Indians, I mean, it's natural to them. It comes easy as it gets. Free flow of his arms, no protection on the boundary. That was 4 runs all the way.
Breaking the shackles, Maharaj. You can't keep them quiet for a long time. Doesn't matter how much pressure you put them under. It's their way of playing. The moment they see a freebie, they no need second invitation. So Maharaj moves on to 5.
This time into the block hole. This time he couldn't get under it to hit it over extra cover. But nevertheless, a single. A good over, that one for West Indies. They'll take that just to break the shackles, as you mentioned, the boundary. So 10 overs done. And we are, 47 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Ten overs done. 2 wickets down for West Indies. 47 runs on the board. Both the openers back in the pavilion. Dale and Maharaj, the 2 batters out there at the centre. And to all of our surprise, it's just the 2 faster bowlers who have started off the proceedings. Hansrode picking up 2 wickets for 14 runs. Has been the standout performer with the ball in hand so far. Oh, that's a good ball. Really good stuff from Hansrode. And Asanka, just a good indication about the fitness of these players, isn't it? The 2 faster bowlers continuously bowling. I think 5 overs each so far has been quite brilliant.
Exactly, Oshida. Straight on to his 6th over, Hansrode. And still bowling in the right line. That's important as well.
Yeah, not much pace there for Hansrode, but from the other end, Uday Chilvan has been quite good in terms of getting that pace in as well from the other end. And Hansrode is more focused on hitting it in good areas. As once again, this time just too wide outside the off stump. Maharaj couldn't really get to that delivery outside the off stump. But overall, has been a really good display of bowling. And West Indies losing couple of wickets early on. But the confidence levels are high in terms of if we look into West Indies coming into this game. This is their 3rd match in this Over-50s World Cup.
Talking about fitness, look at these batsmen, Oshida. They look so fit. And they look to be 2 elegant batsmen. Playing with their Caribbean flair all the time. And they ran through some quick singles. The 5th to 10th over.
Yeah, not to forget the fact that it's very hot and humid as well out there at the centre. So putting that extra bit of toil on these players, the batters and the bowlers equally. So not the easiest of the conditions, but still they're holding up quite nicely. Driven away for a single to end the over. Another good over from Hansrode, just the end of the 6th over for him. 2 wickets for him in 15 runs. Hansrode has been quite good in terms of hitting those good areas with the ball. Right in that good length regions. It looks like there's one more delivery to go in this over. Oh, it's been called a no ball. So it's a free hit opportunity for Maharaj. Is it a front foot no ball or something else? We'll have to wait for the confirmation. But regardless, it's a chance for Maharaj to break the shackles and to get some quick runs on the board.
Can Maharaj make it count? He can change the field because the batsmen changed their ends.
Punched on the ground. No chance for the fielder. It runs down towards the boundary line. So a boundary to wrap things up. Otherwise, it would have been a really good over from Hansrud. Once again, there we go. Just a touch to full, a bit of slower delivery as well. And the batter waited patiently and played it down the ground. The fielder was not in the position where he'd have wanted it to stop the ball, but still it runs away towards the boundary line. Having a look at the batting so far, Hiralal and Sahadio, the two opening batters for West Indies, putting up a decent partnership. They've batted through the power play, 11 and 18 runs respectively for the two batters, and now Maraj and Dayal, the two batters out in the middle, taking their time but getting those runs as well. So 47 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in 10.5 overs, 11 overs if I'm not mistaken. So in terms of bowling, well, it's Hansrud and Uday Chelvan. The two faster bowlers have been used so far. Have been good in terms of picking up those wickets.
Hansrud, the pick of the bowlers so far, got the first 2 wickets of the opposition. Since morning they bowled.
Right, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back as the players and the officials are refreshing over here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds.
Welcome to Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you.
Right, so after the players and the match officials refreshed, hydrated, we're back and we're all set to continue. It's very hot and humid, as I mentioned earlier. So not the easiest of the conditions, but these players, they're holding up quite nicely. Right, so looks to me it's a bowling change.
That's Ahmed Panchabia for Canada, coming as the first bowling change after some time.
Yeah, The two opening bowlers did most of the hard yard for Canada so far. They've been quite good as well, picking up those early wickets, couple of wickets early on. And now the responsibility has been given away towards these other bowlers. Punjab as down the leg side, so it'll be a wide. Dayal and Maharaj has been out there in the middle for some time now. Maharaj 7 of 15 and Dayal 6 of 8. And we have seen the players taking some time to adjust to the conditions, because it's very slow as well. It's slower conditions here at the MCA, but and the spinners. I think it'll be really interesting to see how the spinners will use this track here at the MCA Grounds, because I think I heard from the ground staff as well as the spinners will have some say.
We are yet to see the Canadian spinners bowling here today. But the good thing about these batsmen is that they are looking for runs. They are looking for singles all the time.
Once again, just a touch too full, hitting the bottom part of the bat, and as you correctly mentioned, Asanka, the spinners, we haven't seen the spinners coming into play so far. Although there were cracks in the pitch here at the MCA, which would suggest that the spinners might get some assistance. The firm grass, now that's probably just sliding down the leg side and maybe pitching outside the leg as well. The grass has a very dry grass covering. Yeah, probably just pitching outside the leg as well to start off with. Has a very thick covering of grass, but that grass is very dry. So the faster bowlers will not get that much of assistance with those dry grass. But what it'll do is it'll hold the soil really well. So the chances of that pitch breaking down and giving that extra bit of strength for the spin bowlers, the chances are pretty low. But given that slowness in the conditions and the already existing cracks, especially in these good length areas, we had a really good look at the pitch in the morning. So that will give some assistance for the spinners. But the chance of them getting some extra strength with the conditions, with the day goes on, I think that chance is quite low here at the MCA ground. So the chances for the spinners will remain constant throughout the day. 12 overs done, 55 for the loss of 2 wickets now.
.55 for 2. West Indies putting to bat first. Here comes the first spinner. Aushida. Kaiser.
Yeah. A good change from the Canadian skipper, bringing in the spinner.
Aftab Kaiser, is it? Aftab Kaiser. Wearing number 1.
Right, so his first delivery just went with the arm, not much spin on offer. There's good bowling, keeping it very tight outside the off stump. Maharaj showing no signs of real aggression.
Maharaj on 8 of 17 balls. Drives this time. Goes down to long off for a single.
56 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in 12.3 overs. Plenty of time remaining for West Indies to put up a good score. Now, what would be a good score in these conditions, Asanka? I feel like they'll try to get anything above 200, which would give them a real good chance. Now, this time it's punched down the ground for a boundary. Just a touch too full from the bowler. And they are just hitting it down the ground with such power. And the fielders had no chance whatsoever stopping that.
First spinning change doesn't look like working for the Canadian team. A beautiful drive towards the long on boundary by Dayal. Five runs off the first 4 balls, bowled by Kaiser. Kaiser means the king, is it?
We'll never know, Asanka. Sixty for 2 now. Oh. It does mean the emperor, isn't it?
More than a king. A bit of a bounce there for Kaiser. That's the end of the 13th over. 60 for 2.
Right, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of a change. Looks like they're continuing with the previous bowler. There's one change at a time now. Dayal and Maharaj, the two batters, beg your pardon. Just like the 2 openers, they're taking their time and trying to put away those bad deliveries whenever the opportunity is presented. That we saw in the previous over. It was a full length delivery, a full pitched delivery there from the bowler Kaiser, and it just went down the ground for a boundary. So overall, it's a good bit of cricket from the West Indies team so far. Despite the fact that they've lost a couple of wickets, they're getting those runs there, keeping the scoreboard ticking. Right, so Punjab, yeah. Got a bit of cricket in there. We go, getting that single. Good early call from the non-striker.
They've been looking for singles.
And they're getting those.
Yeah, since they arrived at the crease. Panchabia in his second over. What a good first over. Just conceded 2 runs. Good ball again. Not much pace given.
Yeah, not much pace, and but he's pitching it in good areas. I think that's what's important, especially when you're bowling in these conditions. At this pace, it's important that you hit the right areas consistently. Hitting those good length regions and making it uncomfortable for the batter as much as possible. There we go, once again. This time just probably sliding down the leg side or maybe pitching outside the leg as well. But the length of the deliveries so far has been quite spot on. And good patience from the West Indies batters as well. They're waiting patiently for that full length delivery. Right, so Dayal on 10 of 19 now. Another quick single this time. Or has he been turned back? A single taken.
Maharaj moves up to 10. from 19. Dayal, who is batting at the crease right now, is on 11 from 20.
Again, sliding down the leg side. Not the best of the bowling, but still, Maharaj and Dayal not getting the connections he was looking for. Just a touch too straight from Punjab, but that's the end of another good over from him, despite bowling it down the leg side. So, 14 overs done, 62 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
West Indies 63 for 2 after 14. Kaiser brought up again. No ball first up.
That's a second no ball, if I'm not mistaken. So there we go. A lot of matches happening. 6 in fact. Happening right in here. Squeeze around Colombo. The Namibia versus Zimbabwe, India, Wales, South Africa, Australia, England, USA, Canada, West Indies. That's what we're here at the MCA Grounds. And Sri Lanka taking on UAE.
Another single down to long off. It was in the air for a while. Run rate is 4.52 at the moment.
Now that's up in there, and that's taken. That's an important breakthrough, a very timely breakthrough as well for Canada. And just like that, West Indies 64 for 3. It was up in there, not much pace on offer from the bowler. So he had to manufacture that pace, and that triggered it to go up in there, and a good take from the point fielder. And Brian takes a really good catch inside the 30-yard circle. And 64 for 3 now. West Indies losing yet another wicket in the 15th over of the match. So Ishwar Maharaj is gone for 11 off 22. West Indies 64 for 3 now.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 74 21 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Third wicket went down for West Indies. They are on 65 at the moment. 65 for 3.
Right, so success straight away for Kaiser. 1 wicket for just 6 runs in his 1.2 overs. Sudesh Pursued comes on to bat at number 5 for West Indies. Right, so Kaiser, straight away success for him, as I mentioned earlier. The spinners will come into play in these conditions, and that is exactly what the Kaiser has proved so far. He was very slow outside the off stump as well. So the batter was triggered to give that extra bit of push to the bat because of the lack of pace. And I think that triggered that ball to go up in there. And a point fielder has been called wide.
Sudesh Persad is the new batsman. There are 2 Persauds in this West Indian camp. One is Basil Persad, And this is Sudesh Prasad.
We got two Sudesh as well. Sudesh Prasad and Sudesh Dhaniram. Right, so wide outside the off stump once again. And the ball raised away for the boundary. This time, Kazir couldn't really get the opportunity. And it was Sudesh who pounced on to him outside the off stump. His easy pickings there. We go through the gap. And no chance for the fielder. It's powerfully struck as well. Much better. That time, Khasir. Right, so last ball of this over. Again, wide outside the off stump, but this time straight into the hands of the fielder Roberts. Inside the 30-yard circle, got in the point region. And that's the end of the over. A boundary coming off from that over and a wicket. So it's a good over for Kazir and for the Canada team. 15 overs done. West Indies 70 for 3 now.
Welcome boundary for Dayal. Was it stopped? It looked like it almost reached the fence, but unfortunately for Dayal, ball has just stopped before the boundary. So let's have a closer look again. Oh, brilliant footwork. Brilliant work there. Right on time.
Yes, dishing out some footballing skills, soccer as they call it in Canada.
I think the region of Americas, soccer is the word, whereas it's football for us here in Asia. Once again, finds the outside edge, this time straight to the man at third man. So West Indies slowly rebuilding after losing both their openers in quick succession. And they lost their one down batsman as well just a while ago. But it's still the rebuilding phase for them.
I think what's going to be important for the Canadians will be to keep chipping away. That needs to be very important for them so that they don't let the opposition have momentum. Because we did see in the last couple of games, West Indies, when they get set, they look to go big. And to have those big hitters who can go the distance. So they need to make sure that they keep chipping away and picking up wickets.
Yep, so at the moment I think it's Dinareen Dayal who will be the key man for them. 14 of 24. Sudesh Prasad just joined him. 5 of the 5 deliveries he has faced. And Ahmed Panchab has been very economical so far. The 2.5 overs he has bowled. It has been a quite interesting tournament for West Indies so far. They beat the defending champion South Africa and lost to India, whereas Canada lost to Wales in the only game they played before this.
Yes, Canadians, they were reeling off with the disappointment of the defeat the day before at the hands of Pakistan just by 2 runs. Came hard at Canada. That's the end of the 16th. We'll come back to that. West Indies 74 for 3. Wales lost by 3 runs. 3 runs or 2 runs? 1 by 3 runs. Yeah. 3 runs. 1 by 3 runs.
So Kaisir will continue. Picked up the wicket of Ishwar Maharaj. The 3rd wicket to fall in the West Indies innings. We were speaking about the Wales versus Pakistan game, which was quite a thriller. Pakistan inching past Wales by just 3 runs.
Yeah, it didn't look like that, Dil, to be honest, because first innings Pakistan got on to a terrific start. They looked like they were going to go for somewhere around 285, 290 runs, but then mid-order collapse forced them to settle down for 263 runs, if I'm not mistaken. On the reply, Wales did look like they were struggling a little bit, especially after being bowling first under these hot, humid conditions. But their skipper, Avon Rees, absolutely magnificent. He put on a terrific partnership against, if my memory serves me correct, Holiday. Both of them got 50s and took it down to the wire, to the last over, which I unfortunately did not witness because I had to just cross over to London place as there was a very interesting rugby game happening the same time. But yes, this tournament has been absolutely wonderful, isn't it? And some of these players really do surprise you of their fitness, because remember, some of these teams played back-to-back games, and to get acclimatized to these conditions, it's quite hot and humid around Sri Lanka in this time of the year, Adil. So it's wonderful to have this tournament here.
Loud appeal, probably going above. Umpire not interested, and that's the end of over number 17, West Indies 75-3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 0.
Pulled away, but straight to the fielder in the deep. So yeah, this tournament started this Sunday, the 9th of February. And then most of the teams who played on day 1 did play on day 2 as well, which was the following day, 10th of February, Monday. And then yesterday, Tuesday, was a rest day for all teams. And here they are again. On Tuesday, today. So this is the 3rd match day of the tournament. Canada taking on West Indies.
It's quite unique, isn't it, for most of these guys as well. I think getting that opportunity to compete at first-class venues all around the park, Adil, and also I was having a chat with a couple of the players themselves, and they were absolutely appreciative of the fact that of how many brilliant grounds are in the vicinity of each other in Colombo, and I did agree with them, and I also did tell them that we are absolutely thankful that these grounds are there, because remember, if not, all this would be concrete, are they? So very, very thankful that all these grounds are there, because if you take this area alone, where we are at the MCA, if you look around, there are so many grounds that makes that has made sure that Colombo is not entirely a concrete jungle.
Yeah, so we are here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. Right next to it is the DSN and Ayaka College grounds. And then you have the SSC, a test venue. SSC's neighbors, NCC is there. Yeah.
Right in front of them you have CHNFC or the CCC.
The CCC, exactly. Yeah, I was about to say CCC. So just matter of just 5 minutes of drive, right?
And then right next to it, Independence Square and the vicinity of that Royal Complex. Then you have Bloomfield. Where we had a match as well.
The race course.
So
so much
plenty
of venues, yeah. And there's some interesting history about the Mercantile Cricket Association as well. So let's get back to that in the next over. West Indies 77 for 3 after 18. So yeah, we were talking about the Mercantile Cricket Association. So as you know, Sri Lanka's biggest cricket body, or the cricket governing body, is the Sri Lanka Cricket, which governs the national team, Sri Lanka under-19, Sri Lanka women's under-19, the development squads and all. So they are by far the governing body who organizes the most number of matches, both international and domestic. And the second organization that comes after SLC in terms of the number of matches organized per year is the Mercantile Cricket Association, where they host, I think, around 5 to 6 divisions of mercantile cricket. I think it's more than that. They have 50 overs, they have T20, they have a 6-a-side, they have recently started a T10 tournament as well. So a lot of matches, and this venue right here hosts most or probably all the finals and most number of the league games as well.
Absolutely, Abdul. I think what's brilliant and beautiful is the fact that MCA, Mercantile Cricket Association, gives the opportunity for professionals who had to give up their cricketing dream or cricketing love for corporate work to have another go. So we have a lot of friends who are very active in that mercantile sector. Was that a dropped chance? There was a little appeal, but no harm done as we come to the end of the 19th. West Indies 77 for 3.
We were talking about the Mercantile Cricket Association empowering sporting dreams of so many Sri Lankan professionals who had to give up their sporting dreams due to education, work and things like that.
Yeah, Panchabia coming in for his 5th over, and yes, absolutely, I think, and also although I haven't taken the field for a mercantile team, I can assure you, Adil, I've been here at the MCA many a times to support some of my colleagues. And the clubhouse here at the MCA is absolutely brilliant and provides you with all you need.
Yeah, good food, definitely. I can vouch for that. And that was a brilliant piece of fielding in the deep. It was hit quite hard, came at him quite a pace, but still managed to stop it. Didn't have to move much, but it was traveling. And this ground definitely supports a well-struck shot. Travels so well. So I think it's a quick shift of gears from West Indies, from a defensive mindset. They've now taking more singles, just trying to put the ball into the gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking, because they can't afford to stay quiet for a long time.
Both batsmen, after consolidating reasonably, now looking to get the scoreboard ticking, isn't it? There are 31 deliveries per shot. He's been there for 21 deliveries, so they'll want to slowly get going. And like you mentioned, rotation of the strike is the name of the game, isn't it? Because that frustrates the opposition. Maybe even if you don't have those big strokes coming in, if you can keep the rotation of the strike and keep putting pressure on the bowler when you have to bowl to a newer batsman every delivery. But Panchabia has been absolutely brilliant. 4.4 overs, 11 runs. That's hit well into space. Stopped just at just before the line. Yeah, but those are welcome runs for West Indies. Great effort by the Canadian fielder.
It was a leading edge, not a very convincing shot, but luckily for him, maybe a bit of assistance from the wind as well. The ball went past the two men inside the circle, so they had no chance whatsoever. Once again, a dot ball to finish the over. Punch Bear finishes his 5th over for 13 runs, and West Indies 82 for 3 after 20.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
20 overs gone. West Indies 82 for 3. 4th wicket partnership between Sudesh Persaud and Dionarine Dayal is unbeaten on 16.
Going on nicely. These two batters, Dayal 17 of 32 and Persaud 9 of 23 for him. 82 runs. West Indies, I would still say that they're in a good position here. Punched down the ground. Might run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. Once again, just a touch too full from the bowler. He gets to the pitch of the delivery and smashes it down the ground.
Beautiful footwork by Dayal. He's starting to take a move on.
Yeah, I really like this cricket that is being played by the West Indies. They've been very, very patient. You can see the two batters taking their time, but at the same time, whenever it's too full, whenever it's wide outside the off stump, whenever it's short and right there in their arc, they're not trying to ease on those balls. They're trying to go for the boundaries and getting those 1s and 2s as well. So it's been a really good display of batting so far, and I'm sure they will try to get to that total of anything above 200. That'll put some pressure on the Canadians.
Defense again. There are singles available around the batsman if they want to take it.
Oh, that ball just kept low there. See, the good thing about this partnership so far between Dale and Persaud, 9 of 25 for him. They're taking their time, and at the same time, as I mentioned earlier, they're going after the bowling whenever the... Oh, that's gone! See, this is exactly what I told. Now, that delivery was touch too full from Kaisir, and on a good day, that would have gone down to the boundary, but it was a dipping ball that just went past the bat. And there we go, just giving it bit to air as well. Just tossing it up and completely deceiving the batter. So the fourth wicket goes down, 87 for 4 now. And Sudesh, 9 of 26. He gave a good support for Dale to pour up a good solid partnership. But this time around, Kasir picks up his second wicket, 2 for 17 for him. And it's 87 for 4 now, West Indies.
Kaiser took his second wicket at the last ball of the 21st over.
Yeah, 87 for 4. Canada needs a couple more of those. Now, this is how it looks at Pool A. Sri Lanka topping the table with 2 wins in 2 games with 4 points. England coming in behind well, they've played 1 game and they won that. New Zealand, two matches, 1 win and a loss, and then got UAE, USA with 1 win each, and then Namibia and Zimbabwe yet to get into that points table in terms of getting those points. But it's a very competitive table. Asanka, Sri Lanka, England, New Zealand and UAE and even USA are in contention for the next round. Still the early days of this tournament. All being played here in Colombo. Has been such a wonderful outing so far for these cricketers and here in Colombo. I'm sure they've enjoyed their time here in Sri Lanka. A perfect weather, perfect conditions for cricket all round. Hot and humid as well, but still perfect for cricket, and I'm sure that they've been enjoying their time, as I mentioned earlier, in Sri Lanka. And a lot of cricket to come along this way.
The new batter, Kamraj Sumair for the West Indies. And Rakesh Chauhan brought into the attack. Sounds similar to Rajesh Chauhan, who played for India.
This time around, another best of the deliveries to start off with. They cover up in the deep. I'm sure Canada be eyeing for another wicket here. Just another wicket here will turn the tables completely, because 88 for 4 in 21 overs. I would say the game is in balance between West Indies and Canada, but a wicket here will change the whole complexion of the game. 88 for 5 is a very different scenario rather than being in 88 for 4. It just gives you that psychological impact as well, because 5 wickets down means half the side back in the pavilion. And we have 20 more or 20 odd overs remaining in the game. After this over, 23 more overs to go, and plenty of time if you look into that fact in the perspective of West Indies. But they cannot afford to lose another wicket here. That's a bit too wide outside the off stump. Bit of a slingy action from Chauhan.
Again, a bit of bounce there for Chauhan. An easy action where he comes to the crease with rhythm. And like you said, with a slingy action, he bowls.
Oh, once again. That goes straight into the wicket keeper, and just a good spin on offer for Chauhan as well. It's the angle that he bowls in with the sling action. There we go once again. You would expect the ball to come on to the batter, but once it lands, it just spins the other way, making it a touch too difficult for the batter to work up with. Well, so far, it's been a good display of bowling.
Even the bounce. Even when the fast bowlers were bowling, we didn't see that much of bounce. But Chauhan, with his angle, is targeting those green patches around the batsman. Drives hard, but there's a fielder at short covers. 22nd gone. 88 for 4, West Indies.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So 22 overs done at the moment. 88 for 4. Second water break in play here at the MCA Grounds. Once again, a warm welcome to all of our viewers joining us. If you're watching the game from Canada or from the West Indies, any part of the world, this is the IMC Over-50s World Cup, Canada versus West Indies today. Once again, 6 games happening in around Colombo and its suburbs, and the tournament is been fantastic. The players, the teams, the officials are all enjoying the tournament so far, as the umpires have a dream break. The Nelum Kuluna in the background. As you see, this is Pool B. Australia 2 from 2. They're on top. India have played 2-1-1. Wales played 2-1-1. Pakistan played 2-1-1. West Indies played 2-1-1. South Africa and Canada, just a 1 game each. They are playing their second game today, and Canada will be looking to get points on the board. South Africa as well. They will be looking to get points on the board in today's match. So it's a very important game for both the teams. As the players have a drinks break, we say a very good morning and a warm welcome to the coach of Canada, Mr. Farooq Kirmani, who has just joined us for a brief stint. How are you, sir? How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm enjoying Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for inviting me.
It's been around a week now. You have been here in Colombo. How are you adapting to the conditions? I know you will get used to it, and as you have been born, played a lot of cricket in Pakistan. But how are some of the other players adjusting to the conditions here?
Well, I'm so glad that we came a week early, because this weather is very hot, and our boys coming from -15, -29. The first week was good adaptable weather, and I think they're getting used to it, and you see the game by game they're going to perform better and better.
So we'll take a look at the wickets which fell so far today. We have 4 wickets down. Canada won the toss. Remember, electing to bowl first. There was an LBW, and that was the dangerous Anthony. Then that beautiful pitch of a delivery by Hans Rod that got that caught behind, that just went through. It was playing the angle, and then there was this wicket. Pelunini on the offside, and the last one clean bowled, and Quiz picking up a wicket as well. 4 down for West Indies. They said they would have fielded first as well if they had won the toss. Canada captain Brian Rajadure for today won the toss, elected to field first. You feel that's a good toss to win?
I think that was a good toss, because there was a little bit moisture on the wicket, and there was cloudy. Good condition to bowl, and the wicket had a little bit grass, so it's also going to help us if we bowl in the good areas. And I think Shahid Hansrad bowled really well. He bowled in the good areas. We're learning. We have Raja. I think Raja was a little bit full, but nevertheless, the boys trying to bowl their best, give their best effort. So we have to be able to accept whatever condition it is to bowl.
So West Indies winning 1. They beat South Africa in a very good game, but then went down to India in their second game. So this is an important one for them to get the points on the board as well for the West Indians. At this almost a halfway mark we are at the moment. So it's even. Stevens, 82. They'll take that. The current run rate going good. Canada will feel that they picked up 4 wickets. So another couple of wickets and they're down into the low half.
I think it's very important that from now on we get a couple wickets and keep their score down. We don't want to get them score more than 150, 140 runs because that's chaseable in this ground. Like you mentioned, this ground 99% or 95% batting. Last is the team winning team. So we need to bowl really good spell from now on.
So it was uppish but safe. It was in the slot. Kwesi 2 for 18. He's come good. He was very expensive in that last game versus the Wales at the Bloomfield ground. Bowled a couple of overs, was a bit wavered, but today I think he's learned from those mistakes, come back strongly. He's bowled in better areas. I think he's bowled a good line, good length, and he's adjusting to the conditions really well.
Yeah, you know, these kind of wickets, you need to bowl in the right area. Wicket is going to help you, but you cannot come and bowl and all over the place not using the wicket. So
That's in there. Has that got the distance? Yes, it is. I mentioned these are shorter boundaries here at the MCA, especially straight. You're looking at 55 meters or so boundary lines. So if you find the middle of the bat, most times it will clear the boundary. So that was a good hit, though. It was in the slot, took his chance, took on the fielder, middled it well, and has cleared the ropes.
Well, you know, Casa should know that you cannot go up to the West Indian in the slot because they love that. They want to hit it, and he got punished.
You have to have your fielders in the right positions, especially the quicker fielders on the boundary, but the ball will come quick to you because of the shorter boundaries. You need to have the good catchers, the agile fielders. Drags his length back. That was because of that last 6 in the last ball. So Sumer has moved to 6 with that one hit. Dayal is batting well. He's moved to 24. So a good little partnership here for West Indies, much needed for the West Indians.
No, he's a very aggressive player, and if you bowl him in the right area, he's going to go. You know what I mean? So you need to make sure you bowl tidy line, bowl where you set the field, and not giving him room to swing his arm.
Oh, big swing outside the off stump. He was going for it. I think the West Indies know these are shorter boundaries. So they're trying to put their power behind those shots, trying to clear the fence. Quicker one. That's well bowled. I think there was a single. The fielder was slow onto the ball, but the non-striker there refused the single. 23 overs done. It's a 95 for 4.
We need a wicket.
So Canada beats a partnership breakthrough here, coming to that just about the halfway mark. West Indies will be looking for a partnership. It's even Stevens at the moment.
Rakesh is our key bowler. He needs to get a couple quick wickets and bring the game back to our favor.
He bowled very well in that last game versus Wales.
Yes, he did. He was immaculate line and length and variation, and that's why he got 4 wickets for 30-odd runs. I think he bowled very well.
Chipped away on the onside. Oh, a bit of soccer skills there.
Oh, Shahid.
Shahid Hansrod did well to keep that in play. Keeps it down to 2 runs. You will not see many diving around the boundary line at this age in the over 50s, but they will use their boot quite a lot in those ones next to the ropes. And I thought Shahid did really well to keep that in play.
Yeah, he stopped the 4 runs for sure.
So as we mentioned, quite a quick outfield here. But that's well bowled. That's where he needs to keep landing it, Rajesh.
This is his line to the left-hander. I think Rajesh has difficulty bowling against a left-hander. He brings the ball in and he doesn't know where to bowl slider. You keep the ball outside the off stump, it'd be much better than bringing it to their forehead.
Slightly short, gets away with it, Rajesh. That should have been punished for runs. Brian did well once again to stop that one. Doesn't matter how it comes as long as the runs are saved. Interesting passage of play here. Apish, they'll get a single. Oh! Now that went through, right through. That was poor fielding. That should have been stopped. 4 runs given away. Bowler Rakesh will be very disappointed with that effort.
It should be stopped. That's easy. Went through the hole. He wasn't not in the line of the ball.
See, he overran it.
Yeah, he absolutely overran it.
Sydney, the fielder. It's got him. That should have been taken. Unfortunately, a stumping has gone a begging, and that will run down to the boundary as well. 4 byes. Very, very unfortunate for Chauhan in this over. A misfield conceded a boundary. A stumping gone a begging. 4 runs are conceded. He was down right along. It was not the easiest of chances, I think, for the wicket keeper, because his view was covered by the batter coming down the track. But you would have thought that he would have probably got a bit of glove onto that one and had some chance. 24 done. We'll come back to that. 105 for 4.
I think we missed the stump chance here. I think that was a chance for the stumping, whether it went the wrong way.
Yeah, I think he didn't pick that one at all. Unfortunately, Kiran, behind the stumps, that was a vital, costly miss for Canada. They needed that because that partnership was going well. A few hiccups in the field, a misfield, and now a stumping.
2 fours for no reason.
2 fours for no reason, and that was a vital wicket that they needed. So they have to drag it back once again, as we mentioned. 106 for 4. West Indies going good. So a couple of wickets are badly needed here. They have to keep up the pressure. Bowl some dot deliveries. Keep piling on the pressure. Make the West Indies players do something different.
This is the time period. This is a crucial time period for us as a Canadian team, as bowlers, to bowl wicket to wicket and get a couple quick wickets before the game gets out of hand.
So tell us, Mr. Kirmani, how is things happening in Canada when it comes to Masters cricket? They'll pick up another single. Oh, come on. Another misfield. Canada losing it here a bit. This time it's Dion Huff. He got down, but just could not keep it in play. Did the hard yards, got to the ball, but unfortunately didn't get his body behind that one. Now these are simple things that are not going Canada's way. You feel for the bowlers because in these hot and humid conditions, you need the fielders backing you up, giving your best effort in the field. Once again, didn't get down, and he's considered a boundary.
I mean, you have to feel good. These are crucial runs, crucial time, and as a fielder, once you get down, you have to bend down to stop the ball. And as senior cricket in Canada, like you asked me, Ricky, we're trying our best to give opportunity to all our senior players. We have a lot of senior leagues that are playing over 40, over 50, over 60. We all play together, and we have a rule. Every team should have 4 players over 40, 3 players over 60, 3 players over 50. So mix up teams, balanced team, and we help each other out. So that's how we are running at senior cricket.
So there is a definite structure in place, as you say, and you all have a plan and looking at the future ahead as well.
Absolutely right. We have a 16 to 20 game season for a league, and it's 8 to 6 teams, and we play 2 games each to each other, and then playoffs and so on and so on.
That's wonderful to hear. It's a Nelson on the board, 111 for 4 at the moment. Oh, that's out. That looks dead.
No.
He says not out, sliding down the leg side.
What's going on the leg side?
Probably turned a bit too much from Kweza. 25 done, 111 for 4.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
So the IMC Over-50s World Cup up and running since the 9th of February, going on to the 23rd of February in venues across Colombo and the suburbs in Pusa in Bandaragama. Games here today at the Coles, at the MCA, CCC, as well down in Mount Lavinia at St. Thomas's College. So many games happening, and the veterans, the over-50s from 14 countries, are part of this tournament, and officials from overseas as well. They're all enjoying the game, enjoying the cricket, enjoying the weather conditions. And it has, we have seen some very good cricket. We have seen a couple of centurions already in the tournament, some excellent bowling performances, and some very nail-biting close games as well. So cricket is going on really well. So Rakesh will continue his 2 overs for 7. He had a rather unlucky last over, should have had a wicket against his name, but unfortunately things haven't gone their way for Canada. Hoping for a better over this time. Again takes it on the full. Similar start to the last over, where he played it down towards wide long on and got a single. So the left hand, Dayal is looking to use his feet against the left arm spinner.
Rakesh, like I said, Ricky, he has a problem bowling against the left-hander. He doesn't know where to bowl to the left-hander. He just comes in and glides the ball. He needs to know exactly, precisely how to bowl to the left-hander. Okay. No, Rakesh has bowled really well. Right-hander is really good. And hits the ball up in the air. And 1 run.
Yes, sir. So it's good to see the Canadian team enjoying their outing. And so we have heard rumors that Canada will probably host the next over 60 World Cup in Canada. So that's good news for you veterans and for Canadian cricket, isn't it?
That's right. We are hosting 2026 World Cup. We already have promised by the IMC. So we're looking forward to working with them.
It's a good news to all Canada cricket lovers, players, officials, grounds, everybody alike. I'm sure there are a few people watching this game live stream. I know our colleague Nava, who is unfortunately not here. He's been watching this game quite eagerly. There are probably other family, friends watching from Canada. You could send them a message.
Yes, I want to say everybody, hi everybody, and coming live from Sri Lanka. It's a beautiful weather, beautiful wicket here, and I'm sure you guys watching the game on TV. It's a good day to play cricket over here, and enjoy the game.
Two more deliveries left in this 26th over. Outside the off stump. This is good bowling. He's telling Dayal, come and hit me if you want to. Try and come down the wicket. He's not bowling on the stumps. He's keeping it away from Dayal. Making the batter do the hard work. So this is good thinking by Chauhan. And he's been consistent in this over outside the off stump.
That's the line he needs to bowl. Right
Yes,
there,
very
right?
well bowled.
Very bold.
Okay, so there you go, 26 done, Mr. Farooq Kirmani. Thank you
Thank
for
you very
joining us for those few overs. Amidst your busy schedule in the dressing room, hopefully we'll be on here sooner than late as well. And good luck to Canada in this game.
Thank you, Ricky, and thank you for inviting me.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Right, so 113 runs on the board for the loss of 4 wickets now. We're in the 26th over. They are going on well. 36 off 51 for him, and Sumer 8 of 13. So Khazir back with the ball in hand, was quite good with the ball. 2 wickets for 30 runs to bowl his 8th over. An interesting passage of plays in it. Dasanka, these middle overs are extremely crucial.
These are 45 over matches. So like you said, this passage of play is so important for all the teams, both of the teams.
Still the game hanging in balance at the moment. The West Indies 114. I'm sure they'll try to look for anything above 200, which will give them that advantage when they come on to bowl. But looking into the past results on this pitch, or rather at this venue here at the MCA, the team's batting second. They've chased down totals with quite ease. But the important thing is those totals were anything around 150. So anything around 150, the team's batting second, or rather teams batting second were able to chase those targets down quite easily, losing just 3 or 4 wickets with plenty of overs to spare. So I'm sure West Indies would try to break that rhythm here at the MCA Grounds and to put up a good total, anything about 200. Oh, that just hit straight into the West Indies batter.
Dayal on 37 has been the anchor of West Indian team so far. Given a wide. Apart from the extras, these bowlers have managed to bowl with discipline.
Yeah, the economy hasn't really popped out. But now this time it goes down the ground. Not much power behind that shot from there, but still gets a single. It was up in there for some time, but both the fielders mid-on, or rather long on and long off in position. No chance for them. It was a mistimed shot from there. So the run rate has been quite consistent right around that. Now that's a good powerful strike there from Sumer. And just enough to get it all the way towards the boundary line. Much needed boundaries for West Indies. Just a touch too short from the bowler. And Sumer was quickly onto it. Just rocked back onto his back foot and played it with such power. It went all the way towards the boundary line with ease. 122 for now. West Indies for 4. This time down the ground. And has it gone all the way for a 6? Yes, it has. Here we go. The confirmation from the umpire. So 10 runs from 2 deliveries now. And Sumer, or rather it was Dayal, if I'm not mistaken. Or Sumer, is it? It's just a punch, a really good strike down the ground. A good swing of the bat, a complete swing. And it goes all the way for a 6. 27 overs done, 1-8 for 4 now, West Indies.
Four and a 6 to end the last over by Sumer. West Indies moved up to 1-8 for 4. Now the Canadian skipper Raj Dure is turning out to his most economical bowler today. That is Ahmed. Pardon, that's Rakesh Chauhan. Has only conceded 9 runs off his 3 overs. He has been targeting the greenish patches around the batsman.
Now the intentions are quite clear from the West Indies side. That's good running between the wickets. The wicket keeper asking the question from the leg umpire, but the batter home safely. So the intentions, as I mentioned earlier, are quite clear from the West Indies side. They're trying to get those runs in quick time. Whenever the opportunity is presented, that has been their game plan right from the start, getting those boundaries whenever there's an opportunity. And that is exactly what we've seen from Dayal and Sumer as well. Now moves up to 20 of just 17 deliveries. 13 fours and a couple of sixes in the innings for West Indies. So they've been scoring bulk of their runs with the boundaries. And you did mention about the run rate, Asanka. The current run rate stands at 4.72. So that has been consistent right from the start. They've been able to maintain that run rate in between 5 and 4.5 runs per over throughout these innings consistently. So that means the runs are coming as they've lost 4 wickets, but the runs have come in quite steadily, quite consistently. And I feel like the platform has been set by this West Indies top order for the rest of the batters to come in and get those quick runs on board, especially in the last few overs. Now this time an inside out, and it through the offside. Might not run away for a boundary. A couple of runs there, just lost his momentum completely. The ball, not much power behind that shot. He lost his shape, Sumer. He was, the idea was right. He was targeting that region, this covers region, to get it all the way towards the boundary line. But he lost his shape midway through that shot, and that completely blasted the momentum. A couple of runs anyway for Sumer. 22 of 18 now.
They were 88 for 4 when Sumer arrived at the crease. Again, he goes over the top of the offside. 1 run. And since his arrival at the crease, he was able to keep up with the pace that the West Indians needed.
We've seen some really good fielding efforts from the Canadian team, especially the ground fielding, using their feet as well quite well and stopping those some certain boundaries. Right, so last ball of this over. A good use of the feet from there has been the highlight of this innings from him so far. 40 of just 57 deliveries has been quite good. and anchoring the innings. So 28 overs done, 133 for 4.
West Indies 133 for 4. After 28 overs, they are playing the anchor role. 40 off 57, a brilliant innings. And Sumer at the other end, being the aggressor, going for the big shots.
Looks like there's a bowling change from the Canadians. Not so far, as you correctly mentioned, Asanka. These two batters putting up a good partnership, playing according to a plan. At the same time, I think we've had some brief partnerships right from the start for West Indian team. And one thing to notice is that whenever there's a partnership, there was this batter was more comfortable in defending the ball and getting these ones and twos. But at the other end, they had an aggressor, one who could, play a big shot whenever he wanted to, whenever the opportunity is presented. So getting those boundaries, getting those fours and sixes in with ease in quick time. So that has been the highlight of the West Indies time. I think West Indies innings, and I think they've been able to put up this score of 133 in just 28 overs, thanks to that strategy that they've been using right from the start. And that strategy is what we're seeing right now as well. They're just anchoring the innings, because his presence out in the middle will be crucial for the West Indies. So he needs to bat these 45 overs, and that'll help West Indies to get to that desired total of anything above 200. But at the other end, Sumer, 23 of 19, getting those sixes, getting those fours in line. This time down the leg side, be just a single onto the pads.
It's Hansrod who took the first 2 wickets of the West Indies inning. Is operating from the commentary box and from the other end, actually.
Yeah, onto the pads once again. Easily tucked away for a single onto the onside. So there's no bowling change now, so it's Hansrod who's been brought back to bowl this 7th over. 2 for 21, I think he bowled extremely well. With the new ball, he was brilliant, just taking the ball away from the batter onto the batter. Depends on the left and right hand combination, which Canada had West Indies had right from the start. Been able to adjust quite well. And bowled those deliveries right outside the off stump in that corridor of uncertainty against these batters just outside the off stump, that 4th to 5th stump area. Has been called a no ball. So a free hit on offer.
Was that because of the fielding positions?
Must be a fielding blunder there. Look at the expressions from the bowlers and the wicket-keeper. There we go. Just too many fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So a free hit on offer for Sumer. He's already struck a 6 and a 4 in the previous over, one before that. And now he's got a chance again. Oh, just a hint of swing away from the batter. And Sumer lost an opportunity there.
Tries to hammer it. A slight breeze across the ground right now.
Now this time, asking the question, the wicket-keeper was quite convinced, but maybe there was a leading edge coming into play. That was a good delivery. Hansrod has been quite good in terms of bowling to the right-handers. bringing that ball in.
Kept a bit low as well. Hansrod continuing what he has been doing all these overs since morning.
Now that time Sumer was a bit too early to the shot, so hitting that bottom part of the edge, couldn't get it away. Back offside field for him, and that's the end of the over. 29 overs done, 135 for 4 for West Indies.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams...
Oh, that has been at the end of the over. One more delivery being bowled. So now it's 29 overs. 135 for 4 now, West Indies.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
$135 for 4. West Indies put into bat by the opposite skipper, Brian Rajdure. They have got the foundation that they wanted. 16 more overs to go. Can they capitalize on it? That's the big question.
Here the current run rate stands at around 5 runs per over. So we've got 16 more overs remaining, which means going at this rate, they will add anything about 70-80 runs. So that'll get them past the 200 run mark. But I'm sure, given that they're in a really good position, it'll be shame if they end up anything around 200, 210, 15. So I'm sure they're trying to hit that 230. 240 mark. That can be done if they can reach up to that maybe 6.5, 7 runs per over. That will get them to that desired total of anything around 230, 240. That's a long way to go. Now down the ground, he came down the track a bit. Oh, it's taken. It's taken just like that, and Dayal has to depart for 41. Oh, that's a good catch, isn't it? Not the easiest of the catches. He had to cover some ground, but he did that quite perfectly. And Chauhan in his 5th over. A tossed-up delivery. Came down the track. Most of the shots that were played down the ground cleared the boundary with quite ease. But this time, Roberts taking a really good catch in the deep. And just like that, Asanka, the 5th wicket goes down. And now, once again, Canada in this game, as they've been throughout this morning, picking up those wickets in regular intervals. And Dayal, he's gone for 41 off 60. A good innings, an innings which anchored West Indies innings. But now he has to depart. So 135 for 5 for West Indies now.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 21 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
The captain comes to the crease. Zamin Amin, the captain of the West Indies. This Canadian team pumped up. They are back in this game. West Indies was kind of cruising. Like Oshida said, they were targeting around 200, more than 200. This is Zamin Amin, the captain.
48-run partnership between Dayal and Sumer. If I'm not mistaken, 48. We'll wait for the official confirmation, and it's been a really good partnership which really took West Indies back into this game. But now, half the side back in the pavilion, 135 for 5. And Canada, just like that, they're back in this game. Now the important thing for Canada is not to let West Indies to regroup and, to play these last 15 overs with ease. Zamin Amin is the new batter in.
Dayal went down as the 5th wicket, who was the anchor of the West Indian batting lineup.
I think he did his part really well in terms of getting those boundaries and at the same time getting the scoreboard ticking. And for the time period he was out there in the middle, West Indies never lacked runs. The ones and twos were always there. The scoreboard was ticking. So that's a good on part of there. Another tossed up delivery.
They're on the attack. A slip brought in. And with a packed offside field.
A quick single. Not to be. Oh, confusion. Almost a 6 with almost a 6th wicket. A bit of confusion between the two batters. The non-striker wanted the single, but Zamin Amin was right there quickly telling his partner. Things would have been really interesting if that throw from the fielder was right on the spot, but not to be. Quick single this time. Gets it. Really good from Zamin Amin. Another early call from him. This time, it's a big yes from him. And he gets a single.
Amin off the mark. Now, what would be the plan from Sumer? He was targeting the boundaries. This is the quick run. Nicely communicated between the batsmen.
Oh, now through the covers. Has that gone all the way for a boundary? Oh, yes, it has. That was powerfully struck. It was right in there for Sumer to play that shot. It was a full toss outside the off stump. He just swung his bat. And just as it was all throughout this morning, this time around as well, he just pierces the gap really well and he goes all the way for the boundary. For a moment, I thought the fielder in the covers region stopped that, but just too powerful there from Sumer. He is just going to continue. That's a good ball to wrap things up in this over. 30 overs now done. And West Indies 140 for the loss of 5 wickets.
140 for 5 after 30 as West Indies look to capitalize on the start that they've got. They've lost a couple of quick wickets which would concern them a little bit. And joining me in the comm box is a very, very exciting individual who is also part of the over-50s team traveling here for the World Cup. Mr. Basil, very warm welcome to you for the comm box.
Thank you very much, my brother John. It's a pleasure to be here in your commentary box in this wonderful atmosphere of cricket. And it's a beautiful ground. And I like to urge all people around this territory to come out and watch this World Cup, West Indies versus Canada.
West Indies did have one of their star players, who just got out shortly for 41 runs. He did put up a really good partnership eventually, but you would have preferred if you could try and get him to go in for that big score, isn't it? It's always better, but plenty of batting to come, and 15 overs in their arsenal is going to be an interesting one.
Yes, we from the West Indies point of view, we would like more building of partnership into the middle wicket there, but unfortunately they get going and they get out. But we have the very experienced Amin Zamin. He's the captain, and he's a very, very experienced batsman, and he will like to build that innings with Sumir and take us to a favorable good total to give Canada to defend.
Yes, Sumir currently 27 off 26 deliveries, better than run a ball, so that's encouraging for Amin as well. He doesn't have to go out and out. What would be the ideal score that West Indies will be looking at to try and put in this first innings, given that they are currently at 140?
We were looking to put in a score of 215. Because in this World Cup we lost against India yesterday and we win against South Africa, and we were looking to step up our net run rate of the tournament to be in that four zone area, so we can go on one day at a time.
There's always the best approach, one day at a time, isn't it? As Canada, on the other hand, looking to go on the charge. That struck well. The full toss struck well and finds the boundary. Amin, the skipper, making it look easy. Was it
well, it's not Zamin Amin, is Sumir, and he's a very attacking batsman. He lives in the same country that I live. We all play local big man cricket in Guyana.
Yes. Oh, that's a close one. And given. Hansard strikes, and the dangerous man Sumir, after dispatching Hansard for a boundary, has to depart. Missed the line. May have thought, first glance I thought it would have gone down leg side, but then up I thought otherwise.
Yes, I saw the two stumps, so I think that he was drifting a bit down the left side, but the umpire is the final say of that decision. If we can look at that slow motion, we can probably see where the ball was diverting to.
Sumir departs for 31, and that's the end of the over number 31 as well. West Indies 145 for 6.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
To the middle, 32nd over of the game as we look at West Indies looking to go and finish strong in this last phases of this game.
Well, Powell is a very hard-hitting batsman. For the past 2 matches, he stepped up the arcing rate for the West Indies. We're hoping that he will bat good here and get us to the favourite total of 215.
Absolutely. I think now West Indies will be looking to try and get to that 200-run mark. Yeah. That will be the first hurdle. And then build from there. You have two to 3 overs after you reach the 200. If you can build up from there, if you have wickets in hand, you'll be looking to go past that 215.
Yes, we think that we have to get up to the 200 mark, and unfortunately, from information we gather from the Canada team, they are lost too. So we have the upper hands to bowling at a very cheap rate, but this glorious game of cricket can change in any direction on a given day.
Spoken like an absolute true cricketer. Cricket is a very funny game and can change in a matter of a couple of deliveries, and that's what makes this game absolutely beautiful and keeps bringing us back to the game as Rocky continues. Rocky Chauhan in his 6th over, 19 for 1. The stumbling block for the West Indies Over-50s has been the fact that there have been a couple of wickets always falling when they are set and are looking to attack. They've lost wicket, and that rebuilding phase takes a couple of overs, and that slowed down the pace of scoring.
Yes, my brother John. When we start to build a partnership, then the wicket falls. We need to occupy the crease more and go on and make to score individual big score and get your team in a favorable good position to defend a target that you set.
A shout, there was no bat involved, but that one was definitely not going to hit the wickets. Very ambitious shout from the Canadian fielders, who will try and appeal for everything that comes their way. There was a big reach out by the batsman as well, which would have definitely put a big doubt in the mind of the umpire.
Yes, that's outside the off stump. But John, in Sri Lanka here, it's more includes the spinning aspect of bowling, and most of the big man cricket, because of the age, you will not see genuine fast bowling. You might see some seam bowling, but most in this tournament will have spin. What's your opinion on the Sri Lankan soil?
Yes, in the subcontinent, especially in Sri Lanka. Oh, that's a shot, and that's given. Chauhan gets his man, and the West Indian skipper has to depart, caught behind. Let's take a look at this. That was outside of playing for a delivery that's turning away from him. Gets a slight edge, walks away to indicate to the umpire that there was no touch on my bat, sir. But Amin is not happy, but he has to depart. That's the 7th wicket down for West Indies. 32nd over, West Indies 145 for 7.
Well, we have still a number over to bat, and I think that ball spin away, and he was playing to play a drive and take the outer edge into the wicket keeper. I think if he was getting on the front foot, it would be a more chance to drive the ball into the covers. So West Indies are a bit set back here, a 145 for 7. They need to bat well to make 200.
So coming back to the question that you posed to me, I think the subcontinent and also the Sri Lankan wickets are more suitable for the spinners. So that's going to be very encouraging for a lot of the Masters cricketers who are taking part in this competition, over 50 cricketers who are taking part in the conditions, and Sri Lankan bowlers, as you may know, a lot of the spinners that come out from Sri Lanka tend to be very successful in world cricket as well. Doesn't mean that we do have our fast bowlers. We do have a couple of the fast bowlers who have gone on to do some brilliant stuff. My personal favorite, my favorite bowler to come out of Sri Lanka, Chaminda Was. Absolute brilliant left arm bowler. Unfortunately, we don't see him in this competition.
Well, when the World Cup played, the 2020 World Cup played in the Caribbean, Chaminda Was bowled at our national stadium in Guyana, and he did get a hat trick. I know him. He swings the ball very well, and on that track is just like a flat track, like the Sri Lankan track. So that condition would have been nice and suitable at Chaminda Was and the Sri Lankan team. But you have great spinner Mendes, Molitaran. They spin the ball real good, and he's a world top class spinner.
As I think being fellow islanders, most Sri Lankans, most times they're not big supporters of West Indian cricket. If Sri Lanka is of course not playing against West Indies, I think that's a country that we are very happy to support. And most recently, I think Darren has been one of those players who have been very, very popular in Sri Lanka, has a big following in Sri Lanka. I'm not mentioning the obvious names of Chris Gayle, who is loved world over, but I think Sammy has I have a personal bias as well. I met him when they won the World Cup. They broke our hearts when they won the T20 World Cup against Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka. But we were happy that it was West Indies and nobody else.
Thank you very much, my brother. We always played good cricket in the Caribbean, and that's great. When I look at the clippings when Chandrapal was the last over, and he bat with Suleiman Ben, he get run out. I think Jayawardena run him out, and then Chandrapal had to get 10 runs in 2 ball, and he pulled off that magnificent victory. That's a memory of West Indian cricket. And you know, Chandrapal, he is a stroke maker, and Chris Gayle is also a very good one-day batsman in 2020 World Cricket.
And I think while we engaged with doing a little bit of commentary, you can't look away from the great commentators of the Caribbean descent who have done absolutely wonders when it comes to the com box. Some names, if we mention Michael Holding, comes right on top, isn't it? And he's Ian Bishop and Michael Holdings, two men who really redefined, because the moment you hear their voices, you know it's them.
Yes, I would like to add on that list Tony Koja. Yeah. Tony Koja, the man who described the game so wonderful, like the smallest child in the ground will, or on the radio or television We'll listen to the voice of Tony Koja, Michael Holin. We have some more commentator because the CPL and also other franchise cricket that play in the Caribbean, you have all grounds in the Caribbean, you have to get commentator. You have Darren Ganga, Ian Bishop, you have the leg spinner from Trinidad, Badri, and other commentators, right? Well, you know, the people that love the game of cricket, some people becomes coach, some becomes umpire, some becomes scorer, and some becomes commentator. So I hope in that if I leave the game, I will be able to do one of the aspects to give back to the younger people then in our countries and society.
Oh, I think by the looks of it and how you handle the mic, I think commentary is not far away from you. As we take a look at how the wickets fell for West Indies, Canada managing to pick up 7 wickets of the West Indies. They managed to keep picking away at the wickets, which has really hampered the scoring rate of West Indies. That was a big shot. We thought it was going all the way, but that was a very good catch indeed.
My brother John, despite we talking about spinning wicket in Sri Lanka here, we see a lot of grass track, and the moisture contents of the wicket it grips between the grass, and that make the ball divert to the spinning conditions. But when we look at this wicket out here is two pace, because some part of the wicket have grass and some have the earth. So if the ball pitch between the grass, it go through, and if the ball pitched on the mud, it slows up. So we got to look at that strategy of how we prepare our territory for different conditions, especially if you're a home team, to win a series or win a competition.
That's absolutely spot on. I think adapting and acclimatizing to the conditions is absolutely important, and it's going to decide how far you go in a competition as well, like you mentioned. Although I think what's important also in this innings is the fact that yes, you take a look at the surfers, you decide, okay, 215 is going to be a very good mark, but like you mentioned, since the wicket is a little too paced, and there is that variation that troubles the batsman, sometimes if you can set the target, reanalyze and set the target up to 180, 190, get in your bowlers to do that magic. That should be big as well, because always runs on board puts pressure on the batting team, batting second. Rocky to continue, and he has been one of the most successful bowlers of the Canadian side. He's gathered up 3 wickets for 27 after 8.3 overs into his final over.
My brother, when we were batting the seam bowling from the Canadian perspective, our West Indian batsmen were playing more free on driving the ball and get runs, but now the slower bowler is gripping against the West Indies. So I think this wicket, after making analysis of it, we will suit spin in the afternoon session.
Well, that brings me to your team list. Do tell me who are the spinners that we can keep an eye out on. Who are the players that will be very important to West Indies to try and make the ball talk with spin?
Well, we have a number of spinner in our squad, and we have the Zamin Amin. He's a left-arm orthodox, and we have Suresh Pasar, who bowled very well in the match between South Africa and West Indies. He get 3 quick wickets and bring back the match. And then we have Ishwar, and that's a big hit.
That's a maximum. And some of you who had parked on that area would have gotten a little concerned, but that's a big one. Welcome boundary for West Indies, going for a maximum. And Howell, when he walked in,
He is a very good striker of the ball. He, of course, he come from the island of Barbados, and you know Barbados, just like Gordon Grange and Desmond Haynes, they like to hit the ball very hard. So I hope that he continue where he left off yesterday, and he will put West Indies into a favorable, good score that we can defend.
West Indies now 154. However, like you mentioned, that will be crucial to West Indies getting an important score. No problem there. The leg was planted. It did not move. As we come to the end of the over, West Indies 154 for the loss of 7.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Well, a seamer back into the attack. That's going to be... that would have piqued the interest of the two batters in the middle. Like Basil mentioned, West Indian batters were a little more comfortable with seam bowling. But let me talk to you about being part of this competition, IMC Over-50s World Cup. It's never easy, isn't it? Because most of you are involved in your own businesses, own careers, the larger families that you have to take care of, but still finding time for that passion, that's the fire within you to take part in this beautiful game. How do you do that? How there must be a lot of people who work tirelessly to put this team together.
Okay, Brother John, the brainchild of this cricket is Raj Singh.
Or taking the aerial route that time.
Yes, John. Raj Singh. He is our manager. He's the brainchild of the master cricket in the West Indies. And then we played a lot of cricket in the Caribbean at different territory, Barbados, Trinidad, Guyana, Jamaica, and so on. And we played at the local cricket. Then we go to the regional cricket. Last year, we played a tournament in Barbados with the best out of the country, and then we select this West Indies over-50 team. So our structure in the big man cricket, the master team, is well structured in the Caribbean.
That's brilliant to hear and brilliant to note, and especially given the fact that unlike most of the other nations, it's a little more complicated and difficult logistically for the Caribbeans as well, because there are a lot of islands that come together to form this West Indies team.
Yes, we are not in one country as a whole that you can drive, but different islands. You have to fly with aircraft to reach to different territory in the Caribbean. If you follow at the international scene where cricketers go and play at test and one-day level, they fly from different areas to areas. So it is structured that you play in your own country, and then we select the best out of those to play the regional tournament.
Yet again, Howell getting underneath it, but doesn't find the timing that he was looking for.
Drop.
He's turned Siraj away because that was too risky of a run to take. That brings us to the end of the 35th over. Basil, it has been an absolute pleasure chatting with you. I hope that I'll be able to try and get you back for a little chat again, and hopefully at that time West Indies will be on the up.
It's a pleasure, John, to be with you. I'm a very nice friend now, and it's a pleasure being to you. I would like to say it's a pleasure being here also in Sri Lanka. Wonderful people, wonderful grounds, and we hope that all the teams in the big man cricket in this World Cup do well, and they can make their flag fly high.
West Indies won 5-7 for 7 after 35 overs. Siraj on 4 and Howell on 8 of 7 balls. Captain Rajdure takes up the bowling. Good afternoon, Adil.
Good afternoon, Asanka. Short and wide. First delivery itself from the captain Brian Rajdure. Cut away. Much needed boundary for West Indies. Score moves on to 161. I think they're still in a spot of bother. Probably they'll be looking for a score of at least 200 from this point because at the toss the captain said they will be happy with a score of 225 to 250. Seems like they are a bit far away from where they want to be.
They are almost on the run rate, but what's troubling them is wickets. The number of wickets have fallen. Again, no bounce.
Once again, short and wide, but this time Siraj thought it would be called a wide, left it alone. So even though they've lost 7 wickets, the 2 batters out there don't look like tail enders. So there's still hope for them.
And they don't look like over 40s, over 50s at least.
Most of them, Asanka. So I think age is just a number.
Siraj looks to be a good runner between the wickets. And Howell.
This time it's given a wide, but probably not the best of bowling from the Canadian captain. Most of the deliveries have been short and wide. Luckily, it was put away just for only 1 boundary. This time much fuller.
Last ball of the 36th over. Tossed up, but right in the block hole. No run. 36 gone, 163 for 7.
So Asanka, you said Siraj seems to be very quick between the wickets. We just noticed in the official team card given out by West Indies, in Prince, there is a name Sporty within brackets after his name. So I think that's what they call him.
Yeah, on his jersey even. As you can see, it's not his name, it's Sporty. This is Sporty pulling. And that's a boundary as we speak about him.
It was not very short, just short, but it was really quick to go down on his knees and pull it away for a boundary. He was quick. He was quick. He's definitely quick. Not just between the wickets, but when it comes to picking the length, adjusting his postures, and picking the ball as well.
Any of you are watching, this is the level of over-50s World Cup. One more single.
Easy for Sporty. Just get bat on ball, drop it. It doesn't matter if it shouldn't be always into a gap. He could just drop it straight to a fielder and even complete a run. He's that quick for in this level. And let's not forget, all the fielders are also over 50s. So Sporty is definitely having an advantage.
And the fielding efforts by the Canadians should be appreciable. Especially Sydney Roberts. He took a brilliant catch at the long off. Here goes Howell. Oh, as we praise them, does the mistake.
Commentators curse Asanka. We just said good about the Canadian fielding effort. The next ball itself, there is a fumble. Should have been stopped. Nevertheless, valuable runs for West Indies.
That's Chauhan, who was the culprit.
Probably tired legs after a lot of bowling.
Here comes Panchabe.
So Ahmed Panchabe is back for his. He's in his 7th over. Unfortunately, didn't pick up any wickets. Hansrod picked up 3, Chauhan picked up 2, and Aftab Kausar picked up 2 as well.
End of the 37th over, 172 for 7. This is a West Indies batting effort today. Hiralal and Shahadio started off things well actually. Shahadio being the aggressor, scored 18. Then Maraj and Dayal made a little partnership. Dayal being the anchor, made 41 of 60. Brilliant innings. Then Sumer did the role of a pinch hitter.
2 sixes and 3 boundaries for Sumer in his knock of 31 in just 31 deliveries. Skipper Zamin was dismissed for just 1 run, and it's been Stephen Howell and Surendra Siraj alias Sporty so far doing the recovery job for West Indies from 145 for 7 to 173 for 7. So going good so far, this partnership, adding some valuable runs.
Oh, tries to heave and straight onto the wicket. That's the 8th wicket down for West Indies. They are in deep trouble.
How does commentators curse hit twice in just 2 overs, Asanka? It was first you, now it's me. I think this is more costly for West Indies than that misfield for Canada.
Absolutely. Stephen Howell just made 12. West Indies 173 for 8.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
So the new batsman at number 9 is Farid Hussain for West Indies, and this is Canada's bowling effort. Hansrud has definitely been the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 28 in 9 overs. That's his quota done. And Khaisir and Chauhan picked 2 wickets apiece. Apart from that, Uday Selvan was really good with the new ball. Unfortunately, no wickets. Punch Bear, 7 overs, just 25 runs. And Rajadure just picked up a wicket. And that bottom line, 24 extras. I think that would be a problem if it comes to that in the second innings. So probably a great boost for West Indies, because they couldn't get going much in this game, lost wickets regularly. But these 24 extras, it's not 10, it's not 15, it's 24.
That's 4 overs right there. This is Farid Hussain, the new batsman for West Indies. Still a fair amount of overs to go. Still on the 38th over.
A lot will be expected from Siraj, the settled batsman currently out in the middle. So I think Farid Hussain's role should be to anchor or to be the strike rotator. As soon as he gets a strike, give the strike back to Siraj. Brian seems to have found his groove again. So he was a bit wavered when he started with short and wide deliveries. Now he's getting the ball to loop. And has sorted length. Picked up a wicket as well. Wicket. Good ball to end the over. That's the 38th, 173 for 8, West Indies.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with
didn't get to the line of the ball, I guess, at that point. But that's his length. The length just short. It's quick to rock back and pull, but this time, as I said, playing down the wrong line.
But as you said, the length is no different from the previous ball. Punjab has been economical throughout this innings. On his 8th over, only given 25 runs.
I think that was very close. Fortunately for Siraj, it didn't take the edge of the bat, but it was definitely close.
Should have got his man.
Once again keeping low. So think the wicket starting to dry up and not offer enough bounce. Will this be like good signs for West Indies, because they'll be happy seeing that?
Good signs for the West Indian bowlers.
Yes, exactly, bowlers. And with a low score, this would definitely help them.
So looking at this, you would prefer 200. 200 would be more than par.
That's 26 runs from here. They've got 6 more overs left after this ball. Definitely possible if Siraj stays on.
They've got 2 wickets left. Nicely flicks off for a single. That's Hossain getting off the mark. West Indies 175 for 8.
So Raj Dure for his third over. Flighted delivery. So Farid Hussain in his last 2 deliveries has been very prompt to work the single. I think that's his role at this point of time, given the situation where West Indies find themselves.
Raj Dure could have introduced himself a lot before, a lot earlier.
The keeper was excited, but I think by the looks of it, there was a lot of daylight between bat and ball. It's a closer look at it. Flighted as usual. Definitely missing the bat. That's the first shot of aggression from Siraj since the last wicket. Fell short. Completes 2 runs. Or is it just 1 run? It's just 1 run, not even 2.
Raj Dure comes again. Oh, good ball, but pitching outside leg stump. You can't be given out. But a good ball.
That surprised everyone. That was almost a seam-up delivery. From loopy leg spinners to very quickish seam-up from Brian Rajadure. Definitely foxed the batsman. Unfortunately for Brian, it pitched outside the leg stump.
Why didn't he introduce himself earlier with all these variations that he has?
Why? I think only he knows the answer.
End of the 40th over, West Indies 177 for 8.
Final 5 overs of the West Indian innings, and having a chat with Basil from the West Indian team. They are looking, their first hurdle used to look at 200 runs. They were targeting 215. But 177 for 8. I think the biggest obstacle in the way of them getting the 215 are the wickets in hand.
Yeah, already 8 wickets down, and you got 5 more overs remaining. 177 runs. Will surely look to get to that 200-run mark first, and then beyond that, anything beyond 200 runs would be sort of a bonus for West Indies. So Siraj on 17 of 27 and Hussain on 2 of 8 try to bat through these 5 overs. And I think Canada, though they've given away some runs in those middle overs, I think they've picked up wickets in regular intervals and didn't allow these West Indian batters to form up any sort of partnership, especially in those middle overs. So they've been quite good at picking up those wickets in regular intervals. And already 8 down. We'll try to wrap things up quickly here.
So I think the Canadian spinners have done really well, despite going for some runs. They've done really well. It's the pacers who the West Indians took a big liking to. Yet again, as we speak,
the slowness. Yeah, the slowness of these conditions here at the MCA Grounds certainly helped the spinners. Especially, you see this particular delivery didn't really reach out to the batter as the batter would have liked it to. So it was holding up a bit. This time punched away, and there's protection in the deep. Almost a fumble. Oh, I think it touched the ground. Yeah, there we go. It touched the boundary line. So a boundary, a good effort in the deep, but still couldn't prevent that ball from hitting that boundary line.
Overran it. The batter managing to get underneath it, and I think that's not going to be for very pleasant viewing. He will not want to look at that again.
Well, boundary at the right time for West Indies. The score goes up to 181 now. Siraj moves up to 21. They're asking the question this time. Nothing there from the umpire. That particular delivery from Kasir, the previous one before the previous delivery, it was a touch too short, but a bit quicker as well. But Siraj picked it up quite well. 2 for 49 for Kasir. That's been quite brilliant.
Problem for the West Indians have been some of their batters getting good starts, haven't been able to make that big one, isn't it? They are most impressive in this game. They all got 41 runs, but there wasn't a single batter who went past that 50-run mark and then making it big for the West Indians. As they go in search yet again, beautifully struck by a Siraj. Seems to, despite coming down the order, seems to be with a very good touch, Siraj.
Yeah, these are valuable runs for West Indies. Siraj just using the pace of the delivery, just gliding it away from the field, and knew exactly where the fielder was positioned and was careful enough to play it away from him. And a couple of boundaries in this over. Oh, that ball just kept low and was just missing the off stump. A bit lucky there, Siraj.
I think this over is basically a testament to how two-paced this wicket is, isn't it? One ball bounces up, comes up at you, and the very next ball keeps so very low. So the spinners, the slower bowlers, are going to be an absolute handful. West Indian spinners will be licking their fingers because come the second innings, it's going to get even more slower. That we know as a fact, and that's going to be the wicket. Siraj will have to depart, stepping out of the crease, and it's kept low yet again.
Yeah, once again the slowness and the ball just kept low, and the batter coming down the track had no idea whatsoever. Siraj looked good for his 25 runs, but now he has to depart, and it's 9 down. Surendra Siraj is gone for 25 of 33. Now West Indies 185 for 9.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
185 for 9 now. The last man walks out to the middle for West Indies. They're desperately in need of getting closer to that 200 run mark, just 15 runs away. But Canada once again doing their thing. The spinners coming in handy in these conditions. Once again a very slowish delivery from Kaisir, and the slowness of the conditions combined it and made it difficult for him. He came down the track trying to go for a big shot, which was the need of the hour for West Indies, but good work behind the stumps.
Well, if you ask me, I think the need of the hour for the West Indians now is to make sure that they bat their quota of overs. They need to make sure that they bat the next 4 overs to try and get as many runs as they possibly can, because otherwise you're going to look back and think, what if?
Definitely, you don't need to be in that position in the second innings. So every run matters at this stage for the West Indies Over-50s. Vijay Sionarine comes out to bat, the last man in for the West Indies Over-50s. Can he just play out some shots here? Get close to that 200 run mark. West Indies Over-50s in desperate need of some quick runs here. Hossain 2 of 8. He has given the fair share of striking to Siraj at the other end, but now with him being dismissed, a lot of responsibility on Hossain.
Rajadhara into the attack for his 4th over. 1 for 9 has been economical. So Canada will be hoping that he can close this innings off. Flighted delivery that time. Only a single.
We've seen some flighted deliveries, some tossed up deliveries, bringing up wickets for the Canadian spinners. Kaisir especially was not afraid to float it up, to give a bit more air and toss it up. That sort of enticed the batters to come down the track, play it up to the front foot, but just crawling down and hitting those stumps. This time a much flatter delivery from Rajadhara, a leg spin. He's picked up a wicket, bowled well so far. In just 3.2 overs, given away 10 runs. It's been pretty economical. Almost all the spinners from Canadians have been really good. That time
spin on offer. Brian Rajadhara getting some spin.
Just enough spin to beat that outside edge.
Sionarine will need to make sure that he's careful.
Oh, was that necessary? But surely the batter was covering the stumps, was he? They're not happy, obviously. A punch right at the bowler. Ooh. That was a bit harsh there, isn't it?
Let's see how he responds to it. Sionarine is sedated. Didn't appreciate the charge at him, but what the bowler would have expected is for him to try and go after the bowling, but he's sedated. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Keeping it very cool and calm out there. That's down the leg side.
Big white.
Yep, there we go. Confirmation from the umpires. The two on-field umpires had a pretty busy day out there. At the middle, John Holland and Martin Whale. The two on-field umpires for today's match. The West Indies Over-50s versus Canada Over-50s. This time a much better delivery from Rajadhara. Very slow through the air as well. But just not enough space for Hossain to work with that particular delivery. Right, so 42 overs done. 3 more overs to go. 187 for 9 West Indies Over-50s.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Right, so just 3 overs remaining for the West Indies to make it count here at the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds. Look at the current run rate, which stands at 4.45 runs per over. That has been the story right from the start. The Canadian spinners, especially in those middle overs, I think they did well with the ball after electing to bowl first. What the Canadian skipper did mention is that they don't have a clear idea as to what sort of a target they would want to set with the bat if they are to bat first. So that really gave them the option to bowl first, and now they're in fairly good position. Now, the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, 6 matches being played today. We got a lot of grounds in Colombo, Namibia versus Zimbabwe at CCC, India versus Wales and Coles, South Africa taking on Australia at Berger Recreational Grounds, and then England versus USA at St Thomas's Grounds in Mount Lavinia. And then we got the Canada versus West Indies, this match at MCA and PUSA Grounds in Bandaragama, hosting Sri Lanka, the hosts, versus UAE.
Yeah, some very interesting games happening all around the park. It's going to be an interesting tournament, which is now getting the heat on. Yeah. We are on to the third game for each team, where teams will be looking to ramp up their opportunity of wanting to be in their top 4.
2 very competitive pools. This is a Pool B match. West Indies winning 1 match and then losing 1, and Canada obviously playing their only the second game. Right, so a bowling change. Quite surprise one to bowl this 43rd over. Ishwaralingam with the ball in hand. Another spinner being brought to attack. A bit of leg spin once again. Now this time it's up in there, but no chance whatsoever for the fielders in the deep. He gets a single and gives a strike to Sionarine. And the score goes up to 188 now. These are crucial runs for the West Indies. I'm sure their target right now is to get to that 200-run mark.
Also 3 interesting international games happening as well. The 3 ODIs, Sri Lanka taking on Australia at Tar Premadasa. India takes on England. The game will start shortly with the Pakistan taking on South Africa.
Yeah, that's the tri-series.
Third ODI as Sinarine breaks his slumber.
Yeah, now the best of the deliveries from Ishwaralingam. Very wide outside the off-stump. Plenty of width for the batter to work with. And he latched on to it and he played it with such power. He raised away for the boundary. These are valuable runs for the West Indies. The score goes up to 192 now. Sionarine going after the bowling. The opportunity was presented. Not the best of the deliveries. Quite surprised as to why they brought up a new bowler, a fresh bowler to bowl this 43rd over. Maybe they're running out of bowlers?
I think so too. I think they've used their better bowlers to try and contain the West Indian batters, and also some of the better batters from West Indies. Best failed. Not ideal from Iqbal, but he returns the ball to the keeper, while West Indies have gathered up 2 runs off the delivery. 194 now. It was so close to the 200 mark, and I think I can't blame Canada for wanting to use their better bowlers to try and get the better batters of West Indies out, and they've succeeded doing that as well.
Yeah, never allowed the West Indian batters to settle down and score those big runs. Now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, only one batter. They all make it into that 40s. Apart from that, rest of the batters are not able to consolidate themselves out in the middle. No, that's a good delivery. Very slow through the air, but just enough spin to beat out that outside edge of the bat of Sionarine.
Talking about the international games, Sri Lanka currently 201 for 8. Charita Solanka getting his career best of 112 runs against Australia. A big 100 from the skipper. And as we come to the end of the 43rd over, West Indies 194 for 9.
Right, so a couple more overs remaining in this game for the West Indies. 194 for 9. Just Canada just 1 wicket away from wrapping things up. Raja Dure back with the ball in hand. Picked up a wicket, 1 for 11. Oh, that'll be a wide once again. Not the best of the deliveries. A lot of extra runs being taken by the West Indies batters in this match. 20 odd extra runs, if I'm not mistaken. A punch there down the ground, just a casual jog. 1 run on offer. We talked about the Canadian spinners, especially in these middle overs. They've come into this game quite well, and I think those middle overs, the important thing is the runs consistently came, the 4 and 5 runs per over. That run rate was maintained, but the wickets started to tumble, and I think that's the most important thing from the Canadians, especially in those middle overs. They were able to break those partnerships in timely manner. Because at one stage, if I'm not mistaken, West Indies were 130-40 odd runs for the loss of 4 wickets, 3-4 wickets, yeah. And to be in this situation, I think the credit should go to the Canadian spinners.
Oh, yet again, ball keeping low. Current run rate at 4.52. Coming back to the international games, I think you mentioned the tri-series. It's a good sign and a good trend, isn't it? The tri-series being brought back, because bilateral series tend to get a little boring sometimes. But tri-series, there is more competition. I mean, back in the day, we grew up watching a lot of tri-series.
And, the Commonwealth Bank Series.
Absolutely, the VB Series, the Benson and Hedges Cup. This time, Sionarine managed to get underneath it, and yet again, the footballing skills coming onto the party.
We've seen that quite a few times in this game. The Canadians using their footwork to get those boundaries cut off.
Well, since it's the Canadians, it's not actually the footballing skills, it's the soccer skills that's coming out.
Well, so last ball of this over. A good tidy one. This time worked away towards the onside. There's protection in the deep. Hussain interested in getting back for the second one, but good early call from Sionarine. So that's the end of the over. 44 overs done. 1 more to go. West Indies 198 for 9.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
198 for 9. Right, so the last ball of this innings, Punjab being brought back. He bowled brilliantly. He haven't picked up a wicket, but the figures, you look at the figures, 8 overs, none for 27. He's been very, very economical. And not much pace on offer, though he's a medium pace bowler, but still, he gets those line and lengths quite perfectly, right on the money, right on the spot.
Yeah, never easy in these conditions to be running in. He's on his final over as well. Bowling the full quota of overs. And his economy rate has been fabulous. Just 27 runs given away. So he has been one of those bowlers who's kept tidy, like you mentioned, bowling in good line and length, and asking questions of the batsman and making a little difficult.
Yeah. Right, so here we go, the last over for the West Indies. Once again, just a touch too straight from Punjab. It's gone all the way for a boundary, just like that, very casual there from the batter Hussain. Here we go, just not intentional, I would say, but still good enough to get it all the way towards the boundary line. And the 200 comes up for the West Indies. So the target achieved for them, 202 now, with the loss of 9 wickets with 5 more deliveries remaining. Now anything beyond this is bonus runs, additional runs for the West Indies, which they will take gladly. The dot delivery. Punjabi, not easy to play against Punjabi because he's not offering any pace. Once that pace is not there, and once he lands the ball in good areas, in those good length regions, it's extremely difficult for the batter to work the ball towards the gaps. Now this time, just a touch to full punch down the ground. There will be protection in the deep. It's just a single. Sunarine on 7 of 14. He's the last man in for the West Indies. Already picked up a boundary. 3 more deliveries for him to swing his bat at. Yes, I worked away towards the onside once again. A bit of a fumble, and that allowed the batters to get back for the second run. Good awareness from the batters, Hussain and Sunarine. Knew that the fielder was making a fumble out of it. I gets back for the second run. Valuable runs for the West Indies. Down the leg side. Just a single. On to the pads. Punjab, especially in those middle overs, I think he bowled alongside the spinners from one end. He kept things very tidy from one end, and the spinners who came from the other end picked up those wickets. So it's a kind of a partnership, isn't it? Even for the bowlers, even for the batters and the bowlers, these partnerships are very much crucial for the bowlers as well. That's gone. That's the game for the Canadians. So all out for 206 West Indies. It was straight and a big swing from Hussain. And the stumps are broken down. There we go.
Oh, though it's coming in the last delivery of his spell. Extremely, very well deserved wicket for Punjabi for all his hard work. West Indies will be disappointed that they didn't get to that initial target of 215, which they could have easily gotten to if there was continuity. But they'll be happy that they got past the 200-run mark, which would put some pressure on the Canadians.
Certainly, 206 runs in 45 overs. So the target is set for the Canadians. 207 runs now. I think that'll put some pressure on the Canadians. But as you mentioned earlier, it'll be the spinners of the West Indies team will try to get these things done for their team. Right, so having a look at the batting performance from the West Indies, the standout performer was Dayal with 41 runs of just 60 deliveries, and then useful contributions down the order from Sumer, 31 of 29, and then Siraj chipping in with 25 runs as well. So in 45 overs, all out for 206, the West Indies with 27 extras.
Yeah, that would be the concerning factor for the Canadians, because that could be the difference between the two teams, isn't it? So Canadians will be mindful of that.
Yeah, let's have a look at the bowling performances from the Canadians. Hansrod was the pick of the bowlers, was bowling really well right from the start. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Hansrod and Uday Shelvan bowled 5 overs on the trot, the first 10 overs. So Hansrod 3 wickets for 28, and then Kaisir, the spinner, who came in those middle overs. Kaisir and Chauhan was quite brilliant in those middle overs. 3 for 53 and 2 for 26 respectively for the two spinners, and then 1 wicket for Punjab in this last over, and Rajendra picking up 1 wicket as well.
Take a look at the fall of wickets. I think the 5th, 6th and 7th wickets are falling back within a couple of overs is what derailed West Indies' charge of going over 215 runs, and credit again needs to be given to the spinners who've done very, very good work in the middle overs.
Yeah, the start was quite good from the West Indian side. The Harry Hiralal and Anthony was very patient and was looking for that opportunities to score those runs whenever the loose deliveries were bowled by the Canadians. But the wickets started to tumble, and it was those middle overs where the spinners came in and picked up those wickets in regular intervals. Didn't really allow the batters to settle down and form any sort of partnerships. If I'm not mistaken, the highest partnership in this innings for the West Indies was just a 48 run, which I believe they all contributed really well, and some really good shots all around the grounds, but didn't really allow the batters to settle down. That's the Canadian spinners, especially in those middle overs, was quite brilliant. And the fielding has been quite good as well from the Canadians. We haven't seen much fumbles in the field, except for some regular ground fielding efforts being fumbled by the Canadian spinners, Canadian fielders. Some resistance at the latter part of the innings from Sumer, and of course Surendra Siraj, who scored 25 runs off just 33 deliveries, and some really good efforts all around. I think the game now hangs in balance between these two sides. Now this is one of those fumbles that we saw from the Canadian side. Overall, I would say their fielding has been quite good, especially the ground fielding, except for those couple of fumbles. Now this was Roberts in the field. Had to cover some ground in that catch, but he did that quite well. And this was Sumer, who scored 31 of just 29 deliveries with 2 sixes and 3 fours. And Siraj was good as well, scoring 25 runs with 4 fours. Now, these were the wickets, especially in those middle overs. They've been quite good in terms of getting those wickets in regular intervals. And I think, as my partner just mentioned, that West Indies were 3 wickets down for 130 odd runs. At that stage, we thought that West Indies would have gotten into that total of 250 run mark with quite easily, but not to be. I think the spinners, as I mentioned earlier, this is Brian Rajendra picking up his only wicket in this innings. I think that middle overs, that spell from the spinners really made. That was a bit of a fumble in the field once again, but overall 206 runs in their 45 overs. It's been quite brilliant effort with the ball for the Canadians. But I think now the good thing about West Indies passing that 200 run mark, the good thing is now they have something to bowl at. The bowlers have runs on the board, which will give some freedom, which will ease off the pressure of the West Indies side when they come on to bowl, and when Canada starts off their run chase. So those are the highlights of the innings. So the Canadians winning the toss and electing to bowl first, and the West Indies all out for 206, and that's the target for the Canadians. 207 runs to get in 45 overs. So we'll take a short break, and we'll be back with the run chase. Until then, stay tuned with this Sporty, or rather this the Papare TV.
Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. So let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pooja Urban is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the Pooja cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need one person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the Pooja cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at Pooja Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pooja Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pooja Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time, and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
මම මැලේ ඇත්තට මම මැලේ කෙනෙක් මැලේලාට හොඳ කණ්ඩෝලේ ඔය ෆීජි නිව්සීලන්ඩ් සැමෝන් හැම ප්ලේ කෙනෙක් ඔය කාටන් සමස් එක දාවනේ. එතකොට අපි කම්පීට් කරන්න ඒගොල්ලන් ප්ලේයර්ස් එකත් එක්කනේ. ඕනේ රග්බි ප්ලේ කෙනෙක්ගෙන් අනිවාර්යෙන් ඩිසිප්ලින් එකක් තිබ්බ නැත්නම් කැපවීමක් තිබ්බ නැත්නම් ඔයාට කවදාවත් ඒ තැනට මගේ ඒ ගෝල්ඩ් එකට යන්න බෑ. කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් අබ් එකට ගහනවා කියන්නේ ඒක ඊට වඩා දෙයක් නෑ ලයිෆ් එකේ. ඒ කියන්නේ I think ශ්‍රී ලංකා ටීම් එකට ගැහුවා වගේ තමයි. කෝලේ ගහන කාලේ මට ඕනේ එක්කනේ ඕනේ ප්ලේ කෙනෙක්ට ඒක අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕනේ දෙයක්. මොකද මගේ ඉන්ඩිවිජුවල් දේවල් කරා මම මගේ අර ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකේ කොහොමද මගේ වේට් එක වැඩි කරගන්න ඕනේ ටීම් එකට කොච්චරක් උදව් කරනවද ක්‍රියේට් කරන්න කවුද අන්න ඒකින්ද මම බෙස්ට් ප්ලේ කෙනෙක් විදිහට ගන්නෙ. එයා කොච්චරක් දෙයක් කරනවද කියලා. ඉතින් මම ගහන කාලේ අපි ජපන් වලට අපි මාර ෆයිට් එකක් අපි දෙන්නේ. දැන් ඒක එහෙම නෑ. ඒක කවදාවත් මම නම් හිතන්නේ දැන් මේ ඉන්න ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට ගන්න පුළුවන් කියලා.
ආයුබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ රග්බි පුරාවෘතයක්. අපිත් කුඩා කාලේ සෑහෙන රස විඳපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්, කරන්න බැරි දෙයක් නැති ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාවේදී ස්ක්‍රම් හාෆ් කෙනෙක් හැටියට එහෙමත් නැත්නම් කික් කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. පන්දුවත් එක්ක ධාවනය කරන්න පුළුවන්. හොඳ සයිඩ් ස්ටෙප්ස් තිබුණු ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඉතින් කතා කරන්න ගොඩක් දේවල් තියේවි. අද අපේ නොදුටු මිනිසා අම්ජඩ් බක්ස්. ආයුබෝවන් අම්ජඩ්.
ආයුබෝවන්.
ඉතින් මුලින්ම කතා කරන්න ගොඩක් දේවල් තිබුණත් මට හිතෙනවා මේ වෙනකොට ඔබ මැලේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ පුහුණුකරු හින්දා පුහුණුකාර ජීවිතේ මොන වගේද කියලා කතාව ආරම්භ කරන්න.
ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම පුහුණුකරුවෙක් විදියට මම ඇත්තටම මට මැලේකින් මම මැලේ ඇත්තටම මම මැලේ කෙනෙක්. ඒකින්ද මට ලංකාවේ මැලේ ක්ලබ් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක සෑහෙන්න මම පොඩ්ඩක් ඉතිහාසය ගැන කියන්නම් කියලා අවුරුදු 150ක් හරිද ඒකින් මැලේකේ අර නිකන් නිම වෙලා වගේම තමයි තිබ්බේ. ඔය දැන් මෑතකදී තමයි ඔය මැලේකේ ගොඩාක්ම ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගොඩක්ම කට්ටිය ආවේ. එතකොට ඒකේ දැන් ඔය තියෙනවනේ මැලේ කමිටිස් වගේ තියෙනවනේ. ඒ කමිටිස් වල ඉන්නවා ඒකේ රගර් ගහපු කට්ටිය ගොඩක් කට්ටිය. ඒගලන්ට අවශ්‍යතාවයක් තිබ්බා මැලේ මේ ටීම් එකක් හදන්න. එතකොට මාම තමයි ඒගලන් තෝරගත්තේ. ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් ඒගලන්ගේ ඇත්තට මට මාර විදියට සපෝට් එකක් දෙනවා. මෙන්න මැලේ එකේ කට්ටිය ඉන්නවා හන්දේ මමත් මැලේ හින්දා අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මැලේ ටීම් එකක් දාමු. ඒ කියන්නේ මැලේ කිව්වට මැලේ කට්ටිය විතරක් නෙවෙයි. ඒ කියන්නේ හැම එක්කෙනෙක්ටම ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න පුළුවන්. ඒක මම තමයි කිව්වේ. මං කිව්වා මට මැලේ කට්ටිය විතරක් නෙවෙයි. මට ඒ කියන්නේ මේ ලංකාවේ අපි ක්ලබ් එකක් දානවා නම් හැමෝටම දෙන්න ඕන chance එකක් විදියට මැලේ ක්ලබ් එකක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ සිංහලද බර්ගද ඒව නෙවෙයි. ඒක හැම ආගමයකම කමන්නේ ඇවිල්ලා ප්ලේ කරන්න. එතකොට ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මට මාර්ග සපෝට් එකක් දුන්නා ඒ ක්ලබ් එකෙන්. දැනුත් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් පටන්ගෙන අපි ගිය අවුරුද්දේ පොඩම ඉතිහාසය කියන්නම්. මොකද අපි පටන් ගත්තේ 2018. අපි කමිටියෙන් කිව්වා කමන්නේ අපි C ඩිවිෂන් අපි ගමු. මම කිව්වා කමන්නේ. ඒක හොඳයි. අපි ස්ටාර්ට් එක C ඩිවිෂන් ගමු. අපිට එකපාරට මේක කරන්න බෑ. C ඩිවිෂන් ගමු කියලා. ඉන්නා මම කිව්වා C ඩිවිෂන් ගහලා අපි ප්ලේයර්ස් ටිකක් ගෙනල්ලා අපි පොඩ්ඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරමු. ඇත්තටම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකක් තිබ්බනේ. අපි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරේ ක්‍රිකට් ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ. ඒ ක්‍රිකට් ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එක අපි සයිඩ් එකේ මේක ෆෝමේෂන් එකක් හදලා ක්ලබ් එකේ මම කිව්වා ක්ලබ් එකට මම රික්වෙස්ට් කරා රයිට් මට පෝස්ට් එකක් දෙන්න කිකින් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න. මොකද මම කරපු දේ අනිවාර්යෙන් අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා නම් හැම දෙයක්ම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. අපි ක්ලබ් එකක් ගහනවා නම්. ඊට කිව්වා රයිට් කමන්නේ මම අපි ඔක්කොම හදලා දෙන්නම් කියලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරා. සීසන් එක මාස 3ක් තිබ්බේ. අපි ෆස්ට් ටයිම් අන්ඩර් ඒ කියන්නේ 2018 C division ෆස්ට් ටයිම් අපි පාර්ටිසිපේට් කරා. අපි චැම්පියන් වුණා. ඒක මාර විදිහට ඒ කියන්නේ ඉන්න ළමයිට මේ කියන්නේ මෙලේ මේ ක්ලබ් එකටයි මාර විදිහට ඇත්තට මේ ඒක හිතා ගන්න බෑ. ඒ මෙච්චර ඉක්මනට කියලා මේ අපි චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් එකක් වුණේ ඒක මාරිද පුදුමයක් වුණා ඒක. ඒත් දැන්වත් සාර්ථක විදියට දේවල් කරගෙන යනවා.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඔබට පේනවා ඇති ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට කෙතරම් දක්ෂයෙක්ද කෙතරම් වැඩකාරයෙක්ද කියලා අපිට මතකයි. ඔහු අපි කුඩා කාලේ ඔහුගේ තරුණ කාලේ තවත් තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට ඒ වගේම පුහුණුකරුවෙක් හැටියට මේ වෙනකොට තාම හොඳ සේවයක් කරමින් ඉන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාව වෙනුවෙන්. ඉතින් මැලේ ජාතිකයෙක් නිසා ඊටාම මේ රසවත් වේ කතා බහ මම හිතන්නේ වෙනස්ම සංස්කෘතියක් ගැන ඔබට කතා කරන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබෙවි. අපි යමු පුංචි කාලේට. කොහොමද බක්ස්ගේ පුංචි කාලේ කොහොමද ක්‍රීඩාවට යොමු වුණේ? ඒ කාලේ ගැන කතා කරොත්.
ඒ කාලේ ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් ඒ දවස්වල අපේ පරම්පරාවක් ඉන්නවා මේ රග්බි වලටම. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි පරම්පරාව ගත්තොත් එහෙම මට කලින් ගහපු මේ දැන් ඉන්න ප්ලේයර්ස් ඒ කියන්නේ කෝචස්ලා ගන්නුව ඔය නම් කිව්වට කමක් නැහැ නේ. රොනි ඉබ්‍රහීම් හරිද ඉරිනි ඉබ්‍රහීම් දැන් එයා අපතරින් නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ ඔය රාජා අපේ දැන් අයියා කියන්නේ අයියා මගේ අයියත් ඒ මං අයියත් එක්ක ගහලා තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට එයා ඒකට ගන්න බෑ. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් අපි ආවේ රග්බි බෑග්ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකකින් තමයි අපි ආවේ. ඒකින්ද අපිට ගොඩාක් අර මේ ආසාව අර ඇඟේම තියෙනවනේ දැන් ඇඟේම තියෙනවනේ. ඒකින්ද අපිට ඒ රග්බි ආසාව පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳලා තිබ්බා. මොකද මම පොඩි කතාවක් කියන්නම්. මම මානව කින්සුත් විද්‍යාලයට තමයි ගියේ. හරිද? එතකොට අපිට මට ඉස්කෝලේ යන්න තිබ්බේ මීටර් 500ක් විතර තමයි තිබ්බේ. එතකොට මේ අපි අපේ නෑදෑයෝ ඔක්කොම අපි එක ළඟ තමයි හිටියේ. එතකොට කොලෙජ් එකට මීටර් 500ක් වගේ තමයි තිබ්බේ. එතකොට පයින් තමයි යන්නේ. ඉතින් අපි ගාව තමයි බෝල ඔක්කොම තියෙන්නේ. දැන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනකොට බෝලේ යන්නකොටත් අපි බෝලේ අරගෙන තමයි යන්නේ. ඉතින් ඉස්සර අපි හරි ආඩම්බරයි බෝලයක් රගර බෝලයක් අරන් යනවා කියන්නේ. හරි ආඩම්බරයි. එතකොට අපි දැන් මම රග්බි වලට ආවේ ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් අපේ පරම්පරාවේ එන මේකක් ස්පෝර්ට් එකක් හින්දා අනිවාර්යෙන් අපේ අර ඇඟේ තියෙන හින්දා පොඩි කාලේ ඒ දේවල් අපි මේ තත්ත්වයට අපි ගෙනාගෙන ගියා. අපි ලංකාවේ රග්බි වල පටන් ගත්තේ කින්සුට් කියලා අපිට ගොඩ හැඟීමක් තිබ්බා. ඒත් මම මේ රග්බි වලට කැපෙලා ආවේ අපේ අයියලාගේ දේවල්ුත් ඔක්කොම අරගෙන තමයි. ඉස්සර අපේ ගෙදර මෙහෙමනම් ඔය අපේ අනිත් නෑදෑයෝ ගෙදර ඔය නිල්ෆ ෆාසිල් ඔක්කොම හිටියේ එක ළඟ හිටියේ. ඒ පිටිපස්සේ ලොකු ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකක් තිබ්බා. මොකද අපි ඔය නිකන් හිතන්නේ දැන් ඔය ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකක් තිබ්බා අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ කියලා. අනිවාර්යෙන් අපි ප්ලේ කරනවානේ. ඔය ඔක්කොම එතකොට අපි ඒ ඉස්කෝලේට අමතරවත් අපි මෙතනට ඉස්කෝලේ ඉල්ලලා ඇවිල්ලත් අපි මෙතන ප්ලේ කරනවා. සෙන්සුරාදා ඉරිදා හැමදාම අපි අනිවාර්යෙන් ප්ලේ කරනවා. ඉතින් ඔහොමම තමයි අපි ඒ කියන්නේ රග්බි වලට යොමු වෙලා ආවේ. මොකද ඒ දේවල් අපි නිකන් ඉන්නෙත් නෑ මොන හරියක් බෝලයක් අරගෙන ඇවිල්ලා කික් කරනවා. යන්නේ දේවල් ඔක්කොම දේවල් කරනවා. එච්චරයි මට තව තියෙනවා කියන්න. අපි ඉස්සරහට කතා කරමු.
ඔව් එහෙම තමයි ආරම්භ කරේ. එතකොට මේ ඒ වගේ පිරිසක් එක්ක ආරම්භ කරන රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාව කොච්චර දියුණු කරගන්න පුළුවන්ද කියන එක ගැන ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝගේ නම් ඇහුවම ඔබට තේරෙනවා ඇති. නිල්ෆ ඉබ්‍රහීම්, ෆාසිල් මාර්ජා එක ගෙදර තමන්ගේ ගෙදර පිටිපස්සේ සෙල්ලම් කරනවා කියන්නේ ඒක තමයි මේ රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාව ඒ තරම් මට්ටමක ඒ කාලේ තිබුණු එකට ලොකුම සාක්ෂියක් වෙනවා මේ මහනුවර රග්බි සංස්කෘතියත් එක්ක. ඉතින් තවත් මට ඒ ගැන මහන්න හිතෙනවා මේ මහනුවර තිබුණු රග්බි සංස්කෘතිය ගැන. දැන් ඔබ ටිකක් කතා කරා තිබුණු ආඩම්බරය ගැන, රග්බි පන්දුවක් අතේ තියාගෙන ඇවිදින එක ගැන. ඒ සංස්කෘතිය ගැන ඔබට මොකද හිතෙන්නේ?
මහනුවර කියන්නේ කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ්. කින්සුඩ් වල ඉස්කෝලවල ගොඩක් ඒ කියන්නේ ඇන්ටනීස්, ට්‍රිනිටි ඒ කොලෙජ් වල තිබ්බා. කැන්ඩි වල වෙනම කල්චර් එකක් තමයි තිබ්බේ. ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් අපිට ගොඩක් ඉස්සරන අපිට ගොඩක් ඒ වගේ ෆැසිලිටිස් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. හැබැයි අපේ ආඩම්බරේ අපේ කමිට්මන්ට් එකෙන් අපි ගොඩක් දේවල් කරගෙන ආවා. අපි මම කැන්ඩි ඒ කියන්නේ කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකට ගහපු හින්දාද නැත්නම් මහනුවර කල්චර් එක ගැන?
කල්චර් එක දැන් අපි ක්‍රිකට් නේ සාමාන්‍ය ලංකාවේ ජනප්‍රිය. නමුත් මහනුවර ගත්තාම පාසල් ළමෙක් වුණත් රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාව තමයි අංක 1ට තියෙන්නේ. ක්‍රිකට් එන්නේ 2ට. එතකොට කිංසුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ඉන්න කාලෙදී ඔබට ලොකු මතකයක් නැති මේ සංස්කෘතිය ගැන, රග්බි සංස්කෘතිය ගැන.
ඔව්. ඇත්තට කියනවා මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ කිංසුඩ් ඇත්තම ලංකාවේ රග්බි පටන් ගත්තේ මාඩු කොලෙජ් එකෙන්. ඒත් කිංසුඩ් කොලෙජ් එක. ඒක ඇත්තට ඒක ගොඩාක්ම ඉස්සර ඉඳලා ආපු දෙයක්. ඒ කියන්නේ කල්චර් එකයි හැම දෙයක්ම ඒ කල්චර් එක මහනුවර මේ ඔය දැන් ටීම්ස් එක තියෙනකොට ඇත්තට ක්ලබ් එකක් ගත්තොත් ඒ කැන්ඩි අපි බලන්නේ කිංසුඩ් එක ගහනවා කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යෙන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකට ගහන්න තමයි. ඊට අමතරව ඊට උඩරිම තමයි යන්න හදාගන්නේ. ඒ කල්චර් එක මේ හරි මේ හරි අර යුනික් දෙයක්. ඒක අර අපිට අර කොහින්වත් අපිට ගන්න බෑ. මොකද අපිට හරි ආඩම්බරයි මහනුවර කියනකොට ඇත්තම වා කිව්වා වගේ ක්‍රිකට් වල රග්බි තමයි ගොඩාක්ම තියෙන්නේ. ඒකින්ද මේ ඒක අපිට ඇත්තටම නැචරල් වෙන දෙයක්. මම හිතන්නේ
උපතින්ම නිකම්ම ලැබුණ එක.
ඔව් ඇත්තටම කියනවා උපතින්ම නිකම්ම ලැබුණ දෙයක් තමයි ඒක.
එතකොට මේ කිංසුඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන කාලේ ඔබ ඊටාම ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකෙක් ඔබේ කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට එකතු වෙලා පාසල් ලීග් ශූරතාවේ දිනා ගන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා. මං හිතන්නේ මාර ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ප්‍රමාණයක් හිටියා. ඊටාම දක්ෂයෝ නම් ඇහුවත් අපිට ඇඟේ මයිල් කෙලින් වෙන ප්‍රමාණයේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හිටියා. අපි නම් ටිකකුත් කියමු. ඔබේ කණ්ඩායමේ හිටියේ කවුද? කොහොමද ඒ ශූරතාවයන් දිනාගත්තේ කියලා කිංසුඩ් විද්‍යාලය වෙනුවෙන්?
ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් 2000 තමයි අපි චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් එකක් උනේ. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මම ඊට කලින්ුත් මම කියන්නම්. මොකද අපේ ඒ ටීම් එක මාරුදර කැපවීමෙන් කරපු ටීම් එකක්. මොකද ඒකේ කැප්ටන් කරේ චාමර විතානගේ හරිද හර්ෂණ විජේවීර ජීව ගල්ගමුව මලිත් හෙට්ටිආරච්චි තමයි දැන් කිංසුඩ් හෙඩ් කෝච් ඉන්නේ. තව හිටියා විරාජ් දේවසුරින්ද. ඔය අපි ඔය ටීම් එක පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳලම තමයි ඇදිලා ආවේ. මොකද අන්ඩර් 13 ඉඳලා මේ අපි හැමෝම අපි දන්නවා මේ ඒ මොකද්ද මේ ටීම් කම්බිනේෂන් එක. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඔය 2000 අපි මේ කප් එක උස්සන්න ඊට කලින් අපි අන්ඩර් 17 එකත් අපි ෆස්ට් ටයිම් ලංකාවේ චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් එකක් වුණා. ඔය අන්ඩර් 13 ඉඳලා 2000 ඒක අන්ඩර් 19 වෙනකම්ම හිටපු ඒ එකම කට්ටිය තමයි හිටියේ. අන්න ඒක තමයි වෙනස. ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ මේ ඒ ටීම් කම්බිනේෂන් පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳලා තිබ්බ එකක් තමයි තිබ්බේ. ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් අපිට පුහුණු කරේ ගුණදාස සර් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ ඉතිහාසයේ වැඩියෙන්ම ඔය හොංකොන් සවන්සුයි ට්‍රයි ස්කෝර් කරලා තියෙන එයා. ඉතින් එයාගෙන් සෑන් දේවල් අපි ඇත්තටම මාර ඒ කියන්නේ ගොඩක් දේවල් අපිට ඇත්තටම අපිට අනිවාර්යෙන් කියලා දුන්නේ ඩිසිප්ලින් එක. මාරිදට ඒක අපිට ගොඩාක් බලපෑවා අපේ රග්බි කැරියර් එකට. ඕනේ රග්බි ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ගෙන් අනිවාර්යෙන් ඩිසිප්ලින් එකක් තිබ්බේ නැත්නම් කැපවීමක් තිබ්බේ නැත්නම් ඔයාට කවදාවත් ඒ තැනට මගේ ඒ ගෝල් එකට යන්න බෑ. ඒක තමයි අපිට ගොඩාක්ම වැදගත් උනේ. ප්‍රැක්ටිස් හරියට වෙලාවට එන්න ඕනේ. රයිට්. ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වෙලාවට එනවා නම් තමාගේ මොන හරි මිස්ටේක් එකක් තියෙනවා නම් කලින් ඒවල කරන්න ඕනේ. අන්න ඒ වගේ ටීම් කම්බිනේෂන් එකක් තමයි අපි ගාව තිබ්බේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපි අර හැම ඔය දැන් 2000 ටීම් එකේ හැම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල අනිවාර්යෙන් අපි ටැප් රග ගහනවා. ඊට පස්සේ කට්ටිය යන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ එච්චරට ආසාවේ අපි ටීම් කම්බිනේෂන් එකක් හදාගන්න. ඒ අතරතුර තමයි ගොඩක් දේවල් අපි ඔය චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් වෙන ගොඩක් දේවල් අපි එකතු කරගෙන ඉස්සරහට ගියේ. ඒකින් තමයි මම හිතන්නේ මේ වගේ සාර්ථක වුණේ අපිට මේ වගේ චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් එකක් වෙන්න.
ඔව් ඊට පස්සේ ඔබට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා මේ ෂූරෙක් හැටියට පාසල් ෂූරෙක් හැටියට මහනුවර කණ්ඩායමට එකතු වෙන්න. ඔබේ සිහිනය කරා යන්න. දැන් මහනුවර ඉන්න ඕනෑම රග්බි ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට තියෙන ලොකුම හිණි තමයි මහනුවර ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය නියෝජනය කරන එක. ඒ වගේ සංස්කෘතියක් ගැන තමයි අපි කතා කරේ. ඉතින් ඒ අත්දැකීම කොහොමද ආවේ? මම හිතන්නේ 2002 නේද ඔබට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ
2002
මහනුවර කණ්ඩායමට යන්න. මොකක්ද ඒ අත්දැකීම?
මම 2000 තමයි අවුට් වුණේ. රයිට්. එතකොට මම කෙට්ටුයි. මට එතකොට අර මගේ ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකේ ගහන්න පුළුවන් තත්ත්වයක් නෙවෙයි මට සයිස් ඒ කියන්නේ මගේ මේ සයිස් එක හරි ඒ කියන්නේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා කම්පෙයාර් කරනකොට මගේ ගොඩක්ම මේක අඩු ප්‍රමාණයක් තමයි තිබ්බේ. හැබැයි මගේ අර නොලෙජ් එකයි ඔක්කොමත් එක. දැන් ක්ලබ් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක් අපි ක්ලබ් ගහනවා කියන්නේ එතකොට ඒ 2000 කියන්නේ 2001 ක්ලබ් මැචස් වල හැම ෆොරිනර්ස්ලා ගහනවා, ප්ලේ කරනවා, හැම PG හැම එක්කනම ඒ ප්ලේ කරනවා. එතකොට මම ඉංගලන්තත් එක්ක කම්පිටිට් වෙනකොට මගේ අර තිබ්බේ මේක හරි අඩුයි. ඊට පස්සේ මම බැලුවේ මම කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකට ආවේ සෑහෙන කැපවීමකින්. ඒතකොට මට මගේ ඉස්කෝලේ ගහන කාලේ මට ඕනේ ප්ලේ කෙනෙක්ට ඒක අනිවාර්යෙන් ඕනේ දෙයක්. මට අනිවාර්යෙන් මම ඉස්කෝලේ ඉවරෙලා මම අනිත් හැම එක්කෙනාගේම බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ හොඳ ක්ලබ් එකකට. විශේෂයෙන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ්. කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකකට ගහනවා කියන්නේ ඒක ඊට වඩා දෙයක් නෑ ලයිෆ් එකේ. ඒ කියන්නේ I think ශ්‍රී ලංකා ටීම් එකට ගැහුවා වගේ තමයි. මම ඒක පටන් ගත්තේ 2010 මම කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් 2002 තමයි මම මේ කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකේ. ඊට කලින් මම කැන්ඩි යූත් මම ප්ලේ කරා. කැන්ඩි යූත් ප්ලේ කරනකොට මොකද මම දන්නවා කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකේ මට අනිවාර්යෙන් එන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒත් මම මගේ කැපවීමක් තිබ්බා මම කොහොම හරි කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකට ප්ලේ කරනවා කියලා. ඊට අමතරව මම 2010 මගේ එක බලාපොරොත්තුවක් තිබ්බා ශ්‍රී ලංකා අන්ඩර් 19 ටීම් එකට ගහන්න කියලා. ඒක මම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කියලා අන්තිමට මට ඒක ගහන්න බැරි වුණා. මොකද මම ස්ටෑන්ඩ් බයි තමයි හිටියේ. මම එදා දැනගත්තා මම කොහොම හරි අනිවාර්යෙන් මේ ක්ලබ් එකට මම ගහනවා. ඒක මම අනිවාර්යෙන් කරනවා කියලා මම එදා ඉඳන් මම සෑහෙන කැපවීමකින් මම වැඩ කරා. මොකද මගේ ඉන්ඩිවිජුවල් දේවල් කරා. මගේ අර ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකේ කොහොමද මගේ වේට් එක වැඩි කරගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ විදිහට මම හැම දෙයක් මම කැපවීමෙන් කරා.
ඒ කාලේ ස්ක්‍රම් ආෆ් ක්‍රීඩකෙක්ද?
ඒ කාලේ ඉඳන් ස්ක්‍රම් ආෆ් ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. එතකොට මට මේ ගොඩක් දේවල් තිබ්බා. ඒ කියන්නේ මම ස්ක්‍රම් ආෆ් කියනවා නම් මම පාස් කරනවා, මම කිකින් දුයි, මම ප්ලේස් කිකින් හැම දෙයක්ම මම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරා. මොකද මට ඕනේ ලංකාවේ හොඳම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙන්න. හරිද? මගේ කැපවීමෙන් මම ලංකාවේ හොඳම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙන්න කියලා මම කැපවීමෙන් වැඩ කරා. මොකද මගේ අර අන්ඩර් 19 එකෙන් මට හම්බෙන්න නැති chance එක මම කොහොම හරි මම අනිවාර්යෙන් නැෂනල් ගහනවා කියලා මම කොහොම හරි කැපවීමෙන් මම වැඩ කරපු කෙනෙක්. ඊට පස්සේ මම කැන්ඩි යූත් මම ප්ලේ කරනකොට මගේ කෝච් හිටියේ ආනන්ද කස්ටිවර්ස්. මම අද වුණත් එයා හින්දා මම ගොඩක් දේවල් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ගොඩක් දේවල් මම ඉගෙනගෙන දේවල් මම තාමත් එයාගෙන් ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. මොකද මම කෝච් කෙනෙක් විදියට මම එයාගෙන් සෑහෙන දේවල් මම ඉගෙන ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේ මේ knowledgeable කෝචස්ලාගෙන් ගොඩක් දේවල් ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ මම එයාට පස්සේ මම කතා කරලා මේ රයිට් අම්ජඩ් මේවා අපි මේ ටීම් එකක් දාන්න යනවා කැන්ඩි යූත් අපි පටන් ගන්නකොට රයිට් සර් අනිවාර්යෙන් අපි ගහමු. ඒකින්ද මේ ඒවා යන විදිහට ඔයාට ඉස්සරහට හොඳයි. රයිට් අපි පටන් ගමු කියලා කොහොම හරි අපි අවුරුද්දක් විතර ගැහුවා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ඒකෙන් මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ මම තමයි ප්ලේස් කික් කරන්නේ හැම දෙයක්ම මම කරන්නේ ඒකින්. එතකොට මම වැඩිම ලකුණු ඒ ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ ඒ අවුරුද්දේ අපි ආනන්ද සර් කස්ටර්ස් කෝචින් මේ අපි යටතේ ඉන්නකොට අපි ඒ අවුරුද්දේ ඒ ඩිවිෂන් ටීම් එක තමයි මේ කම්පිටිෂන් කරේ. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ අපි කොළඹ ඇවිල්ලා අපි 100ට අපි බීට් කරා 100 FC අපි බීට් කරා. ඒකින් අපි මාරිදට ගොඩක් දේවල් මේ කියන්නේ මාර්ගයක්මක් ඇවිල්ලා ඔක්කොම දේවල් එතකොට මමත් ඒ ටීම් එකේ හිටියා. මට හරි ආඩම්බරයකින් ඊපස්සේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම ඒ අවුරුද්ද 2001 අවුරුද්ද වුණ පස්සේ තමයි කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකෙන් මට chance එක හම්බුනේ. ඒකේ කෝච් කරේ ජෝර්ජ් සිම්කින්ස්. ජෝර්ජ් සිම්කින්ස් තමයි දැන් නම් එයා ජීවිතුන් අතර නෑ. දැන් අවුරුද්දක් විතර නැති වෙලා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ජෝර්ජ් සිම්කින්ස්ගේ තියෙනවා මේ මොනම ප්ලේ කෙනෙක්ව අයිඩෙන්ටිෆයි කරගන්න මෙයා කොයි තැනකට ගෙන්නේ කියලා. මට කතා කරා අම්ජඩ් I'm really interested of you. Yes, you if you are willing to play Candice World Cup, what do you say? මට ඉතින් ඊට වඩා දෙයක් නැහැ. මම කිව්වා මට බෙන්ච් එක උනත් කවන්නේ මම කැන්ඩිස් පොඩ්ඩක් මේ ගහන්න තියෙනවා නම් මං අනිවාර්යෙන්. ඒකට මගේ අර උනන්දුව තවත් වැඩි වුණා. ඇත්තම කියනවා නම්. ඒක කාටත් මගේ ලයිෆ් එක මං සෑහෙන දේවල් කැප වෙලා ඒ වගේ තැනකට එනවා කියන්නේ රයිට්. දැන් ඉතින් ෆස්ට් ටයිම් මම පටන් ගත්තේ. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කැන්ඩිස් ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකේ මට ගහන්න chance එක හම්බුනේ. ඊට පස්සේ මම එතනින් අත්හැරියේ නැහැ. දිගටම මම ගහගෙන ආවා.
ඔව් ඊට පස්සේ මේ මහනුවර කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක මං හිතන්නේ යුගයක් නේද? ඒ කාලේ මහනුවර කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක යුගයක් නිර්මාණය වුණා කිව්වොත් හරි. හිටපු ක්‍රීඩකයොත් එක්ක මම හිතන්නේ ඕනවත් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ ඔබත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ එතකොට ලබාගත් ශූරතාව ගැන අපි ටිකක් මතක් කරොත් ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට.
2002 මම පටන් ගත්තේ. එතකොට ඉස්කෝලේ ගහන කාලේ ඉතින් අපි හැම මැච් එකක්ම බලන් යනවා. කැන්ඩි මැච් එකක් කියන්නේ ඔය දැන් මගේ ආසම ප්ලේ කෙනෙක් කියලා ඉන්ජරිත් බණ්ඩාරනායක ඔය රදිග හෙට්ටිආරච්චි රයිට්. එතකොට නීල් ඉබ්‍රාහිම්, තව මගේ අයියා හරිද අන්සාර් බක්ස්, තව ප්‍රදීප් බස්නායක, සෑහෙන ප්ලේයර්ස් ලේට දැන් ඒගොල්ලන් ඔක්කොම නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඔක්කොම ඒගොල්ලන් টොප් ලෙවල් එක ගන්න. දැන් ඕන මිනිස්සෙක් කැමති ඒ වගේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා වගේ හැදෙන්න. දැන් මටත් ඒ දේ තිබ්බා. ඉතින් මම ඒ අත්දැකීම සෑහෙන ඒක මොකද ඒ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලත් දැන් ඔය මම මෙන්ෂන් කරපු නම් ටිකත් ඒකනම් මාර විදිහට අපිට මේ උදව් කරා. ඒ කියන්නේ මල්ලි මේ විදිහට කරා මම මේ විදිහට මේ විදිහට කරන්න ඕනේ අපිත් එක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරපන්. අන්න ඒකනම් අපිට කවදාවත් ඒකන ඉග්නෝර් කරේ නැහැ. අපිට ඕන පොඩි කෙනෙක් ආවොත් හරි උදව් ඒකනම් අපිට රයිට් මේ විදිහට කරමු අපි රයිට් හැල කිරි අපි මේ විදිහට කරලා ඔබට මොන හරි දෙයක් තියෙනවා නම් ඔක්කොම දේවල් කියන්නේ ඒක නෑ රග්බි ටෝක් කියන්නේ ඔබට මොන හරි දෙයක් තිබ්බොත් අපි සපෝට් එකක් දෙන්න. ඒ වගේ තමයි ශූරතාවයක් කියන්නේ 2002 එතකොට මට මගේ කම්පිටි කියන්නේ ස්කාෆ්ලා 3 දෙනෙක් හිටියා. රයිට්. එතකොට මං හිතන්නේ මට කලින් හිටියේ නීල් ඉබ්‍රාහිම් හිටියා, මම තව ඇන්තනිස් එක්කෙනෙක් හිටියා. එතකොට දැන් කොහොමද පීක් එකේ ගහගෙන ඉන්නේ නීල්ෆ තමයි ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ගහනකොට මට ඔය 2002 අර ෆස්ට් ඉයර් එකේ ඉන්නේ කොහොමද ඉතින් අපිට හම්බෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ ඔය බෙන්ච් එකේ ඉඳලා එක මැච් දෙකක් විතර තමයි මේක කරන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ කොහොම හරි මම මේ මට එක මැච් එකක් හම්බුනාන් පස්සේ මම කොහොම හරි ගා ප්ලේ කරලා ඔක්කොම අර එතකොට කෝච් එකකින්ලුත් මට හොඳ මේ දේවල් හම්බුණා. ඒකකින් බල ඒ අවුරුද්ද අපි ගොඩක් චැම්ප්ස් වුණා. ඊපස්සේ දැන් අපි චැම්ප්ස් වෙලා කොහොම හරි දැන් 2003 එනකොට අපි ඇත්තම කියනවා නම් වචන නැහැ. කියන්නේ ඒ වගේ ටීම් එකකට ප්ලේ කරනවා චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් එකකට ප්ලේ කරනවා කියන්නේ ඊට වඩා දෙයක් නැහැ. අපි ගොඩක් දේවල් ඉස්සර තියෙනවා කතා කරන්න.
ඔව් එතකොට මේ ඊටම වැදගත් දෙයක් ඔබ කිව්වේ දැන් මේ කණ්ඩායම ඇතුලේ තිබ්බ බැඳීමයි ඔබ පාසල් කාලේ නරඹපු ක්‍රීඩකයොත් එක්ක එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන එකයි. මහනුවර ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ ක්‍රීඩාගාරය ඇතුලේ තියෙන්නේ මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක්ද? දැන් අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එළියේදී අපිට දකින්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැහනේ ඇතුලේ මොනවද වෙන්නේ කියලා. මොකක්ද ඇතුලේ තියෙන කල්චර් එක? මොකක්ද මේකට හේතුව? උන් ශූර කණ්ඩායමක් වෙන්න මොකක්ද හේතු වෙන්නේ නැත්තේ?
සෑහෙන වැදගත් ප්‍රශ්නයක් ඒක අසංක. මොකද අපි මේ කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් කප් කියන්නේ සෑහෙන කැපේලා ආපු ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා. මොකද මේ නුවර මේ හැමෝම කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකේ හිටපු ඔක්කොම නුවර හිටියේ මේ ස්කෝල් වල ගහපු ප්ලේයර්ස් තමයි හිටියේ. හැම ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ම කැන්ඩි ස්කූල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා මම කලින් කිව්වා වගේ ඒක ගෝල්ඩ් එකක් තියෙන්නේ ඒ කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එකට ප්ලේ කරන්න. ඒකනේ කැපීමක් තියෙනවා. කැපීමක් තිබ්බ නැත්නම් මේ ටීම් එකට ගහන්න බෑ ඇත්තම කියනවනේ. ඒ වගේ ටැලන්ට් එක ඒ කැපීම ඩිස්ප්ලින් හැම දෙයක්ම මේ දේවල් තියෙන්න ඕන. මොකද ඒක මේ වචන වලින් කියන්න අපිට එක්ස්ප්ලেইন කරන්න බෑ. ඒ කල්චර් එක සෑහෙන්න මොකද මේ ටීම් එක බිල්ඩ් කරගන්න අපි ඔක්කොම එක විමුතුයි. කැන්ඩි කිව්වට මේ කවුරුත් එන ලොකු ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා නැහැ. ඒ කියන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්නවා. ඒත් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට් ක්ලබ් එක ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හරි එකමුතුයි. ඒ කියන්නේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලට කලින් hina වෙලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනකොට පැය දෙකක් කියලා ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනකොට I think 100% maximum අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. මොන හරි මිස්ටේක් එකක් තිබ්බොත් රයිට් අපි ඔක්කොම එකතු වෙලා අන්න ඒ වගේ කම්බිනේෂන් එකක් තමයි අපිට මේ චැම්පියන් සයිඩ් එකට අපි සාර්ථක වුණේ. ඒ කියන්නේ හැමෝම උදව් වුණා. හැමෝම කියන්නේ I think වතුර අදින්න එක්කන හරි ඔය ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් බෝයි හරි ඔය මසාජ් කරන එකන හැමෝම ඔක්කොම එකමුතුයි. ඒකින්ද ඒක තමයි මං හිතන්නේ අපේ කෝචස්ලාගෙන් ගත්තේ දේවල් වලින් තමයි ඒ සාර්ථකත්වයක් උනේ.
ඔව් එතකොට කාලයක් තිස්සෙම ශූරතාවයන් දිනාගෙන ඉස්සරහට ගියපු කණ්ඩායමක් මං කිව්වත් වගේ යුගයක් නිර්මාණය කරා රග්බි ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුලේ. ඒ ශූරතාවත් එක්කම ඔබට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමට එන්න ඔබේ දස්කම් පෙන්නලා දැන් ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ ඕන දෙයක් කරන්න පුළුවන් කික් කරන්න පුළුවන් දුවන්න පුළුවන් ස්ක්‍රම් හාෆ් කෙනෙක් හැටියට ඉතාම දක්ෂයෙක්. කොහොමද ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමට ඇතුළත් වුනේ මොකක්ද ඒ අත්දැකීම?
ඇත්තටම ශ්‍රී ලංකා සයිඩ් එකට ප්ලේ කරනවා කියන්නේ ඒකත් යම් කිසි සෑහෙන කැපවීමක් තියෙන්න ඕනේ. මොකද මම ඕක මම ෆස්ම ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමට ආවේ සෙවන්ස් වලින්. ඒ කියන්නේ 2003 සිංග සෙවන්ස් එකකින් තමයි මට ෆස්ම හම්බෙච්ච ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ප්ලේ කරන්න. ෆස්ම හම්බෙච්ච එක. එතකොට ඒකත් මට ආම්බෙන් කියන්නේ අපි අර ස්කොඩ් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් සිලෙක්ට් කරන ස්කොඩ් එකක් තියෙනවානේ. ඒතේ ස්කොඩ් එකේ ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ටීම් එකේ හිටියේ ඔක්කොම ඉතින් නම් තියෙන
Welcome back to the live action brought to you from MCA Grounds, Colombo, IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, Canada taking on West Indies. It was the West Indies who had the first say when it comes to batting, managing to muster off 260 runs. And this is how the batsmen performed so far. They stand out 41 runs to his name with Sumer adding in 31 and valuable contribution of 25 runs from Siraj down the order, making up that 206. The concerning factor for the Canadians will be the 27 extras that they gave away in that innings that could really come back to bite them in this second exchange. As for the bowlers, Hansard, Kazir were impressive with 3 wickets each. Chauhan picking up 2, Rajadure 1, but Punjab, despite picking up only 1 wicket, was terrific for his 9 overs and 34 runs. Canada now in their reply need 207 rather to win the game. Howell, who was a big hitter when he came on, given the responsibility of the first over. Asanka going to be an interesting one because especially because of the fact that West Indies are going after that net run rate as well, so they need to make sure not only win this, they need to make sure that they're winning it with a good margin.
Yeah, the bowlers will have to be disciplined. We saw in their batting innings as well, 27 extras were given by the Canadians. So a disciplined attack would be the ask.
A shout from West Indies as Kaiser put under pressure. Decent line in length from Howell to start off the proceedings. And we also saw in the West Indian innings that the ball kept low. It was 2-paced wicket. Be interesting to see how the West Indian spinners exploit those conditions from the surface. This time though, faltering with the line, and there's a missed field by Badal, which allows Kaiser to open his account, get off the mark with 2 runs on the board.
That's Aftab Kaiser for Canada, opening up his account.
A ball. That's the opening wicket. First wicket in the first over.
That was a beautiful ball, tailing back in. Aftab had no clue.
Brilliant work from the West Indies as Aftab departs for just 2 runs. Mohammad Iqbal, the new man in
Kaiser got out in the second blow of the first over. Third ball, actually. Iqbal, he needs to lay down a foundation for Canada. End of the first over, a successful one for the West Indies, 2 for 1.
a little bit of a conference between the skipper Zamin Amin and Viraj, and straight away it looks like the West Indians are going to opt to go for spin. They've seen what's on offer from the surfers. Going to be an interesting challenge here for the Canadians. Osaka, despite West Indies fulfilling their potential of getting over 220 or 215 runs, 200, anything past 200 is a formidable score, especially given the fact that batting second after being in that hot, humid conditions is not going to be very easy for these Canadians.
Absolutely, Sudarshana. And the pitch will get slower as the day progresses. You can see he hasn't removed his cap either. Sionarain. It's very hot, very humid at the MCA Grounds, Colombo.
A brilliant location for cricket in Sri Lanka. This time gets underneath it, but strongly struck, only finds the fielder for a single. Uday Chalban getting off the mark. Now opportunity for Iqbal. Coming back to the venue that we are here. Despite not hosting international cricket, MCA Grounds, I believe, is one of the most busiest locations that we have when it comes to cricket in the country. We do have 7 different divisions of mercantile cricket that happens, apart from the first class games and also the 6-a-side tournament that takes place.
Iqbal punches through the first runs of his bat, moves up to 1. Sunarain looks to be someone who bowls a bit faster than the other spinners we saw in the morning. Again, kept low. This is going to be the challenge for the Canadian batsman. And if the West Indian bowlers can take this to advantage, they will be ahead. Good ball, but the umpire decides it's going down leg. End of the second over, 4 for 1.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
Howell to continue. From the opposite end to us. Walks down the wicket. Gets an inside edge. Only 1.
There is absolutely no hurry for Canada, isn't it? They need to make sure that they get a good pedestal on and also a platform to attack from. Because if they are too hasty, they could succumb to the trap that West Indies are looking to set around them. Into the third over. They've already lost the wicket. It's important that they make use of the power play and make sure that they keep the scoreboard ticking. They don't have to go for any audacious strokes. This time going down leg side and getting away from the keeper. Seemed like there was the player's leg involved in that. Yes. Leg by signal by the umpire. Interestingly, Howell in his second over, not out and out pace, but does have some very good variation to offer, which got him that first wicket. Nicely setting up the batsman. The ball coming into the right hand of his bowling.
He's always on and above that good length area. So he might think the pace doesn't matter.
Yeah, taking pace off makes it a little more difficult for the batters. We saw Panchabia excelling in that. Last delivery of the over, left side. End of the third, Canada 7 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Suninaran to Sioninaran to continue.
Sionarain in his second over only conceded 4 runs in his first over, 3 runs actually.
It'll be important for the batters to make sure that they try and take the shine off that ball, isn't it, Asanka? They need to try and see off the new ball, because that's what might make life a little difficult. And also on the same time, for the Canadians, they need to try and get those shots on before the hardness of the ball goes away. It's going to run making is going to be a little more difficult once that hardness goes away. Attacking good, very good attacking field set by the West Indian skipper. This time looking to go big, but only as far as the fielder. Play and a miss. The keeper's animated, wanting to try and get the batsman to be unsettled. That's the end of the fourth. Canada 9 for 1.
All back in the attack.
Seems like he's trying to attack that stump line outside the off stump. Stock ball comes into the right hander, but if we can get the delivery just to go out from the right hander, that when he'll bring the keeper into play. And the slip. How about that? But you can do that, you don't want much variation. Clean bowled. Second wicket for Howell. Beautiful, beautiful delivery. Cramped him for room. And Uday Chalwan departs for mere 2 runs. Canada now 9 for 2.
In trouble. Canada in trouble. 9 for 2. New batsman is the captain, Brian Rajadure for Canada.
Rajadure will have to make sure that he builds up a decent partnership with Iqbal. Our good friend Ricky Sims, who is the liaison officer for Canada, tells us that Iqbal is no slouch himself. Former Pakistan under-19 skipper and also has been a long-standing captain of the Rawalpindi side, the ever-famous region for creating some express-paced fast bowlers. Rawalpindi Express, as we all fondly speak about, Mr. Akhtar. Here's Howell now. That was going down leg side. West Indies straight away, they're making their intentions very, very clear. They brought in another slip as well. So anything outside from that off-stump line, the batsman will be in two minds whether to go after it or not.
Again, a quick single for Rajadure. Rajadure off the mark. What Howell is doing is he's using the crease pretty well, going wide of the wicket and tailing the ball back in to the right-hander. Here's Iqbal that Sudarshan was talking about. Pakistan under-19 player. These two batters will have to stabilize the ship, lay a foundation, and then from there they can look what they can do to chase down the target of 207, which is on the board. Walks down the wicket, inside edged to fine leg.
Howell has been a very difficult customer to handle, and that's at the end of the 5th over. Canada 11 for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Right, so West Indies very much in control of the game right now. 5 overs, just 11 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Sirnareen was quite brilliant in his first 2 overs, giving away only 4 runs. A lot of early pressure now on the Canadians. Iqbal on 5 of 14. Rajadure 1 of 2 as I welcome Ricky after lunch. Ricky, how are you?
Yes, good, Oshanda. A tough task ahead for Canada here. It's a stiff target, I would say, when it comes to over-45s. And once again, they have lost early wickets against Wales. They were in a similar position, lost 3 quick wickets for 15. And then chasing 190 was a difficult task, where they lost that game by 40-odd runs. Today as well, similar fashion, 2 early wickets. And now they have their 2 most experienced players, we may call it, for Canada in the centre. Brian Rajadure played for Sri Lanka A in the late 80s, in the 87-88 time, toward Sri Lanka to England with Sri Lanka A, and Pakistan as well, before former Josephian player. He was a very good cricketer before migrating to Canada. Played a lot of cricket in Canada over the years, and he's the experienced player. At the other end, Mohammad Iqbal represented Canada in 17 internationals, in one-day cricket, ODI cricket, 3 Leicester games versus India. Played for Rawalpindi for around 10 years. Played a lot of county cricket at Lancashire. So he's been around for a long time. So they are 2 probably best batters, I would say, in the centre, and they need a partnership.
Yeah, they desperately need a partnership. A lot of interesting stories behind each and every one of these players. A lot of cricket, a lot of experience behind each and every player. I can see these two batters taking their time, which is the right thing to do. Plenty of overs remaining. And a uphill task for them to chase this target down set by the West Indies. 6 overs done, 12 for 2 now, Canadians. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a really good confident shot from Iqbal. Just a touch too full from Howard. He was bowled well, but this time around, not the best of the deliveries. And Iqbal pounced on it. And through the covers, it goes all the way for a boundary.
Yes, full stretch, isn't it? Right to the pitch of the delivery. Didn't try to play across the line, just went straight past that field. It was four soon as it hit the bat. That was a real good a textbook shot from Iqbal. Much needed for Canada. Howell has been very impressive. The other day I saw him bowl versus South Africa at Mount Lavinia. And he was just moving that ball into the right hand. He was almost unplayable on that surface against South Africa. They really struggled. Didn't pick up many wickets there in that game. But he bowled brilliantly. And, that's how cricket is. It's a great level. I thought in that game, he would have bowled much better than this. But he couldn't pick up wickets. But today, he's already got 2. So, that's how cricket is. But he's been a consistent performer. And he's, I think, their main bowler in this West Indies lineup.
Yeah, he's doing his job all right here, picking up 2 early wickets, putting that pressure right onto the Canada team. And 2 for 11, holding his 4th over. With the new ball doing wonders. Talking about the ball, Ricky, it looks sort of different from the usual leather ball. Do you know the story behind this ball?
Well, it's a mix-up, a big mix-up in the center. It's the pink Duke.
Yeah.
It's a Duke ball. It's a pink. Yeah, and it is probably the best of the pink balls available, we could call it. And yes, and it probably has the Graham bro that would have, if a direct it would have got him, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was a long way out. Probably might get a little bit softer than the usual red ball as the game progresses. But then again, these are over 45s. It's a 45 over game. So unlike in international cricket, you will not get everybody smashing it around. So the ball will hold. But initial overs, you get a bit of movement. The ball tends to swing around, generally like a Duke does.
Yeah.
You get a bit of movement, a bit of a purchase for the bowlers.
That's what we saw in the previous innings as well. The 2 faster bowlers for the Canada team did their job quite well, swinging the ball both ways from both the ends. And now Howell doing exactly the same thing with this new ball. It's up wide outside the off stump. It's just a single. See, the important thing right now for these 2 batters, as Ricky correctly mentioned, they need to form some sort of a partnership to get the Canada team out of this trouble that they're in at the moment. And I think that's what the West Indies did up to a certain extent. They were able to put up those partnerships, not big partnerships, just 30s and 40-run partnerships here and there. Really made it comfortable for them before the spinners came in and picked up those wickets in regular intervals and halted them for just 200 odd runs, which I think at one stage they were 130 odd runs for the loss of 3-4 wickets. So we'll talk about this later. 7 overs done, 18 for 2 now.
So 18 for 2 after 7 overs. They have to keep rebuilding Canada. 2 early wickets, especially the wicket of Raja, because he batted really well against Wales. He looked very confident in that game, got to 30 odd. Unfortunately, was given out LBW. but today he could not get going. Got to clean ball by a peach of a delivery from Howell. So Sionarain is into ball his fourth over.
Not much spin on offer for Sionarain, because if you have a look at these 3 overs that Sionarain has bowled so far, not much pace on offer. His releasing point is very high, so he's just trying to use all his changes up and to deceive the batter as much as possible, because not getting some purchase of the conditions makes it a bit easy for these two batters to work with. But it's the pace that he's bowling and also the bounce that he can generate off these conditions that will deceive the batters.
He's played a couple of good shots in this over, but straight to the field as Brian Rajadure. I think even in the last game against Wales, he also mentioned it, that some of those shots that could have probably been hit to the gaps. This time plays it again late, but straight to the fielder. So a couple of deliveries I feel that is missed out in this over. Probably just hitting it too hard. Soft hands, just drop it and run. The fielders are fairly deep on that circle.
Once again outside the off stump. Rajadure just happy to let it go. Sionarain has been bowling well so far. He's bowling it outside the off stump, giving that width for the batters, but so far none of the batters have been able to get the maximum out of it. There we go, much better. That's exactly where he's supposed to bowl. Bowling it wicket to wicket will give more chance to get a wicket here. So 18 for 2 now, Canada, at the end of the over number 8.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the papare.com.
Right, so Howell will continue to bowl his 5th over, 2 for 12. 8th over of this match. We haven't seen any changes from the West Indies bowling attack. The spinner and a pace combination working out quite well so far. Picked up a couple of wickets and not giving him anything extra. Just 18 runs so far. There we go, much better, and good bit of work from Iqbal as well. Well behind the delivery. See, one difference so far that we have seen between how the West Indies approached their innings and how Canadians have approached their innings so far is that whenever the opportunity is presented, now this time worked well towards the onside. So whenever the opportunity is presented, the West Indian openers and the rest of the batters, they pounced on it. They went for those big shots and they got the reward for it. But we haven't seen that from the Canadians. They haven't really got the benefit of these loose deliveries that have been bowled by both the ends, from the spinner and from Howell as well.
Yes, indeed. Canada just taking their time. I think they have realized that wickets in hand is what they need. Probably they feel they could accelerate later on. These 2 early wickets have certainly set them back. Played it late. They'll get a single at the end. The fielder at slip could not stop it cleanly, but a very good effort indeed. Got a hand to it, full length to his right. So West Indies went about their work, playing their natural shots, natural stroke makers. Anthony in particular at the top of the order, 100 versus South Africa, and today he continued that good form.
Yeah, and easy to take on there, single. Rajadure just happy to give the strike back because Iqbal seems to be the aggressor of this couple. 12 of 21 for him, and Rajadure 3 of 16. It's been a wonderful tournament, isn't it, so far? The IMC Over-50s World Cup here in Sri Lanka. 6 matches being played in each day. There's been nothing sort of action right from the start of this tournament. And see, not only the players, I think their families or a misfield.
It's the field, I think, dived over the ball, a couple of runs. They should have stopped that one, I feel. The West Indian field, Iqbal will take it. He's played a good couple of cover drives through that offside, looking very good. Every run matters here. We saw even Canada in the field, there were a few mishaps. A couple of boundaries that went through. Those are all valuable runs.
This time around, much better from Howell, and that's the end of the over as well. 9 overs done. Canada 22 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Right, so Sionarin to continue to bowl his 5th over. Very economical. Oh, that ball just almost struck his pad, but got the slightest off the edges. Just 5 runs in his 4.1 overs so far. Sionarin has been quite brilliant. Not much spin on offer for him, but it's the pace that he's bowling. Now that's up in there. That's a good looking shot. There's no fielders in the deep. Might not run away for a boundary. A couple of runs quite easily.
He thought probably that would go to the fence. Didn't time it as he would have liked to. But another good hit. He looks really good on the front foot. Very strong.
Much better. This is really good cricket. Once again, a quick single.
Good running between the wickets as well. Early call. Good backing up by the non-striker Iqbal. So this is what Canada needs. They need to keep rotating the strike, picking up 3-4 runs per over, keeping up with that required run rate.
Just use the experience. That's exactly what matters right now for the Canada. And these two have been quite good so far in terms of dealing with this bowling attack of West Indies Over-50s. Sionarin obviously bowling it extremely well. Just 9 runs given away in 4.4 overs. Oh, that ball, probably the impact is outside the off stump for sure.
Yes, most certainly it was outside the off stump. You could see planted its front foot way outside the off stump. Got a bit of turn that time, 0-9.
Right, so the last ball from this over. 26 runs on the board. And presenting the full face of the bat once again. 10 overs done. 26 for 2.
Slowly a partnership building up for Canada. 26 for 2 now. In 10 overs, a rate is a bit slow. it's an all-important foundation that they are laying down.
Yes, Sasanka. So they're chasing 207 in 270 balls. So this is the table for the most wicket takers in this tournament so far. So Ali Buhari of Wales leads the chart with 7 wickets in 2 games. Best bowling of 4 for 14. Vian Smith of South Africa with 5 wickets in 1 game. Ivan Rees of Wales with 5 wickets in 2 games. Farid Hussain of West Indies, we are yet to see him bowl in this game, has taken 5 wickets in 2 games. And Simon Waddington from Australia, again 5 wickets from 2 games. So these are the leading wicket takers in this tournament so far. So excited to see what Farid Hussain can do in today's game.
Howell is back for the 11th over of the inning. He's in his 6th over. Took the 2 wickets. Again, tailing in to the right-handed batsman. Push down to short square leg. 1 run to Rajadure.
Rajadure, very slow start for him. Just 6 runs off 21. But I think him being out in the middle will be very important for Canada in this run chase. The captain to anchor the innings and also guide them through. Still, it's the number of runs required is less than the balls remaining, which is a good thing for Canada, even though it's a very slow start for them. It's just a matter of gaining the momentum and then taking it on from there onwards.
Also, Iqbal's wicket would be important for the West Indies. He's the aggressor. Made 17 out of 26 balls faced. And he's got the perfect defense too.
He's disappointed with that. It was a full toss, could have put it away, but he played it straight to the man at square leg. Mohammad Iqbal is the designated captain of this squad. So I think he himself has decided to give the leadership away so that he could focus on his batting. Seems like he is a top batter in this lineup and one of the most looked forward batsmen from their point of view. So the expectations are high.
Of course, Adil. These are the stats of Stephen Howell. So far in his 6th over, 2 for 18. Again, good defense by Iqbal and a quick run. He's getting.
Sporty of West Indies would be proud of this. That was a very quick run. Wasn't even played into a gap. It went straight to man at extra cover. But I think this is what Canada just need to do. Keep getting those singles. Keep the scoreboard ticking.
Not trying to go after it. An opportunity, we should say. 11 overs gone, 29 for 2. Players are having drinks. It's a very hot and humid day out in Colombo. Not easy. At any age, even if you were a bit younger, you wouldn't be able to survive without drinks.
Yeah, keeping yourself hydrated is very important. And yeah, so as the players take a drinks break and hydrate themselves, we'll go for a quick commercial break and get back.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ද Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialogue Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Catch the action of the Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 live. Enjoy 2 tests and 2 ODIs from 29th January to 14th February. Live on Dialogue Television, 10 Cricket and
IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 third day is out here in Colombo. 29 for 2. Canadians chasing down a target of 207 posted by the West Indies. Iqbal and captain Rajadure is on the crease. Not bad to have a little chat on the field.
Yeah, soon after drinks break, just getting back to game mood. Still a huge task ahead of them, Canada. Target of 207, as you said. Still well above 180 or 175 to get for them. With 34 overs, with 24 overs left. So I think we are seeing the first change of bowling, the second change of bowling for West Indies. It's the captain himself, Zameen, to bowl a bit of left arm spin. Very well stopped there by Vijay.
Looks a good driver, Iqbal. He cover drives down the ground. But finding the gap is also important. Again on the back foot, tries to hammer down the ground. But Amin is there like a rock.
West Indies sticking to their combination of one fast bowler and one spinner. So Zameen is replacing Vijay Sino Ryan, who bowled a bit of off spin. He finished his opening spell of 5 overs, giving away just 9 runs, including a maiden. Very economical there. But while Stephen Howell did the damage, picking up 2 wickets.
Short ball and punched. But good fielding at short mid-wicket. Another opportunity going down. And this time, he's letting it past the fielder. Goes for the boundary. That's 4.
Welcome boundary for Canada off the bat of the skipper, Brian Rajadure. Straying down the leg side. Managed to get bat on ball, and it was just easy for him to place it because there was just one fielder in front of square, no one behind square. So it was just a matter of making enough contact for the ball to have enough power to reach the boundary.
Yes, Adil. It's an interesting partnership building up between Iqbal and Rajadure. 2 experienced cricketers, one from Sri Lanka, one from Pakistan, playing for Canada today. This is the one from Sri Lanka, Rajadure, on 10.
Left alone, expected it to be a wide, but it was well within the reach. So that's end of over number 12. Canada 34 for 2.
Moving into the 13th over, Canada 34 for the loss of 2 wickets. A change of bowling. Sudesh Prasad is brought up.
So for the first time, a spinner introduced from that end of the ground. It was Stephen Howell was bowling from the end. Sudesh is going to bowl now. Stephen Howell bowled 6 overs, picked up 2 wickets, both the openers, giving away 19 runs. So very successful opening spell from the pacer. So now spin from both ends. Skipper Zameen and Sudesh.
Bowls his off spin and beautifully guided through to the third man boundary, but there's a fielder. 2 runs taken.
Interesting angle from Sudesh to start off, coming around the wicket for the right hander. Usually off spinners prefer to start by coming over the wicket.
Familiar names in the West Indian camp, Adil. These Sudeshas, Kamraj, Surendras, Siraj, Rajendras. Interesting. But most of these players are from Guyana, where many Indians are living. Quick single.
Took a bit of risk, but I think they just took on the field. They are thinking, even they are aware that these are all over 50s, so they are not that hesitant to take on the fielders. But you never know. I just remember an instance from the New Zealand versus UAE game in the same venue this Sunday. I can't recall the fielder's name, but that was that pick up and throw was as good as any international cricketer you will see in the modern day. It was so perfect and the release was so quick, and he hit the stumps, picked a run out as well.
Very true. It's unfortunate that we forgot his name. That was a brilliant fielding effort by the New Zealander. Some of these players are so athletic. We are even surprised by their athleticism. One more run to Iqbal. Moves up to 22.
Yeah, so good partnership. Good partnership between the former captain and the current captain for Canada. So they got together when the score was just 9 runs for the loss of 2 wickets in the 5th over. They've steered the ship so far so well, and they've added 30 runs in 8 overs. So that's the end of over number 13. Canada 39 for 2.
$39 for 2, chasing down a target of 207. These Canadian pair will have to carry on the innings, the partnership that they are building up.
Partnership of 30 of 52 so far.
The interesting thing about Iqbal is he knows which ball to attack and which ball to defend. Like that. Easy single down to sweeper.
So initially he was struggling to find the gaps and showed some frustration as well. But now I think he's in his zone. He is finding the gaps. He knows when to attack. Just like you said, he knows when to defend. And if Raj Dure can assist him, I think this would be a headache for West Indies, this partnership.
Still 167 runs behind. That's a huge task ahead of them, like you said. Again, tries to come down the wicket, but at the last moment decides not to. These spinners are skillful, aren't they?
Plenty of years of cricket behind them. Maybe, plenty of overs as well. Probably millions of them behind them. Bowled at different types of batters. And they've been through different eras of cricket as well. So definitely a lot of experience.
14 gone, 40 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Feeling a bit relaxed should be the West Indian camp.
I think this is the time they should try and attack. And this is the table for most runs in this tournament so far. Sanjeev Veerasinghe for USA, 140 runs in 2 innings with a great average of above 100. So he had a great outing for USA in both of their games. with the highest of 94, unbeaten 94. And then Mandar Padke, straight to the man at deep extra cover once again. So picking up singles easily, regularly. Score moves on to 42. He'll get back to the most runs table very soon.
A bit faster this time, purse out.
So Iqbal most of the time looking to play on the back foot so that he could work it for singles. So the intention is clear. He missed it out. He definitely missed out. He is frustrated. He's not happy.
I think Adil, this is a plan. This should be a plan. He kept bowling these half volleys. Because Iqbal tends to get back. And he went forward a few times. So they are restricting him from going back and forward. This is the 15th over, 43 for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 74 21 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Right, so 43 for 2 now at the end of over number 15. Iqbal and Rajadure slowly but steadily setting up a good partnership here. Iqbal 26 of 41 and Rajadure 12 of 34. Two very much experienced players out there in the middle. Probably the best two batters for Canada coming into this tournament, and they're putting up their efforts out there in the middle, trying to put up a good partnership.
Yes, it was important after those two quick wickets in the opening 5 overs that they go on rebuilding. That one kept low. Amin into his 3rd over. One of the more experienced campaigners in the West Indies colours, the skipper.
Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a real good one. So Amin has been mixing it up. He's not afraid to give air outside the off stump, tossing it up as well. Being very unpredictable as to what sort of a delivery he's going to bowl out the next delivery. Being very unpredictable. This time around, once again, very close to that wide mark. Iqbal 26 of 43, Rajadure 12 of 34. These two batters setting up a good partnership, trying to rebuild this Canadian innings, which they lost early 2 wickets. But since then, these two batters have been able to show some resistance against this quality West Indian spin attack, mainly.
I think what's working in their favour is the fact that they are looking to rotate the strike. They're not looking for out and out big strokes. Wanting to make sure they do hit up those singles and keep the bowler thinking, keep the bowler guessing, not letting the bowler settle to a groove. Like you mentioned, after Selvan departed, these two have done some very good work. Something though they need to keep an eye out on is the rate of scoring. And from West Indies, they've been very disciplined in their bowling. Just a single extra, that two leg by, which is of no fault of theirs.
It's been a very disciplined bowling attack so far from the West Indies over-50s. You look at the figures, even Amin is bowling his third over, none for 8, not giving any freebies away at this stage. This time cut away, but straight into the hands of the fielder, the point fielder. And that's the end of the over as well. Another tidy one from Amin. 16 overs done, 45 for 2. See, one good thing about these two batters so far is that they haven't really taken any risks, and understanding the position that they're in, because they were clearly not in position to take any risks, but the opportunity was presented at certain situations for these two batters to go after the bowling and to get those quick runs, get those boundaries intact, but these two batters have not been able to capitalize on that, but rather than playing it with straight bat and not taking any risks, not playing across the line of the delivery.
Yes, I think the situation is such that they do understand they need to make sure that they keep wickets intact. That's going to be very, very important to their course of chasing the score down. They do, to the credit of the West Indian bowling, they've been disciplined as well. Currently going at around 2.5 runs an over.
Yeah, and change of bowling as well. Hussain being brought into attack. A bit of leg spin. Farid Hussain. So going on with a full-on spin attack here with the West Indies. With the day goes on, obviously the spinners might get some extra purchase of these conditions here at the MCA Grounds. Once again very slow through there, but Rajadure not showing any signs of aggression, just happy to wait till the ball comes on to his bat and just to glide that ball towards the third man region, the backward point third man region.
The one thing that they can't take for granted is that for the Canadians, they need to make sure that they score their bulk of runs before the ball gets too old, because the pitch is such that it's pretty slow. This time Rajadure finding the gap, but only for a single.
It's turning out to be another good one, good over from the West Indies. Just 3 runs so far with one more delivery to go. Oh, there we go. Spin and bounce on offer for Hussain. Encouraging stuff for the bowler. 17 overs done. 48 for 2.
Into the 18th over, and the skipper will continue. Zamin Amin for West Indies. He knows that constant pressure and dot deliveries will bring them that wicket. It's this man who's brought some stability to the Canadian batting, Rajadure. That's a full toss, a freebie if there ever was one, but I think Rajadure will be disappointed that he couldn't dispatch it to the boundary.
Yeah, that's one of those opportunities gone to waste on the part of Canada team. There were a couple of opportunities just like that throughout this 17.1 overs. They were just not able to capitalize on those freebies and get those quick runs on board. How costly would that be? We'll never know. Only the time will tell us. But as of now, these two batters just happy to see through these overs, just happy to present the full face of the bat, playing it safe, not taking any unnecessary risks, which could backfire at the latter part of the innings. If they lose wickets in regular intervals, well, that'll put... Oh, now that's straight into the hands of the field, and finally, there we go. There's a wicket for the West Indies Over-50s. I mean, with the breakthrough, and it's a big wicket, it's Iqbal.
Yes, Iqbal struck it so hard. Thought that it caught Amin by surprise at one point. But the breakthrough, take a look at this. The shot was on. Oh, I think it... A couple of juggles, fumble, but then cushioning it, the tummy coming into good effect.
Mohammad Iqbal, he's gone for 27 off 4 as a big wicket. And this is open in the West Indies we're looking for. And now Canada 49 for 3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
Now this is a big opening for the West Indies Over-50s. They need to make sure that they're utilizing this opening to get through to this middle order of the Canada team, and then eventually to that low order. So a lot of responsibility now on Amin and the spinners who are operating from both the ends for the West Indies. Now they've got the breakthrough. Now it's all important to make sure that you capitalize on that. Arif Talati walks out to the middle for the Canada team. Picking up a wicket in the 18th over. Just the right breakthrough. I mean, that's a good return catch that just came on to him in a real quick time. Couple of juggles and he gets it. Right, so the new batter, Talati, is on strike. A spread out field for the new batter. You got Carr backward point and extra Carr in position. Straight into the hands of the fielder. That's a big breakthrough. That partnership was really threatening the West Indies. Yes, the runs were not coming as freely as they would have liked it to, but still, there some sort of a partnership was building, and that was threatening for the West Indies. Now they got the breakthrough. They got the new man in. And it's important to put all the pressure on the world to Talati and Rajaduri. 18 overs done, 49 for 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in...
While looking into the most runs so far in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, we got Sanjeev Veerasinghe with 140 runs in just 2 innings with high score of 90. Mandar Padke from India, 124 in 2 matches. Mohsin Karshi from Pakistan, 119 runs. Jason Oates from Zimbabwe, 113 in couple of innings. Then Anthony Sahadio from the West Indies got a century. And now again South Africa is the 5th highest run scorer in this tournament so far. So a lot of runs, only 2 centurions so far in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 in Sri Lanka. One from West Indies. Oh, now that's off the edge.
Living on the edge, Canada, Rajadure will now look to try and settle things down here, because the new batter, you don't want the new batter to feel unsettled. It's important that you keep that tab on the emotions and also the pressure that will be exerted on them.
50 runs on board for Canada for the loss of 3 wickets now. Another tossed up delivery from the leg spinner. Happily just tucked it away towards the onside for a single. A lot of responsibility on Rajadure. 18 off 43, the skipper out there in the middle, understanding the situation that they're in, understanding what needs to be done at this stage.
Especially given the fact that he's played himself in close to 50 deliveries now. He knows and feels the pace of the wicket, so it's very important that he's there till the end. Marshal his team to that score. As we spoke, although 206 doesn't look like much when you're batting second, with the surface slowing down, it becomes a Herculean task.
Yeah, already 3 wickets down. The pressure is already with the Canadian teams and Canadian team, and of course chasing down 206, as you correctly mentioned, Sudarshan, is not the easiest of the tasks, specifically because of the conditions here at the MCA Grounds. This time, has it gone all the way for a boundary? No. Cut away just at the edge of the boundary. That was firmly struck by the batter, Talati. 19 overs done, 53 for 3.
Over number 20. Important juncture here, because now the West Indian skipper will have a little bit of a spring in his step. Skip on skipper. Beg your pardon, Talati is the one who's the striker at the moment. But Amin hasn't been shy to give ball air as I speak. Gives it good air, but this time around, that's only the second extra of the innings. A very, very disciplined effort by West Indies otherwise.
Here we go once again. Right on the money. Not giving any free width outside the off stump, and at the same time bowling it with gentle pace. Here we go. Mixing it up. I think in the previous over we saw a faster delivery from him. Couple of runs there. Good run in between the wickets. Rajadure has been out there in the middle for 44 deliveries. It's very hot and humid, but he's not giving up yet. 19 of 44 run in between the wickets. He still has, if he has worked out to the middle for the first time. It's still very fresh and very quick. This time cut away. See, one thing I've noticed is Rajadure and even Iqbal in that partnership, they were not able to pierce that point fielder, that backward point fielder. They were not able to cut through that gap. And because the opportunities were there to cut that ball, but it just couldn't really pierce the gap. I think that if that would have been easy for these two batters to cut through those gaps between the point and backward point, they would have taken some boundaries.
I think that's partly due to the fact that you do not have much pace of the surface, so trying to place it is a little bit of a challenge, especially through the cover cordon. I mean, yet again bowling another wide, so 2 wides now in this over. That's as many wide as they've overthrow, but no harm done because there is a field at the back. I mean, I think trying to give little extra revs on his delivery, forcing the ball to just spin away from that crease. That's on the line, says the umpire, so no problem. That's the delivery that Zamin Amin has been attempting. The 2 deliveries that went as wide. Canada need 149 in 151 deliveries, almost run a ball. The final delivery of the over, negotiated by Rajadure with a straight bat. That's the end of the 20th. Canada 58 for 3.
$58 for 3 after 20 overs. Rajadure on 19. Playing a slow inning, but you could consider it as a captain's knock. And Talati at the other end, making 5 of 10. Still needing 149 runs to win in 150 balls.
It's a tough task ahead, Sanka. A long way to go, 149, 150. Run a ball now. It's very important that they put up a good partnership here. Unfortunately, they lost that wicket of Iqbal. He was batting so well. I think Brian Rajadure now has to make sure that he bats deep, bats long. Still gettable. Because what happens in this over 50s is we have to understand these players are over 50. So after you go into the 20th, 25th over, the bowlers, the fielders start to tire a bit. So that's where the opposition batting team can capitalize. You know, the bowlers, when you come to the 30th, 35th over, they are tired. The fielders are tired. The good thing is you can keep rotating. There are 12 players, so one player can go off the field for 5 overs, another can come in. So there is a rotation as well. But still, it's not easy. So good teams will capitalize on the bowlers when they get tired. So it's very important that Brian Rajadure bats deep, bats right till the end.
Even for the batsman, it's not easy. After they score 20-30. Short ball, hammered, straight, over the boundary for 6.
That was a good hit. That was a short delivery, half volley from Hussain. You generally will get that with the leg spinners. And Talati is picked that up early and deposited it over mid-wicket. So it was a very good hit, much needed. He's a good player. Batted at the number 4 in the last game. Today batting at number 5. A bit of a change in the batting order. And he has to ensure that he bats long.
Good comeback by Hussain. In his 3rd over, conceded 15 runs for no wicket. Again a full toss, but an opportunity wasted.
Yes, I think he wanted to hit it if he could get a little replay, but changed his mind in the last moment. I think probably he thought he cannot middle it away. Yeah, it was too high. I felt it was just too high, so that he thought that probably he cannot put that away, and adjusted his shot quickly, rightly so. I'm surprised that isn't being called a no ball. Asanka, I thought that was above waist height. To be fair, it's harmless, but above waist height.
21st overs gone, 21 overs gone, 67 for 3.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Canadian batting card. Iqbal top scoring, made 27 but didn't continue. Raj Dure having the responsibility of the captain on his shoulders, making 20. He is still on the crease. This is the West Indian bowling effort. Howell started off brilliantly, took 2 wickets, and then Amin took the other wicket.
They've been very accurate. They've been measly. Howell is their main bowler, and once again he's shown why he's picked up wickets. The other day against South Africa put a lot of pressure on the opening batters, and back today he's done the job for his country. Now it all depends on the spinners, how they go, how they operate.
Rajendra Dilraj introduced into the attack. He's a 12th man. 12th man can bowl, but he can't bat. Tossed up delivery. Defended.
Another leg spinner. Interesting. West Indies having a couple of them now in the lineup. It's very important that these two players put up a good partnership here. Talati and Rajadure, they need them to bat long as possible. Get them closer to the target.
Tossed up, inviting the batsman to drive, but decides to stay on the back and pushes it down to short cover. Talati, 13 from 17. Again, good ball, good appeal.
Once again given as a not out, probably hitting him outside the off stump. I think he didn't pick that one. I think that was the googly from Dilraj. Very close appeal indeed. Trying to use his feet, not being able to get to the pitch of the day. This has been a very good over. His first one. Talati has been on the mark. He's not given any freebies away to the Canadian batters. They'll milk a single through the offside. But an excellent starter to Dilraj. 22 done, 68 for 3.
Canada chasing down a target of 207. They're on 68 for 3. These players are having a drink under this hot and humid weather. It's not an easy task, like Ricky rightly said.
So well deserved the water break for the players after 22 over 68 for 3.
Sony Sports 5 HD.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Back with the action live. 68 for 3, Canada. Rajadure and Talati on the batting ends. Yes, Talati slowly pushing it down to covers. No run. They might need to make a move on from here. They cannot go into a shell just like that. A single to Talati. Hussain bowling his 4th over. 17 runs conceded. Here's Rajadure, the captain. One more run to Canada. The total moves up to 70 for 3. Again a quick single. Left to Hari. Not a good throw. Required run rate 6.09 on your right bottom corner, as you can see. Current run rate just over 3. Comes down the wicket and tries to push it past the bowler. Had the bowler got it cleanly, would have been a run. Again tossed up and punches back past the bowler. Goes for 4. Beautiful shot by Talati.
$76 for 3, 23 overs at the moment. That was a good last hit by Talati. He's looking good, 20 of 24. He's going at almost a runner ball. Brian Rajadure taking his time, 22 of 50, but he's played a patience knock. He's just holding one end together. We are just at this halfway mark. It's even Stevens. You'll feel that West Indies will feel with the required run rate at a runner ball. They are doing well. He was deep in his crease. That was a googly from Dilraj. Sliding on. Brian Rajadure managing to get some bat onto it. If he missed that, he was a goner. Lots of bottom hand into that shot. Working it away on the onside. He's played a captain's role here. He knows he has to keep this innings together, hold it together, while the others bat around him. Talati is a very good batter for Canada, has lots of experience. You could see in his shot selection, he's played some very good cricket in shots. So this partnership is very important. They have to bat as long as possible. The kids are enjoying the game here at the MCA. Supporters of the Canadian team, family, friends who have come down from Canada, some from Sri Lanka, supporting their players. As we mentioned in the morning, there are 4 or 5 Canadian Sri Lankan born who are playing to the Canadian team, who have now settled and settled and having their lives in Canada. Outside edge is very lucky. He was looking to work that on the onside. Talati, leading edge. He's lucky that didn't go to hand. Falling in no man's land, and they cross over for a single. He was played against the spin. That was a very risky shot by Talati, trying to work it on the onside.
Seen his googly a few times. Completely deceived. Now he doesn't know which way to bat, which way to put his bat on. Oh, that's lazy. Lazy from Dilraj. Had to stop that. End of the 24th over. Canada 81 for 3. So relaxed, these two teams. But I'm sure back in their mind, the game is on. Raj Dure, the captain, is on 25. He has spent a lot of time on the crease now. On 25 or 54. Talati making almost a runner ball 22. Hussain is back to bowl his 5th over. Flatter. Beautifully pulled. But just one run. Good fielding. Right there at mid-wicket.
Slowly but surely this is a partnership consolidating at the moment. Talati has given some impetus. He's shown some intent to put the West Indies bowlers under pressure. He's looking to use his feet against the spinners. He should be careful that he doesn't run down the track too early.
They got to keep moving on. Comes down the wicket and drives. And finds the gap. Just one run. The required rate is getting high. A full toss. Punches down to long on. Raj Dure moves up to 27 out of the 56 balls he played.
Good use of his feet. That's a very well executed shot from Brian Raj Dure. That was well played. He didn't try to go across the line, just playing it through. These are shorter boundaries here at the MCA straight, generally 55 meters. So if you can time it and if you can hit it straight, it's very difficult for the fielders to come across, especially at the over 50 level. You won't see them diving around the boundary line. So those shots are very safe here, even if you hit it uppishly. Leaves it alone. Good cricket. 25 done, 89 for 3.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Right, despite losing that wicket some time back, these two batters, Rajadure and Talati, forming up a really good partnership here, getting Canada back in this game. 31 of 58 for Rajadure and Talati 24 of 28. We have a this is a thing about having events of this caliber in Sri Lanka, isn't it? You not only you get the players, but you get their families joining hands and coming to watch these matches. It's a good atmosphere here at the MCA Grounds.
Yeah, it's very loud and fairly crowded as well. So as you know, there are around 4 to 5 Sri Lankans, players of Sri Lankan origin representing Canada, and most of their family members are here. Extended family who are part of Sri Lanka, people who have flown in from Canada. And another boundary for Talati, and the partnership between Rajadure and Talati moves on to 44 in 46 deliveries. That was dropped way short by the bowler.
Yeah, this is really good cricket all round from these two batters. Now, slowly but steadily, you look at the fourth wicket partnership with 44 now. 44 of 46 deliveries between Arif Talati and Brian Rajadure, the skipper, standing up to the occasion. The good thing about this partnership is because at the start for the Canada, they didn't really take the opportunities for granted. They didn't really utilize those opportunities, those loose deliveries from the West Indies team. But now, whenever there is an opportunity to go for a big shot, they're going for it. They're going for those cross-batted shots. They're utilizing those short pitch deliveries and loose deliveries, and they're getting those runs. You look at the run rate now, it's almost 4 runs per over. Earlier it was just around 1.5, 2 runs per over. Now it tells you how Canada have been leveling up in this game and being able to pick up those singles and at the same time get those boundaries intact as well. So good cricket all round, and I'm sure we have a game in our hands.
Definitely, Osha. They definitely took some time to settle down, and as you correctly said, they are now scoring at a decent rate. Brilliant partnership here between the skipper and Talati, approaching a half century. Required run rate still under 6, which I think should be achievable for Canada. At least they should think so, especially given the way these two have batted so far.
Yeah, just below 6 runs per over. That's a required run rate, which is gettable, as you correctly mentioned, Adil, and I'm sure a lot will rely on how these two batters bat on the next 5 to 6 overs, and especially, was that a chance?
It was hit very hard, quite low as well.
Not sure whether it hit the ground just after it hit the bat, but once again this time a touch too short. There's protection in the deep, just a single.
So decent over for Canada so far. Boundary, singles, a double, extra as well. So 8 runs in 5 balls, 9 in 5 balls. Could have taken a single if it had been placed a bit wider of that fielder, but it's not the case. They'll take the 9 runs off this over. Canada 98 for 3 after 26.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So we have a bowling change for West Indies. Farid Hussain has been replaced. I think it's Vijay Sionarayan, who opened the bowling alongside Stephen Howell. He had a very, very economical opening spell. Vijay, just 9 runs off his 5 overs. think West Indies thought, okay, we need to bring back a restricting bowler, grab the runs.
Showing no signs of aggression, either of these two batters, Rajadure and Thalati almost batting with run a ball, 31 of 32. See, the good thing about this, they've been able to play those deliveries, especially against the spinners, very late. And I believe, is this a 50-run partnership? 100 comes up for the loss of 3 wickets, and I believe they're very close to that 50-run partnership as well.
Yep. So they've just gone past that 50-run milestone as well in the partnership. I mean, 51 of 53 deliveries, almost a runner ball. But it didn't feel like they've been scoring at a strike rate of 100. They've got the occasional boundary whenever it's to be hit and taken the singles as well, just like that.
Yeah, I think the last 5 to 6 overs, they've been very good in terms of getting those ones and twos, being very proactive as well. And considering, or rather comparing the first 5 to 6 overs. Now this time, swept away. And the ball might run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. Now everything working in favor of Canada. And it did come off the bat of Thalati, so he moves up to 36.
As soon as he hit that, he signaled the umpire that it was off the bat.
Yeah.
He is the partnership 56 of 56. Now it's exactly run a ball.
Yeah. So I think this is what's important for Canada. Despite losing those early wickets, they've been able to come back into this game, and now the game hangs in balance between both the sides. So Canada obviously would want to get closer to that total of 206 runs as much as possible, which will eventually give them their first win in this tournament. But that's once again at the end of the over 27 overs done, 105 for 3 Canada. Overs, 105 for 3. Now, the thing about this partnership, Adil, is that these two batters, they look quite comfortable against the spinners. They're going to their back foot and playing it as late as possible, allowing the ball to spin. And the bowling hasn't been on top of mark as well from West Indies. So that allows these two batters to, nicely settle down and get those occasional boundaries and to get those ones and twos and get the scoreboard ticking. I think it's quite evident if we look into the stats of the partnership, and it's almost run a ball.
Yep. So time to bring back Stephen Howell, I guess. Or if they have any other fast bowler in the lineup. Probably I would be running in the mind of skipper Zamin Amin, who is bowling himself at the moment.
Yep.
So this is his 6th over. Has been very economical. Just 14 of the 5 overs he bowled, including a wicket.
Not the easiest of the conditions to bat, I would still say, because the spinners, it's very slow as well. And there's some purchase of the conditions for the spinners. So they're playing it safe and not taking any risks. So that's the most important thing about this partnership. I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first 50-run partnership in this match.
Yep, we didn't see any 50-run partnerships in the West Indies innings as well, because they kept losing wickets in regular intervals.
Yeah. That's up in there. Ah, there we go. Rajadure trying to go for a big shot, but this time it's straight into the hands of the fielder. A tossed up delivery once again with on off outside the off stump. He created his own way, just a more of an inside out shot from the batter Rajadure, but couldn't get the elevation he was looking for. And the ball goes straight into the hands of the fielder. So now 4 wickets down for Canada, and it's a set batter. It's a skipper, Brian Rajadure, who has to depart for a well-made 34 of 65. And now all of a sudden, West Indies are back in this game.
Yep, captain gets captain and brings back his team back to the game. Canada 105 for 4.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ. මම ගජමෑන්.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So the new batsman for Canada is Ahmed Panchbir. He comes replacing the skipper, Brian Rajadure.
Yeah, Panchbir was quite brilliant with the ball. Picked up that last wicket, but has been very economical. Medium pace, gentle medium pace. And now he's got a job to do with the bat in hand. That's up in there. Just dropped short of that field at backward point. And overthrows. There's a single.
Unnecessary runs given away there by West Indies. First ball of the new batsman. Probably would want to keep him on strike for the rest of the over as well. But that overthrow just helping Ahmed Panchbir get off strike and bring back the inform Talati. Now mountain to climb for Talati and Panchbir. 103 more runs. 103 more runs to win. And they've got
exactly 100 runs, is it?
Yeah, I mean 101 run. Sorry,
Yeah.
101 run in 102 balls
Yeah.
left. Now since this over is done, so 6 wickets in hand. A wicket or two here would make things a bit more difficult. But at the moment, it's still gettable. So Canada 106 for 4 after 28.
Right, so 101 runs required of 102 deliveries. Sionarain back with the ball in hand. The ball is 7th over, none for 16. West Indies got the opening. Set batter being dismissed. Oh, that ball just... How did that miss that off stump? That was very close.
Didn't bounce much, kept low. I think missed the off stump by just a whisker. Unfortunate for West Indies, and the required run rate is now exactly 6. So it was under 6 all this time. So it touched 6 for the first time in these innings. So every dot ball from here onwards is going to make things a bit difficult for Canada, as the required run rate will keep going beyond 6, which is more than run a ball.
Yeah. See, they're not in. They don't have to really change the game plan, given that they've lost a wicket, because the plan they were playing with all throughout this last 10 to 15 overs, it was working out really well. They were managing that required run rate. It was right around 5.5 runs per over, and they were getting those occasional boundaries, and they were getting those 1s and 2s. So the game plan worked out really well, and I'm sure that Talati would want to transfer that responsibility a bit onto Panchabia as well, to get those 1s and 2s, and try to rebuild these innings together and to get another partnership up and going for the Canadian teams.
Yep, definitely. Another 50 runs between these two batters here would do a world of good for Canada. Yep. So West Indies will be eyeing for another wicket. Keeping it tight, Vijay, but it's a more defensive field for him. Most fielders are in the boundary line, allowing the batters to get easy singles, which they are gleefully accepting. They're not looking for the big shot, like you said, Oshada. They're happy with the singles.
Right, so last ball of this over from Sionarain. That's up in there, and it might run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. A misfield, an opportunity off the edge, and that'll spoil the over. What would have been a really good over from Sionarain. It's being spoiled with that boundary. 29 overs done, 114 for 4. Just poked his bat outside the off stump, and the leading edge should have been stopped. That ball just went away. The game still hangs on balance for both the sides. 114 for 4. They're chasing down a target of 207 runs in their 45 overs.
So skipper Zameen Amin has decided to rest himself and make a change in bowling. This is Arif Talati, the key man for Canada at this point of the game. 38 unbeaten on 38 in 39 balls with 3 4s and 1 6. The new bowler, I think, has changed his mind and decided to just continue bowling himself.
Right, so each bowler can bowl 9 overs.
I was also wondering, why would you stop bowling because you just took a wicket in your previous over.
So maybe trying out something different, but they're just gonna stick with the same. Once again, playing it very late. Talati has been the highlight of his innings so far. Playing it safe, playing it late. See, the fashion that Talati is batting at the moment, 39 off 40, he's playing it safe, he's playing it late as possible. As a bowler, I think you should be canny, you should be cunning enough to maybe try to bowl an arm delivery, a faster delivery onto the stumps. That would make things really interesting. Now, Punjab stretching a full stretch towards the pitch of the delivery. Still couldn't get the connection he was looking for. Good sharp work behind the stumps, and he's safe.
Quick collection and...
why he's appealing to the other end when the umpire is at the...
It happens, muscle memory, Oshada. You always think the umpire is on the leg side, but you forget that he could be standing on the offside as well. But yeah, like as I said, quick collection and a clean removal of bails, but Punch Bear's back foot did not move an inch. The ball did turn, right?
Yeah, it did turn. I mean, getting some purchase. We haven't seen, compared to the purchase, compared to the turn we saw from the Canadian spinners, we haven't seen these West Indies spinners spinning the ball much. This time slapped away through the offside. And it goes all the way for a boundary. No chance for the fielder. And Talati moves up to 40s, 43 or 41.
Short and wide. Invitation accepted. Talati says thank you very much and just deposits it. Fielder at deep extra cover had no chance whatsoever, and this outfield is fast.
It is fast here at the MCA Grounds. You have rewards for your shots. Tossed up delivery straight into the hands of the bowler himself, I mean.
Again, ball probably, maybe he should have hit for a boundary. It was a full toss, but he just hit it straight back to the bowler. Fortunate for him. That's a cross shot, and the umpire decides it's out. It was a straight delivery, no turn whatsoever, and Talati probably trying to slog it away, or not a sweep or a slog either. Just a shot in between.
Halfway behind it.
Yeah, just a shot in between and plumb in front.
That's one of those easy decisions for the umpire. And now, both the set batters back in the pavilion. Arif Talati is gone for 43, a well-made 43, a runnable 43 for him. And Canada now 124-5 in 30 overs.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and thepapare.com.
Canadian innings so far. Iqbal, Rajadure, Talati all getting good starts but couldn't capitalize on them. Talati being the last batsman to get out. 5 wickets gone. But look at that, only 4 extras given by the West Indies bowlers. Very disciplined bowling effort by them. Howell taking 2 wickets for 19. And Amin being the pick of the bowler so far. 3 for 21. After 30 overs, 120 for 5. Canada chasing down a target of 207. Interesting scene, Sudarshana.
Very interesting indeed, especially after that settled partnership by the two Canadian batters. 120 for 5 after 30 overs, 15 overs to go. pretty much similar position to where West Indies were. Can the Canadians finish strong, get an unlikely win, because West Indies Over-50s were the favourites coming into this game, Asanka, and also they wanted to make sure that they try and win this one comfortably so that they have a very better net run rate to try and progress into the next round, having lost their game against India. Going to be an interesting one. We have a game on our hands. 87 required from 90 deliveries for Canada at run ball, currently going at 4 runs per over and required run rate at 5.8. That's something that they will want to try and bring down, that required run rate. They can go at 5 runs and over for the time being. That's going to be ideal.
Of course, full toss pushed down to long on. One more run to Panchabia. Roberts is the new batsman. Sydney Roberts took a blinder while they were fielding. On the back foot and punches it down to sweeper. Two runs to get off the mark. This is what they have to do. Keep on milking those singles. Reduce the number of dot balls. Inching towards the target. That's what's been asked by their camp.
Yeah, what's going to be important, is the rotation of strike. That will frustrate the West Indians. And despite the run rate being over 5, no need of flashbang, big hits, or trying to orchestrate or create strokes that are not there. Keep chipping away. We'll get you closer to that score, and come the final 5 overs, then you can go hammer tongue on the bowling.
Exactly, Sudarshana. Again, flighted up delivery. Push down to the fine leg, and that's 4. Without much effort. These are the runs that they are looking for.
It's beautifully placed, no risk, 0 risk in the shot. It's going down leg and making sure that he dispatches it to safe area. Plenty of support for Canada here at the MCA. Couple of Sri Lankans in the mix. Okay, having their loved ones and family coming to support them. This time spinning delivery from Hussain brings the 31st over to an end, 129 for 5.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Canada 129 for 5. Still 78 runs behind. Keep getting closer. That'll be the ask.
Massive responsibility on Panchabia though. He did. He carried the team with the ball, with some economical bowling. Now he has to make sure that he gets his team to a decent platform come this middle phase of the innings. Skipper Zameen has been a very difficult operator for most. Roberts now, it's a good delivery, cramping him up for space.
Bowling into the air and getting whatever support is given. Tries to cut and cut hard. Didn't manage to do so. Zameen Amin, the captain, has bowled really well for the West Indies. Has taken 3 wickets so far. Again, right on the money. He's leading by example, the captain. And they are rushing through the overs so quickly.
Absolutely, Sanka, and that's important as well, especially given the fact that they have another game coming up tomorrow. Don't want to be in this hot and humid sun for long, and also not letting the batsman settle down. When you can bowl your overs back to back to back to back, it doesn't give that time for the batsman to try and settle down, get that stability. Some of the batsmen, though, they'll be a little more craftier. They'll take off their gloves, look around a little bit. Another spinning delivery, but safely negotiated by Roberts. 77 of 79 deliveries. Just under a run a ball. Going at 4 runs and over. It's a fairly healthy run rate, especially given the fact that that's a good shot. That's very well hit. A big one, not an easy shot to play, and that's a maximum.
That's power for you from Sydney Roberts. First 6 of him. Canada taking a move on. A beautiful shot, very powerful. .32 overs gone. Canada 136 for 5. Last ball of the last over went over for a 6, a huge one by Sydney Roberts.
Well, seems like that has prompted the skipper to bring down his trusted trump, Howell. The batsman taking a liking to the spinners. So bringing in pace. Howell did bowl with a lot of variations, some deliveries that angled in our first session that we did together, Asanka, soon after the changeover. Howell was on fire. He was absolutely brilliant, picking up 2 quick wickets. And since then, the breakthroughs have been few and far in between for the lads from the Caribbeans. The only 2 wicket takers, Amin and Howell. Here's Howell. Slow bowling it into the surface, not giving any pace or for the batter to work with. It's difficult, isn't it, when it's too paced? You don't know at which pace the ball comes onto the bat.
That's what the West Indian spinners did wrong. They bowled a bit faster. On this pitch, you got to bowl slow. Just like Howell, being a paceman, he bowled slow.
Yes, Howell looks like a master of cutters, bowling a few. This is going to be an interesting battle. Roberts has been aggressive. 13 of 9 deliveries so far. He's looked to play his shots, this time beaten outside off, chasing a delivery away from his body. Again, taking pace off the ball, getting his boot on in the way. Where's Howell trying to direct it towards the wickets? We've seen a lot of very difficult partnerships to be broken like that, Tasanka. On the return, getting an arm or leg in the way, which goes on to hit the wickets. That's one of the worst ways to get out.
Roberts making sure that he's in his crease after the previous shot. Panchabia on 12.
Good over from Howell, but final delivery with an over. So just 3 runs off it. 33 completed. Canada 139 for 5.
Canada
answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 07774.
Back to live action after hydration. Nice boy day here in Sri Lanka. A holiday, government and a mercantile holiday, and from the news we are receiving, it's looking very bright in the national cricket front as well. Sri Lanka making out put pressure on Australia, 149. But tap on that, Sudesh Pershwad.
What? Roberts against spin. Well, and if he can use his pace to good effect.
Yeah, Roberts has shown that he's no slouch when it comes to batting against spin, and he's made his intentions clear. But what I like about him is the fact that he's not looking to go out and out on every delivery. Oh, right. Well, if you had any doubts, commentators, is very real. It's a good delivery. Still with pace on, couldn't judge it. And Roberts departs for 14 runs. That's the 6th wicket falling for Canada. Now West Indies will want to arrest this momentum.
New batsman is Dion Heft, another Sri Lankan born Canadian. Schooled at St. Joseph's College, Colombo. Vice captaining his side today. Dion Heft looks a strong batter.
Well, a strong batter is someone that's in absolute demand for the Canadians now. Need to make sure that they finish strong in order to catch up to that target of 206 runs. Peshwar bowling a little faster than the conventional spinner, but he's getting some good revs as well. That's this delivery was the first one that spin away from the right hander. Asanka all this time he's been trying to spin into the right hander.
With his pace, he hits the seam and it skids on. That's the end of the 34th over. A successful one for Persuade. 141 for 6, Canada.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
Now the asking rate up to 6 runs and over. Run a ball, 66 required from 66. Punch pair is going to be absolutely crucial to Canada's chances. But this man with the ball will look to do some damage. 7 overs, 2 for 22. Howell did deliver some big blows when he was with bat in hand, and he's delivered 2 wickets with ball in hand. But it's the trouble that he's brought into the attack, and also the second guessing that he brings into the mind of the batsman that keeps the West Indian captain bringing him back. It may have pitched wide. The ball did pass the popping crease, so it was inside the popping crease, so no wide called.
Kane with his slight inward movement. What a player to have in your team. Howell, who can do it with the bat and with the ball.
They're keeping a tight trap on the run scoring is what he's done. Just incredible stuff by Howell. Never easy, isn't it, running in despite a short run up. And it's gone. Big appeal, no. The umpire says no. Quick glove work from the gloveman behind the wicket. For a moment I thought well, what can we say? Canada very, very lucky, because from the replay that looked like there was nothing behind the crease.
Sahadio, the keeper, was full of confidence. But the umpire didn't agree.
Punjab are very, very lucky to be in the middle. And he says, I'll take a little break, and puts Hurft into strike. Howell, on the other hand, determined. Let's see whether we can take a look at that replay once more. Here's that dismissal attempt. Nothing behind the crease. That's a goner. Well, that's the end of the 35th. 10 more overs to go. Canada 142 for 6.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So 35 done, 142 for 6. This is a close battle here at the moment. West Indies versus Canada. West Indies looking for their second win. Canada looking for their first win in this tournament. Much needed for both teams to get points. Canada to get points on the board. West Indies to keep up that momentum. They had a very good game against South Africa. First up, Persuade is the bowler, close to the stumps, too close to cut. Panchbaya is the important cog here in this Canada batting now. If he bats till the end, Canada should get home. He's the important breakthrough. He's their most reliable, probably you can say, in the remaining batting with Talati and both the Rajadure being dismissed. He's looking solid, had a good knock versus Wales. But the West Indians have just hung in there. They kept chipping away. Put a lot of dot deliveries. Kept picking up wickets as regular intervals. As pursued, that's down the leg side though. He's put that away down to the boundary. That was a poor delivery. He straight down the leg side. And all he needed was to get bat on it with the fine leg in the circle. That was easy at that sort of a pace. So that's a giveaway delivery. Important runs though for Canada. As we warmly welcome Ramesh, who's had a tired day. He's been running about the whole day. The liaison officer for Team West Indies has been busy this last 1 week or so. Ramesh, how are you doing? And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ricky, and thank you for giving this opportunity. Well, it's a crucial game for both the teams. This group is a very competitive group, and it's a must-win for both West Indies and Canada to be there in the running for the best two teams within the group. So it's a very interesting. Coming to a very interesting finish, so let's wait and see how it goes.
Yes, we need a few tight games. That's very, very important. We have seen some close matches the other day. Pakistan versus Wales. Pakistan just winning by 3 runs. Today we have a good game going on. South Africa versus Australia as well. So there have been some very interesting battles, no doubt about it. The other day, Australia versus India was a close game as well, where Australia prevailed at the end to beat India in a close run chase. So it's good for the tournament. 59 of 55. Still very gettable if they keep wickets intact. That's what's important. Having wickets and batting right down till the end. Another single added to the total. We'll come back to that. 36 overs done. It's 149 for 6.
Well, the two Canadians are keeping it going. Panchbaya is on 21 of 25 balls, and Herft just came in and he's on 1 of 4 balls. So Canada need 58 runs to win in 54 balls. So it's almost a run a ball. So it's turning out to be a very interesting finish.
Yes, certainly. Howell bowling his last over. Now this is a very crucial over in the context of this game. He's the star bowler for West Indies, no doubt. Bowled very impressively versus South Africa. Today 2 early wickets. He's that sort of a bowler that can put the pressure on the opposition. So this last over, Canada have to be careful that they don't lose a wicket. Just try and bat him out, get 3-4 runs per over, and then you have that opportunity. That's why though, started off poorly. Good take by the wicket keeper. Every run is important now. 150 on the board. 150 for 6.
Well, Howell is known for his in-swingers. He bowled beautifully in their first match against South Africa. He took two wickets. Today also he took 2 wickets opening the spell. So he's a crucial bowler for the West Indians.
He's their go-to bowler when they need a wicket, no doubt about it. So you have been with the West Indies team. How's it going, Ramesh? How are the blokes out there, West Indies? How is their tour been so far? Are they enjoying the conditions and the people and the culture here of Sri Lanka?
Well, they're a nice bunch of guys from West Indies, so needless to say, just like the Sri Lankans. And okay, that was a good delivery. Pitching on off stump, and keepers had difficulty in collecting the ball.
He's lost his bat as well, Panchabaya. I think a bit of sweatiness. It's hot and humid out there, no doubt about it. It's good to see all these teams, West Indies, South Africa, Australia, England, New Zealand, India, Pakistan, all here in this tournament. Canada, Zimbabwe, Namibia, USA. It's lovely to see them all joining to be a part of this tournament. Not forgetting Wales, who's been outstanding. Another close game there between Wales and India. It's been a good over. He's played a couple of good shots. If that hit, it was a goner. Dion Hurft was loafing. He was just loafing down the track there. Not really aware, but credit to the fielder. I think he stopped it with his leg, a bit of soccer skills. He was waiting for it to get past the bowler. It was the striker's call. You cannot blame the non-striker, but it was all down to that bit of fielding.
So the current run rate stands at 4.07 and the required is 6.98.
Yes, certainly. It's gone up a bit, and in this over itself. But they've seen him off. Another good spell. 9 overs, 2 for 25 to Howell. 37 done, 151 for 6.
Canada would require this partnership to go on for at least another 3-4 overs.
It's an interesting game down there at the Coles grounds. Wales, who lost to Pakistan by 3 runs, then beat Canada, are now on the verge of beating India. They made 217 for 7 in their 45 overs. India 185 for 9. Still requiring 33 runs of 19 balls with just 1 wicket in hand. So Wales looking for their second win, and they will probably the underdogs. They have a very good side, a strong side, and they seem that they're going to threaten some of these bigger known teams of international cricket, and that is good to see. That is good for the tournament as well. A big game happening. South Africa made 264 for 9 in their 45 overs. Australia 200 for 4 in 39 overs. They require 65 from 37 balls. So South Africa on top. That's a good looking shot. That split the field on the offside, running down to the boundary. Important runs this one for Canada. That's their 11th 4 in this innings. Panchabaya just using the pace of the bowler. Oh, it's a Hurft, in fact, Dion Hurft. It was short, it was wide. He played it late, intentionally, and bicepted in the 2 fielders through that offside field. So important runs, especially when your run rate is required run rate is over 6 runs per over. A boundary early in the over helps Ramesh.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot he played on his back foot, and so 3 more balls to go in this over. We're in the 38th over. And Pursuant, who has taken 1 wicket for 24 of his 4 overs. He's in the 5th over right now. So West Indies have few good spinners. Their captain Samin Amin being one. He has been bowling beautifully in the past few games.
He's bowled well, 1 for 24, no doubt about it, Persuade. But like you said, just that 1 over remaining for Amin. So he's a key bowler in this cog. Howell has been bowled out. Good single. Soft hands, push and run. That's good batting. This is what they need.
That's a beautiful ball bowled by Pursuant, and he's given out LBW.
I think he missed a straight one. He was deep in his crease. Oh, that was quicker. He was just trying to work it too square, and he missed it. That was plumb in front. He was trying to play it towards square, like he should have just played it towards mid-wicket, mid-on, with an angle bat. That's a huge wicket. Papare was batting so well, 25 of 34. And once again, Canada, at important moments of the game, they kept losing wickets. And needless, we could say, poor shot selection there by Ahmed Panjabaya. This is a big one. 38 done, 159 for 7.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog View app and the Papare.com.
So the West Indian captain Amin has taken the ball again to do his final over, the 9th over. He has bowled well. He has bowled he has taken 3 wickets for 28 runs in his 8 overs that he has bowled. So the required run rate has climbed up to 6.86. It's a tall loss for the Canadians with 7 wickets down. So partnership is very much needed here to keep Canadians on the for the rest of the game.
The Shahid Hansrod, who bowled really well earlier on, has a job to do here. They need to keep chipping away. They need to keep batting. That was a big wicket. I'll tell you, Panjabaya was batting so well. They needed him not to bat till the end. Against the run of play, he's got out. So Dion Herft has a job to do here. He has to ensure that he gets his team over the line.
Sinarin has taken over the ball from Samin. So I believe Samin must be keeping his over to the end to make sure he takes his team through. Oh, that was a loose ball from Sinarin, and it was pulled onto the leg.
That should have been put away for a boundary. I feel he missed out on that one. Didn't get hold of it. It was a poor delivery. There was no protection on the boundary as well. Ramesh could have hit that anywhere he wanted to, so he'll be disappointed. 48 of 42, still the game in the balance here with 3 wickets in hand. Still very gettable. But Canada have been kept losing wickets at regular intervals, and soon as they get onto a partnership, soon as you feel they're looking good, they have lost a wicket.
Yeah, wickets are key, so Canada should at least take this partnership till the 42nd over if they are to win this game.
Good batting, intelligent, just push and run by Hansrod. Not too complicated, just pushing through the line towards long off. Just pick up the singles, get it as close as possible, get it down to the 42nd, 43rd over.
So the West Indian captain Amin has been the best bowler so far, taking 3 wickets for 28. And Senarine is yet to take a wicket, but he has contained the batsman. He opened the bowling with Howell, and he has done a good job. Howell has taken 2 wickets, giving away 25 runs. Persuad also has taken 2 wickets, giving away 25 runs.
Leading edge, get a single, not convincing, but nevertheless runs.
So if you want to see a jaunty Rose in the West Indies team, it's Mario, actually, who is currently fielding at
That's too wide. I think he tried to bowl the quicker delivery, slipped off. So they're just one shot away from getting a runner ball, 44 of 38. That odd boundary is going to come. It's just keeping wickets intact and taking it deep as possible. Wayne playing it late. Gets another single, squeezing it on the offside.
So it's a bit of a tall loss for the Canadians. 43 runs off 37 balls with only 3 wickets in hand. That's a quicker delivery.
So 39 down, 164 for 7. We'll take a look at the match summary so far. West Indies, after pushing to bat 206 in 45 overs. They are a very good 41. Sumer made 31, Siraj 25. Hansrod, who's batting now 3 for 28. Quiz 3 for 53 was slightly expensive. Chauhan 2 for 26. And chasing that down 39, 164 for 7, reading 43 more runs. Thalati, he was looking very good for his 43. Rajadure made 34. And a very good 27 by Iqbal. Amin 3 for 28 for the skipper. Howell as usual 2 for 25 and Persuade 2 for 25. So this game in the balance, it can go either way. 3 wickets needed for West Indies, and Canada needs 43 runs of the final 6 overs. Beautiful pictures. We're coming to you live on the Papare. You could watch this game, log into your YouTube, social media platforms. Catch all these games coming to you live from in and around Colombo. Some games have already been dusted today. Zimbabwe beating Namibia quite easily in that game. Close game there between Wales and India, Australia and South Africa. Sri Lanka crashing in UAE as well. So there has been some good cricket all around. And this game between Canada and the West Indies is a very close battle.
Required run rate has climbed up to 71.17. 6 more overs to go. Sudesh.
Drives through the line, straight towards mid-off. So Hansrod has to make sure he gets a run every ball, both Herft and Hansrod. Dion Herft, born in Sri Lanka, now migrated, living in Canada, Canadian citizen. Hansrod pulls it away. Will he get a couple of runs into the gap? Yes, I think he will.
It was a short ball and batsman had all the time to pull it. Well protected in the boundary line. So Canada needing 41 runs of 34 balls.
He's playing a very good knock here. He's not found the boundary, but 5 of 5. He's getting a runner ball, which is what's needed. They need that odd boundary to come from somewhere, and Dion Hurft, I think, has to take the initiative. He's played a few good shots, but straight to the fielders. He's strong, he's stocky, he can get the big hit in. So he needs a couple of those just to get that into the runner ball ahead of a runner ball situation.
Yeah, wickets are key. So as long as, oh, that was...
I think he heard me, Ramesh. He was going for that big one. He was looking for it. Unfortunately,
he almost got
bowled up inside edge. But the intention was that. Try and get a boundary. You know, try to get ahead of the game.
That was very close to the off stump. Just missing the off stump. So it's up to Hansrod and Hurft to keep it going at least till the 42nd over. Just a runner ball should do it for them.
Yes, they could. The odd boundary is going to come, as I mentioned, so take it as deep as possible. You see, all these runs count. Every single is very, very important to the cause. They have to keep rotating the strike. Where's that gone to? Just a single. Gets it into the outfield. They come back for 2. So good running. Very good running. This is what's required. So there you go. 37 required of the final 5 overs. Thank you, Ramesh. Thank you for joining us. And hope we catch you very soon.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Right, so now this time it's straight, but nothing there from the umpire. That looked very straight to the naked eye, but this time overthrows. Extra runs on offer for the Canadians. We're into the last 5 overs, 37 more runs required. Let's have a look at that again.
That looked straight enough, but the umpire thought it was missing leg stump probably. Lucky escape for Canada and Dion Hurft. Still 37 runs required for Canada.
Now that's up in there. Has that gone all the way for a 6? Yes, it has. Wonderful striking from Hurft.
Much needed 6 for Canada. Now it's 31 required in 28 balls. Now it's a game between the runs required and balls remaining. Just 3 more wickets left. That would be what West Indies is eyeing on, along with the number of balls remaining. But it's now anyone's game.
Yeah, surely. Both the teams back in this game. Canada very much in as well. 178 now runs on the board for the loss of 7 wickets. Just 30 odd runs required now for Canada to seal their first win in this tournament.
This is Vijay Senarayan's last over. Stephen Howell has already bowled out after this over. would be 1 over from Zameen Amin. 2 overs left for Sudesh Prasad. Farid Hussain has 2 left. And Rajendra Dilraj has just bowled 3 overs only. So the remaining 4 overs after this would be shared among Zameen, probably would bowl out, and then the rest would be shared amongst Sudesh and Farid. Don't think Dilraj would get a bowl, but we never know. Required run rate 6.22. Not a daunting task.
Not a daunting task at all, Adil, because you look at how these two batters are batting. I mean, it shows that they're in this game. They have the confidence, despite the fact that they've lost 7 wickets. Still, they're in the game, and they're trying to win this game for Canada. And I think that's what matters at this stage of the game, especially in these last 5 overs. That confidence is the most important thing for any side.
Yes, and I think they've got the right men out in the middle as well. So Herft, we know, just showed us that he could clear the fence at will. Hansrod, on the other hand, seems like a more defensive batter, and I think his role should be to rotate the strike.
That's a good looking shot, and through the gap it goes all the way towards the boundary line. Sionarayan, after bowling out superbly in his first spell, now he's giving away runs. This time around it's a short pitch delivery, not much pace behind the shot, and just a swing there off the bat by Hansrod, and it goes all the way for the boundary.
Okay, Hansrod thinks, no, rotating the strike is not just my job. I also can hit a few boundaries. That was played across the line. A risky shot, but still great value at this moment for Canada.
Right, so last ball of this over. 24 more runs required of 25 deliveries. We're in for a nail-biting match. This Canada Over-50s versus the West Indies Over-50s here at the MCA Grounds. Back away towards the offside, quick single. Good cricket all round. That's a good over for the Canadians. 184 for 7 now in 41 overs.
So Canada got 14 runs in the last over. That has brought down the required run rate to 5.75. It's under 6 after a while now. It's pretty much gettable at this point. And West Indies will be looking for a wicket just to halt things for Canada.
Yeah, that's what they need. The desperate need in wickets. And compared to how Canadian spinners bowl in these middle overs especially, I feel like the West Indies spinners were not able to get those wickets in regular intervals. They allowed the Canadian batters to settle down and score those runs quite easily, and to form up some formidable partnerships as well along the way. So I think that's the main difference between these two sides. And looking back into this game, so yeah, even the current partnership goes up to 25. So
just 18 deliveries.
Yeah. So just West Indies looking back into this game, I'm sure we'll have a lot to rethink before heading towards their next game. Their strategy of excessively relying on the spinners. So maybe a strategic decision that they have to take moving ahead in this tournament. Because yes, in Sri Lanka, you would expect the spinners to come into game, but you need that mixture. You need those faster bowlers in middle overs, because sometimes even the spinners might not get the job done for you.
Yep, and in today's game, I think the Canadian batters, especially in those partnerships, they got used to the pace of the West Indian spinners. And like you said, the mix, the variety of bringing in a fast bowler whenever required is necessary. Now they don't have a fast bowler to bowl in the final few overs, because Howell has bowled out, has bowled all his 9 overs. So it's Sudesh bowling the 42nd over, starts off with a dot. they would need quite a few of these dot balls to push that required run rate as high as possible. Attempt for a run out. Think he was back in the crease on time. Yeah, umpire not interested. So another dot ball there.
Yeah, 23 off 22. This was hit straight into the bowler's arms. There you go. And
okay, the pitches suggest something else. It was definitely a close call. Once again, another appeal. So I think West Indies have been unlucky with these close calls. This is not the first time in this innings.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of instances where the Canadians being extremely lucky.
This was just this ball.
Yeah,
I think Hansrod was well behind the crease by the time keeper took off the bails. 3 dot balls.
Yeah,
Brilliant start from Sudesh.
Yeah, it's a good start. Now, about those close chances, they were really close chances, and at the same time everything happens really quickly. Even we were able to tell that it's out or not out after seeing the replay, but the umpires, they don't have that chance of, you know, replaying those replays and to see exactly what happened. So it's just that they have to give the best decision that they think is the correct decision. This time it's a wide. Once again, a swing of the bat. Hansrod just trying to get those boundaries intact, but this time around, once again, another dot delivery. So this is turning out to be a good over.
Brilliant over so far. Just apart from that wide, has bowled 4 dot balls. Sudesh doing a brilliant job for West Indies. So the task in hand for him would be to finish the over without doing much damage. 2 more dot balls would be ideal. That could be a wicket as well, would be even better.
Yeah, I think right now what he should do is give that strike back to Herft, who's striking the ball well. 13 off 15. Seems like the more aggressive batter out of these 2 batters who are out there in the middle.
1 more dot ball, so 5 dot balls. Can he finish it off well? Sudesh. Hansrod under immense pressure, facing 5 dot balls. Pretty sure he is getting an earful from Dion Herft.
This time he gets a connection. Will be just a single. There's protection in the deep. Coming back for the second run. Good run in between the wickets. Couple of runs there to finish things off. And you can tell the body language of the West Indies players. They're not quite happy as to how things have progressed so far. Not the best of the throws from the fielder in the deep.
So that brings down the equation to 20 runs in 3 overs. So that's 20 in 18 balls. Canada 187 for 7 after 42.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Right, so 20 runs required. 3 overs remaining, 18 deliveries remaining. So it's anyone's game now. I'm sure West Indies are eyeing for another wicket here. They can get another wicket, that'll open up the tail enders from the Canadian batting lineup. Right, so discussions going on between the umpires and the West Indian wicket keepers. I wonder what the discussion is about. There's a slight hold up, it seems. And the captain has brought himself up to bowl his last over. 3 for 28 has been quite good with the ball in hand. I mean,
so just trying to figure out who would bowl the last 3 overs. Zameen, so he's bowling this over. That's his last over. I guess Sudesh would bowl the next over. And the final over would be probably bowled by Farid Hussain, or the other option for them is Rajendra Dilraj. So the target would be to keep these 2 overs as quiet as possible, so that whoever bowls the last over has enough runs in the bank to defend, or else try and get the remaining 3 wickets in these 2 overs.
We'll see, anything can happen. This is cricket. Now that's a full toss. That goes high up in there. Is that a chance? Oh, no chance. No chance. As it lands in no man's land.
I mean, Dion Hurft would be thinking that he should have like deposited it over mid-wicket, and fortunately for him, even despite the him miscuing it, fell in no man's land. So mixed emotions for both teams.
Yeah.
Zameen would be relieved that his full toss wasn't put away.
Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, that's gone. That's gone all the way for a 6. Hurft has completely deposited it down the ground. And now the game is well and truly on the side of Canadians. Once again, just touch to full. A tossed up delivery with an offer. And he needs no invitation. He's a strong man. And he's not going to miss out on those.
He's playing a gem of an innings here for Canada. 21 of just 17, including 2 sixes, 2 mighty blows. So the equation is just 12 of 16. West Indies under pressure.
Yeah, 12 of 16 deliveries. And looks like, yeah, I'm sure that the ball has gone missing. That's a hold up, and the batter's taking some drinks.
So if we look at the last 2 deliveries bowled by Zameen, the first one was a full toss. Fortunately, wasn't put away. Could have been a catch also, but unfortunately, it wasn't the case for West Indies. And then the second ball was full and was to be put away. And Dion Hurft accepted the invitation and just cleanly, that was a clean strike.
There's so much power behind that shot from Hurft. 21 of 17. He's a strong man. He's going to dispatch anything when it's right in his arc. That was poor bowling from him. I mean, I have to say, the first one is a full toss, and now a full pitch delivery outside the off stump. Got to bowl much tighter than that.
That was wide, but Dion is not able to make contact with that. So that's a valuable dot for West Indies. Canada wouldn't mind this, most mainly because of the 6 that they got in the previous ball.
Oh. Well. It's all serious out there in the middle. Hans Rode having a bit of a run up, but there we go. Good single. Good cricket all round.
So the field is spread out, anticipating the big shot from Dion Hurft, but he is more than happy to get the single, because as I said, the required run rate is now just 4.71. They can get the job done in singles. So West Indies now are bringing the fielders close into the circle. Now he's bowling to Hansrod, not the hard-hitting Dion Hurft. He's probably trying to bowl a couple of dot deliveries here to Hansrod.
Right, so a lot of fielding changes, a bit of a hold up in the game as well. Just trying to set everything to the perfection here, I mean.
Good stuff here from Canada. Shahid Hansrod just pushing the ball and picking the single. Equation is now 10 of 13. I think Hurft would be eyeing for another single in this delivery so that he keeps strike in the next over. That would still be a favorable equation for them.
Yeah, disappointing stuff for the West Indies as these two batters just nudging the ball towards the caps and getting those ones and twos quite easily. Right, so here we go, the last ball of this over. And he gets another quick single. Brilliant. Disappointment, isn't it? Disappointment in the face of West Indies skipper and the rest of the fielders. 43 overs done, 198 for 7. Canada just 9 runs away from victory.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Sudesh is back and this would be his last over. Even though he has 2 more overs left, he won't be able to bowl after this. With just 2 more overs left in the game. Canada with a single digit score required to win this game in 12 balls. Huge responsibility here on Sudesh. He's up against the hard-hitting Dion Hurft, who's on 23 of just 20 balls.
Right, so 9 runs required now. Sudesh with the ball in hand. Picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 34. That's a good delivery right in the block hole there. Hurft, the intentions are quite clear. He's trying to go after the bowling.
Just 1 wouldn't be sufficient for West Indies at this point, so needs to bowl more dots.
Oh, he lost the bat and the ball didn't go anywhere.
It was there to be hit. Dion would be unfortunate. The idea was clear. Saw the ball was dropped short and tried to whack it over mid-wicket, but luckily for West Indies it missed his bat, and he also missed his, lost control of his bat,
yeah.
Dion.
Right, so we got 1 more over after this, and we got 2 in contention to bowl that last over. Hussain has bowled 6 overs.
The question is how much will be left for whoever bowls the last over to defend. And Dion gets a single here, so now it's just 8 runs required. Hansrod is back on strike. And just remember, he faced 5 dot balls against Sudesh in the previous over. So that will be running in behind his mind as well.
Right, so 8 runs required of 9 deliveries. Hansrod is on strike, 15 of 17. Now what can Hansrod do? Sudesh, I think the game plan should be quite simple. He's just got to bowl it wicket to wicket. And maybe just outside the off stump, because he's been struggling whenever the ball is pitching outside the off stump. Hansrod has struggled. Now that's not helping at all. That's through the gap, no chance for the fielder inside the 30-yard circle. Couple of runs, and that's not a good ball to bowl at as a batter. Like Hansrod, who has struggled so far. Whenever the ball is pitched in good length areas and you bowl it full, he's going to squeeze that ball anywhere around the ground, and he gets a couple of runs.
Problems for West Indies. Just 6 runs in the bank, 2 deliveries left from Sudesh, and the 2 batters out in the middle are looking as fluent as they could be. That's a good ball. Yorker length, but could have been put away, but Hansrod just yoked it and couldn't get bat on ball. Nevertheless, a dot ball for West Indies.
Right, so last ball of this over. Now, this is a really crucial ball from Sudesh. Can he finish things off on a higher note now? 201 runs on the board, just 6 runs away from victory, Canada. Driven away, straight into the hands of the fielder. So a dot ball to finish things off. We have a game in our hands, 6 runs required of the last over. 44 overs done, 2 over 1 for 7.
So it's the last over of this game. Canada needs 6 runs to win. West Indies will be looking to defend those 6 runs, and they also can win the game by taking 3 wickets, but it's probably highly unlikely this situation. So it would be just trying to bowl as many dot balls as possible and defend those 6 runs. For Canada, it's just simple. Get those 6 runs. It's Dion Hurft on strike, who has scored 24 of 23. A great knock, a gem of a knock for Canada. And the partnership between Hurft and Hansrod for the 8th wicket is 42, unbeaten on 42 in just 36 deliveries.
Yeah, but the most important thing is, can they make it a match-winning partnership? Right, so 6 runs required. Here we go, Hossain to bowl his 7th over. Cut away nicely. That might run away. Yes, it does. It does go all the way for a boundary. So 4 runs to start off with. That's a poor delivery once again, with outside the off stump. Not much pace on offer as well. Plenty of width for Hurft to work with, and he cut it away all the way towards the boundary line.
Comes down to bowler management of the captain. He left Hussain to bowl the last over with not much in the bank. I mean, and he's back after a long break, and you are expected to be spot on when defending just 6 runs in an over. But definitely it was, he looked rusty, dropped shot, gave width, and Hurft is looking in good nick, and he wouldn't miss out on that. So now it's just 2 of 5 balls required for Canada.
Ah, there we go. That'll be the game for Canada. Through the gap it goes, and a win. And a win for the Canada team. Their first win in this Over-50s World Cup. And what a knock Hurft has played so far in this match. 32 of 25 deliveries, guiding his team towards their first win in this IMC Over-50s World Cup. It's been a wonderful game of cricket. They've, after winning the toss, Canada electing to field first. Was quite good in those middle overs, but this time around doing the job with the bat as well. Through the gap it goes. No chance for the fielder. And, well, has to say, poor bowling from the West Indies. They didn't look like they were in the game right from the start. Yes, they got couple of wickets early on, but from there onwards, the introduction of the spinners was not very effective against the Canadian teams, as they quickly learned on how to play these spinners here at the MCA Grounds, and they mastered it over time, and they managed to win this game at the end by 3 wickets. So this is how it looks like for the Canada team. The batting lineup: Iqbal 27 of 49, and Rajadure, the skipper, he was quite good, 34 of 66. That partnership was the one which gave Canada a solid platform so that the rest of the batters could come in and play their natural stroke and to get their team over victory. 43 runs for Talati and Punjab coming in with 25 as well. And the match-winning partnership, Herft and Hansrod, 32 of 25 and 17 of 20 for the two batters respectively. Moving on to the bowling.
Yeah, not a happy bowling lineup for West Indies. Only fast bowler Howell picked up 2 early wickets, just giving away 25 runs. Sionarine was very economical, giving away just 40 runs in his 9 overs. Skipper Amin picked up 3 wickets, giving away 39 runs in his 9 overs. Sudesh Prasad tried his level best, picked up 2 wickets, bowled the penultimate over as well. But Farid Hussain had to do the tough job of defending 6 runs in the last over, which he couldn't do, which he failed. Just gave away 2 boundaries back to back in his first 2 deliveries. And Dil Raj gave away 15 runs in the 3 overs he bowled. And they gave away 13 extras as well.
Yeah, it's been a really good effort from the Canadians. Now, this is how it happened. Canada won the toss and elected to field first, putting West Indies into bat. They were able to restrict West Indies for just 206 runs. Hansrod was the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 28. Kazir picking up 3 for 53 and Chauhan 2 for 26. And they are 41 of 60 for the West Indies. Sumay 31 of 29 and then Siraj 25 of 33. In reply, Canada chasing the target down with 4 balls to spare. As Talati 43 of 43 deliveries, Rajadre, the skipper, 34 of 66 and Herft adding those finishing touches with 32 of 25. With the ball, Amin picked up 3 for 39, Howell 2 for 25 and Sudesh 2 for 37. So Canada winning the match by 3 wickets, their first win in this IMC Over-50s World Cup. And West Indies playing their 3rd match have now lost 2 matches, winning 1 against South Africa. So it's a really interesting proposition moving into this tournament. If we had a look at the points table, so it's been I'm sure that heading into the latter part of the tournament, I think this win will be crucial for the Canadian team.
Yep. So West Indies still remain in 5th place of the group with 1 win in the 3 games they've played. So they beat the defending champions South Africa and lost to India and Canada today. And this is Canada's first win of the tournament. And today, as they started their run chase, the openers got off to a decent start before both of them perished to the opening fast bowler of West Indies, Howell. And then Zamin picked up a wicket. The skipper of West Indies, he picked up a wicket as well. And then it was the partnership between the skipper and Iqbal, where they added 50 plus runs for the 4th wicket. And I think this was where Canada gained momentum. They started very slow initially, going just above 2 runs and over. But this partnership took their run rate to around 4. And then at a crucial point, they lost the wicket of Iqbal. But still, Captain Durey Raja kept on battling.
Yeah, I think the Canadians showed exactly how we should bat in these conditions, you know, how to bat properly for the slow spin conditions, and I think they have mastered it. So it's a really good win for the Canadians heading into the latter part of the tournaments, and of course some good shots all over the park, especially from that lower middle order of the Canada team. Talati was quite brilliant. Ahmed Panjabe was also quite good. Now this was his wicket. He scored 25 of 34 runs, and even Sydney Roberts scoring 14 runs off 14 deliveries. But this was that final touches, that final 42-run partnership between Dean Haft and Sahid Hansrod that really took the game away from West Indies and guided Canada to their first win in this IMC Over-50 World Cup. This was the final boundary of the batter Herft, and it goes all the way for a boundary. So a memorable win for the Canada team, and we've had a really good game of cricket here at the Mercantile Cricket Association.
Yeah, so tomorrow as well we have 6 games bringing to you live from different parts of Colombo. We have UAE taking on England at DS Senanayake College grounds, which is just the next door from this venue where we are here coming live to you today. Then New Zealand will be taking on Zimbabwe at Coles Cricket Club grounds, while Sri Lanka hosts will be taking on Namibia at the BRC grounds in Colombo. And those are the three Pool A games scheduled for tomorrow. And in Pool B, Wales will be taking on South Africa at the same venue that we are coming live to you today, MCA Grounds in Colombo, while Pakistan will be taking on West Indies at Navy Grounds in Valisara, and India will be taking on Canada. Canada will be going with a lot of confidence from today's game for that game against India, which will be played tomorrow at Pusa Grounds in Bandaragama. So those are the 6 fixtures for tomorrow. A lot of interesting games lined up, and as we said, Canada will be going to that game with a lot of confidence. Would be a tougher opponent. India beat West Indies in their previous game, but I think lost to Wales today in a close encounter. So would be an interesting game, and would the remaining 5 games would also be equally interesting. So stay tuned with the Papare for all the live action from the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025.